We are live in Daytona Beach Racing Card Club for the main event of the MoneyMaker Tour. 300,000 guaranteed tournament was a 1,500 buy-in. The prize pool swelled to over $500,000. You can see the players getting this photo in. On your right, you have poker room manager Joe LaRosa and poker room manager from Orange City, Richard Manning on the right. Byron Rodriguez, tournament director in the back, along with Fred Guzman, the general manager of Daytona Beach Racing Card Club in Orange City, and our new marketing director, Joe Connor. The players you'll get to know as the stream goes on. I'm joined by
Hello world.
Kyle Fischel. There he is.
Yes, my name is Kyle Fischel. I'll be giving some analysis on the play, typically give some interesting insight on what theoretically should happen versus what some players are thinking, well, some dynamics at play. These players right now are all guaranteed $20,150, but the next pay jump is $24,330. So about a 4K pay jump. We're at the final six, so everyone looking to ladder up. Up top is $109,010. So like to see some of the middling stacks kind of play snug and wait for some early bust outs, as we see Justin P with 4.8 million. He definitely wants to not go over aggressive, let the 1.1 make a move. All the middling 2 million stacks kind of wait till their first elimination before they get too involved. But you know, if something arises where they just can't get away from it, sometimes the poker gods are cruel.
Yeah, I'll also show you real quick in big blinds, I assume. Oh, it'll update. We'll have the big blinds also, since this is a tournament structure. Keep going, Kyle, while Joe LaRosa goes over the last few rules here.
Yeah, as we get the rules going, you know, tournaments a little different than cash games. Cash games, sometimes your open can be 4 to 5 times the big blind. Here, it's really going to be closer to a min raise, maybe 2.2. I feel like a lot of these guys have a lot of tournament experience. We were going over some hended mobs. We've got some deep runs from some of these players. If you could give some color to some of our biggest earners.
All right, so at this tournament table, you see in seat 1 we have Daryl. This will actually be Daryl's biggest ever live tournament cash. Currently he has 17K in lifetime earnings live, but today he's guaranteed a minimum of 20,000. Going into seat 2 in the red hat, you have Justin, who's going to go by Juice, and he's sitting at 154,000 lifetime tournament winnings. His biggest major cash was 93,000 in a live event. Dion in spot 4-ish over there, Poker Pro since 2012. That's about 800,000 in live winnings, so winning this one would be nice to add on to that. Ricardo next to him. Don't have a bio sheet on him. Ricardo was here just a moment late. 1.4 million, so plenty of experience. Paul in seat 5, sitting at 118,000 live. We'll talk more about him. And then Mike in the last seat there, sitting on 116,000. So action's underway. Kyle, I'm going to let you break us in on this first hand.
Dion K looks down at a premium. Very first hand. That'll help get the jitters settled a little bit. Sitting at a final table. Looking out at Ace-King. Does appear to go for the min raise, like I said, a lot more standard, especially in tournaments. Even more so at the final table. You don't want to accidentally leak any additional chips. And it's going to go all the way to the big blind. Looks like we are doing 30,000, 60,000 with a 60,000 big blind ante on this level right now. And Dion's going to take the first hand with a walk. I think that puts him firmly in second place in chips of these 6 players. 2.9 million in chips.
Yeah, I did get the big blinds added by production in the back, so you can see where everybody's sitting. And you're right, they're about 56 minutes in this level. These were our levels on day 2 and day 3 of this 30K and then 60K big blinds, 60K ante. So there's your big blinds, Ricardo on the short stack. Just so everyone knows at home, we did talk to the players, and Ricardo was stuck behind this semi-fire, I guess. The truck was on fire on 95, so the players agreed, and the staff here decided to give him a few minutes and That's great. Always want to think player first, and the players at the table said, yep, we can wait a few minutes. We've waited long enough. Go ahead. So we have all 6 players here. They've all locked up $20,000. Looks like Paul C is going to find a raise here with ace queen, and I'll let you tell us what you think.
Yeah, definitely picking up some premium hands here. 6-handed. This hand is really nice. Daryl has the button. He could 3-bet as a squeeze or just call. He gets to play the land in position, so there's plenty of merit to both options. But you really don't expect anyone being too out of line, especially this early in the final table. You know, players definitely usually want to get some reads going. Don't want to make a huge mistake that can cost them a lot of money in actual value. Both players seem to whiff, but Daryl having the ace of diamonds is definitely pretty significant here. He can happily continue on this bet. He can even raise and just rep flush draws if he really wants to. Or he can just let it go, because wait for a better spot, but seems to take the latter option. He thinks the ace of diamonds is too strong to just give up on just yet.
So we got a bet and a call, and Daryl's going to need a 9. We're going to hit the 7. Doesn't really change much. While you're looking at this, remember the orange chips are 5K, the blue chips are 25K, and the gray chips, slightly oversized, are 100K. 15 million in play. Sorry.
Yeah, when Paul C checks to him, this board is definitely favoring Daryl. He has all the sets in range. He has 4-5, like Paul really shouldn't all too often. And when Daryl puts out a continuation bet there, I'm sure he's planning on firing river if a diamond hits and just blasting away. So, you know, that's the kind of power of position. You have a worse hand, but you were checked to. Now we can just fire out a bet and see if it works.
So we were saying 15 million chips in play. This was a 1,500 buy-in, 40-minute blinds, 40,000 starting stack. Planned on getting 300K in the prize pool, but they blew that out the door. Ended up with 379 runners, I believe, is the actual count. Played all day into the cash, paid 12% of each flight, and they returned on day 2 yesterday to play down to 6. So these players have been playing, and some of these players probably played together for 2 days now.
Yeah, even if they haven't, they've probably talked to someone who's played with them, probably has a bit of a scouting report here and there. Definitely a very needed thing if you're going to play a tournament. Got to take all the information that you could possibly get. And Daryl finds a suited ace from the cutoff. He's going to just limp it, doesn't even go for the min raise. I actually like limping suited aces, even in cash games, because the goal is really just flush over flush someone. You're really not going for like ace high boards, because your kicker's always going to get you in trouble a lot of the time. So I think limping this hand's actually fine. And then it does give both Dion and Richard the ability to just see flops, but Daryl should be able to know whether he's way ahead or way behind based on the flop. And this is kind of a way behind one. The ace deuce really has no connection, not even a spec or spade. And yeah, I would expect it to check through, which it does. Now I think the door's open. Like, whoever wants to rep any 2 pair, any straight, since these are 2 blinds that could have literally any 2 cards, they could have anything. But everyone's just going to take their showdown value.
Ricardo has the best hand. He has the short stack, but right now with his 8s, they are good. He'd love to show this down. I don't know if that's her value or maybe rep and get them to fold. Bluffing with the best hand, Kyle?
I do think it's closer to bluffing with the best hand, because it's unfortunate when you bet small river there. If your opponent was just checking down and river's a queen, they're honestly probably not folding even when the hearts get there. But the benefit of this is if your opponent somehow has a jack, even though unlikely as it checked twice, maybe you get that hand to fold. Maybe people are just being very, very tight. But I mean, this should really factor in all these players' minds. We haven't seen a hand show down yet. People are just folding before it gets to the river really all too often. So when players are playing straightforward and pretty much fit or fold, someone might find the need to take advantage of this. Like our chip leader with a pretty little suited connector here, 6-5 of diamonds, and a very fun hat. Looks like a donkey doing saying like "What's up, hands?"
Kyle, we do have 120 viewers with us, and we're thankful across all our platforms. So let a friend know. Like, subscribe, smash all those buttons. We are on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live, which is great for the 120 joining us. There's a bunch of people in chat rooting. We'll get to those, but it looks like Dion's going to find a raise here from the button. Just a click raise. He's going to get Ricardo out, and we'll see if Paul wants to take the discount. Play his 9-4 suited. And elects not to.
Yeah, the 9-4 suited, typically, you can defend it if you are a little bit deeper, I think, but in general, you're just going to miss on the flop, and then your opponent's going to see that at a high frequency, and then it gets very difficult from there. Do you raise as a bluff? Do you call and hope to improve? You know, it just, there's really no easy way to play that hand.
See the payouts real quick on the screen. Players have locked up 20,150, but everyone's eyeing that 109,000 and 10 up top. Why not?
I know I'd certainly like it. Daryl with the smallest of pairs, but definitely reasonable to open. Would like to see him come in for a raise here, because if he picks up the blinds, it's a free 150K. Could be a decent add to his stack.
Absolutely. So that's our first raise. That's above the click raise. He went with the old 125 using those orange chips in play.
Maybe, yeah, Justin P. Always fun to peel an ace. Not fun when the second card behind it doesn't really help all too much. Cardo being the absolute short stack. Pretty much can't defend that one. And King Queen, definitely playable. Michael's first time we're seeing him in a hand. He's coming along.
Heads up to the flop with 340,000 already in there. I do see a king maybe in the window there.
With an ace right behind it. You'd love to see the king. Hate to peel that ace. He does have the queen of spades too, which could help him be able to continue. Daryl's just going to rep all the best aces. He's going to rep like ace queen, maybe even queen jack, jack 10, any gut shot straight draws. This board's much better for the opener than the big blind defender, but having king queen with the queen of spades, can't really fold it, just a single bet. Somewhat neutral card. I think both players have nines some of the time. Big blind can defend with a 9. The opener could have 9-10, 9-8. Middling pocket pairs probably likes this card as well. But when it goes check, check, Michael looks like kind of a blocker / value bet. If you get raised, you can pretty much just fold, but you don't have to face a difficult decision when you lead out like this. Your opponent's either gonna call and you're sometimes going to win against weaker kings, sometimes going to lose against an ace, but when he raises, you somewhat know that you're in pretty tough shape on that specific run out.
See the pictures in the background of Chris MoneyMaker Tour coming through for their second stop in their inaugural season. Coming into Daytona, we had a roughly 600K in guarantees set up for the 8 events we had, but we absolutely blew it out of the water. So if they do come back, which I'm hoping they will soon, please come and check us out. I know their next stop is going to be Cincinnati Hard Rock, and I think they announced another stop for the end of the year in Palm Beach. But we were very excited to have them here in Daytona and crushed every guarantee. This was meant to be 300K, and obviously 500K is much better than expected. So very exciting knowing that Central Florida has the players that want to play these huge tournaments at the MoneyMaker Tours willing to stop by here. So it looks like Dion is going to find a raise with his king jack, and Ricardo right behind with the short stack as queen jack off.
Yeah, not necessarily a hand you want to play when you're facing an open, especially being the short stack. Definitely fine to open yourselves, but when a player's already raised in front of you, the queen jack off goes down in value so much. Sometimes you're versing a hand like king queen, king jack, where you're dominating, you don't even know it. You make your pair and you lose some money. But Daryl in the big blind already having some money invested. It's going to continue with the king 3. And this is a board much better for the big blind. Just like he has king 3, he could have king 4, maybe 3-4, 6-7, all kinds of stuff that actually connect with him better. So Dion likely correctly checks this back when his board doesn't help him all too often.
Action card, Kyle.
Yeah, massive card. Both players turn top pair. Dion, best kicker and a flush draw just in case he's worried that his kicker is no good or he's up against one of those straights or two pairs. When Daryl leads, though, can't fold pair of kings plus jack of spades. Dion calls. Deuce is actually a brick. Doesn't change anything pretty much ever. 3-4 is already a straight. No one should really connect with the deuce. You have been bet into twice. I actually think against this sizing, Dion is considering raising. You can't really fold 100K into 600K, especially with the king jack specifically. So we're seeing if he's going to go for some extra value or likely call. Would really be shocked to be folded here, but it is a spot where you could take your time, go for some thin value. He's going to just call and see how he grabs his cards quickly. He's pretty confident he's good. Doesn't really need to even make his opponent show. He's just, you know, he's deciding if he's raising or not. And he chose the reasonable option. King 3 probably not calling a raise, but helps him cross the 3.3 million chip mark. Gives him firm second place. Michael at 2.5 million, trying to catch up to him. Ricardo dropping down to 1.2 million. 19 big blinds is plenty to work with, but I feel like everyone's just going to play a little bit more passive until he makes a move. But he is the one stepping away from the table right now, so.
They have only played 6 hands, and we were right at pretty much the start of the 30K small blind, 60K big blind level. So there's a lot of play left with these stacks. He is going to give up his hand. Maybe we'll get a shot at what it would have been. Okay, pretty for a cash game, maybe not for here. Paul's going to have a real hand here. He's got a beautiful king-queen offsuit here.
From the cutoff, he goes for the 125. Pretty standard. Daryl is very happy to play suited aces. We've seen him play ace-deuce already and turn it into a bluff. Now he's got the ace-4 of clubs. He's going to be looking for some clubs here. Daryl definitely the most active player at this final table so far. Players might be thinking he's wider than usual. He does turn a 4 in a backdoor club draw, but Paul with a commanding lead with king-queen. Goes for a pretty standard c-bet on a board that's good for him, and Daryl's not going to try to continue with a 4 in a backdoor club draw. You actually could go either way with that. If the turn is like the 8 of clubs, it goes check bet. You can raise and put single pairs in a really tough spot. Or you can just call and hope to realize your equity, drawing to the nuts. But
someone in chat asking where Daryl's from. He has St. Augustine down on his bio sheet. Thank you to everyone in chat. We're over 140 viewers, just 20 minutes or so into the stream. This was hand number 7 just completed. You do have Ryan Unger here from Orange City Racing and Card Club, and Mr. Kyle Fischel actually remoting in, kind of near where the storm may be, so our thoughts are with you in your hometown. I know you guys didn't have the best luck in the past with the last storm, but we are here until completion, and $109,000 and an awesome Moneymaker Tour trophy is given out to a champion here.
And Daryl picks up another playable one. Suited ace on the button. Definitely a slam dunk open. He's going to choose to just call, hope to realize some equity with the diamonds and possibly making a pair of aces. Dion, actually a hand that you could pretty happily raise in a lot of situations, but when you're in the big blind, you could just see it for free, protect your big blind range with some stronger hands, and even just play a smaller pot while you're out of position. I think checking is the better option. And he seems to agree. Flops open-ended. Pretty good board for him. There is no betting lead. He could lead here and try to just win right now. Well, Dion definitely takes his time with every decision. No shame in that. 109,000 up top. Don't want to make any mistake that could cost you a ton of money.
Yeah, he's definitely taking his time, and as you should, these are our blinds. It's a great structure, and you know there's no rush. Make a decision, put your thought into it. Look at those chip stacks. So you're going to start talking ICM as we get even deeper here.
Yep. And I do like that after it checks through, he throws out a bet there. You definitely want the exact hand of Daryl have to fold. You're trying to fold the ace and king highs. while your queen high is not necessarily good. And when the times you're called, you have 8 outs to some of the strongest hands possible, so I do like the bet there, and it worked out very well for him.
Show you once again what the players are playing for. This was a $1,500 buy-in. Originally a $300K guarantee. We did crush the guarantee, hit $500K, and right now all players have locked up that $20K payout. So a lot on the line here today on a 3-day tournament here in Daytona Beach Racing Card Club. This was MoneyMaker event number 7, the main, and what an awesome turnout it was.
Yep, definitely a fun series, fun events. He even played cash. Stand-up guy. Happy came around here. Sure, he'll be back sometime. Get a chance to play with him again.
He's going to entice you to probably sit 4 cards with him because he is an Omaha guy also. So we'll see if we can get you to splash in those 4-card streets.
He was talking about it during the cash games, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not anywhere close to your level at that. I'm more of barely understanding my hand.
So you think you'd be better off at scratch-offs, you're saying?
Yeah, that would be good.
Got a battle of the blinds. Go ahead.
Yeah, Dion with a king 8. He actually could just open shove here, blind on blind. King 8's actually a decent candidate for that against the short stack, because most of the time you're going to pick up 150K uncontested, and the times you're not, you're never dead. You're going to have equity a lot of the time. So looks like he's considering all options: fold, call, jam, raise, pretty much everything, because in a great spot with this hand versus a single other big blind who is the short stack. Looks like he's picking a more standard raise size, maybe a little bit bigger. And the total is going to be 165. Yeah, definitely picked a little bit of a bigger size. Wants to put pressure on the shorter stack. It is more advantageous for him to just take it down pre than see a flop with his specific hand, because then you're out of position with your small blind versus big blind. But Ricardo definitely has a playable hand. He can call, he can just jam, thinking that it's Dion's making a move, but has plenty of playability to play in position, and has plenty of post-flop playability, so it's going to continue. Let's see, 3 cards, dealer. Spades are relatively hot. Ricardo's going nowhere. If he's bet into, he actually could jam here, theoretically. 2 overs and a flush draw. Makes all your opponents ace and king X that bet flop and C bet have to fold, while you don't necessarily have the best hand. So Ricardo's probably very comfortable with this flop. And when he faces a C bet of looked around 80,000, I think. 105, missed one of the chips. 105,000. If he jams, he risks 900 to win 500, nearly a 50% increase to his stack. But so he's going to just realize any pair, any spade, he's going to feel very comfortable. No, he did jam. He did jam, and he got it through. So definitely a good spot to jam with your flush draw, your 2 overs. Technically, you got some runner straight possibilities, plenty of equity. Your opponent doesn't have to have anything at all, so good play by Ricardo. He is not going down without a fight.
Definitely not, and Hendon Mom is not the end-all be-all, but he does have over $1 million in live cashes and a lot of experience there, so pretty good spot for him to navigate and comfortable there.
He definitely understands some check jam spots on the short stack. You don't make that much in tournaments without surviving with a short stack for long periods of time.
Kyle and I are going to be here till the completion of this. I see we have up to 160 viewers across the couple platforms we're on. Please share this and bring some more attention to it as we award $109,000 to someone, and show some love for Daytona Beach Racing Card Club and the MoneyMaker Tour. It was a great event. Had a great time. A lot of players traveled in to play this event and the other events as well. 8 trophies awarded overall, and right now 6 figures going to be awarded before the day's over to one person here.
Dion gonna make another attempt. This time pocket 5 is definitely an open. Ricardo picking up some hands here. Pocket 6s. This one's very close. You could be thinking that Dion is just playing kind of aggressively, maybe spewing, disappointed he lost the last hand. Think he might be opening a little bit wider than usual. Sixes for about 20 big blinds isn't the worst jam in the world. I think you have more playability post-flop, so you don't necessarily need to. But looks like even with a short stack, he's going to go for a 3-bet to 380,000. I think that's better long-term. If your opponent 4-bets, you can pretty much just snap fold and not feel too bad about it. But a lot of your opponents like Ace-Jack and King-Queens might even call this while they don't have the best hand. Don't really expect your opponent to have pocket fives all too often, but turns out you have the stronger hand here, sir.
Dion may be thinking about going over the top, trying to see if Ricardo has enough where he can get away and still have a stack to play. But Ricardo's putting the chips to use that he's won over the last few hands. So Dion in a tough spot. Ricardo probably would like to get the hand over with now instead of playing a pot out of position if Dion were to just call.
Yeah, the 3-bet does include like Ace-King, Ace-Queen, sometimes King-Queen suited. There are hands that Dion is actually beating that does this 3-bet. So he's trying to consider if this is a 50-50 situation. But I think he understands that your opponent also has like 9s and 10s and I guess even 6s. There's so many pocket pairs that are in between 5s and aces that he could have pretty much most of them. And if you 4-bet and get snap called, you are drawing very, very thin. And that would be probably a mistake considering the stack sizes. You don't want to let Ricardo, who was the shorter stack, but now he has climbed significantly to get a full double up. That would be bad for Dion.
Well, Dion having Ricardo have position on him definitely made it lead to some other spots. Getting away from this one, maybe telling him, hey, if I raise and you 3-bet me, I will lay it down, and then he can trap him later on. So a lot of different factors and dynamics at play.
Yeah, it's definitely not lost on these players that Ricardo is being very aggressive when bet into. They're going to remember it for later. And we'll see if he keeps up the aggression factor where he feels like he built his chip stacks up to a safer margin and can just, you know, coast a little bit. Up to 27 big blinds, 1.7 million. It could be riding the heater because Jack-8 offsuit is definitely on the looser side. But only has to get through 2 people, not necessarily bad. And the Ace-4 is going to defend. Somewhat dicey. You flop an ace, you never really know how good your kicker is with this unsuited variety specifically.
And then you're facing a tough decision on that board with the ace high.
Yeah, both players miss, so it looks like whoever's the most aggressive is going to be the winner of this hand.
And Ricardo's going to keep his foot on the gas.
Yeah, with 110k bet, I really don't see Ace-4 continuing here all too often. Your opponent could just have a king. You can have King, Queen, King, Jack, play it the same way. And even his bluffs are like Queen, Jack, and Jack 10 and gut shots, and there's just any card higher than a 9 that's not an ace. Your opponent just bets again, you pretty much have to fold, so no shame in just folding flop on this one.
I was waiting to see if it updated. I thought Ricardo had picked up a little bit more since maybe we're behind here.
Yeah, Ricardo's definitely sitting on closer to 2 million.
There it is. So on this one, it's updated.
No longer the short stack. Now we have Daryl D in the hot seat. He's got to make a move here or suffer going out in 6th for 20,000. Every player guaranteed a $4,000 pay jump once a player's eliminated, so no one wants to miss out on any of these pay jumps when they don't have.
Yeah, still not time to panic yet. He still has over 20 bigs.
Justin kind of tight so far, and I would say King Jack under the gun is pretty tight as well. But being the chip leader, you get to make those decisions. You can just wait for someone else to be forced to bust. No need to risk any unnecessary chips. So Definitely a tight fold, but not necessarily unreasonable given the, like I said, the ICM implications. You'd rather just have a player bust. Don't want to have the possibility of doubling someone up, making it a lot more difficult to reach the end. Dion's going to try the pocket fives again. This time it's a min raise. Don't see too many limps anymore. Now it's mostly a min raise, sometimes 125. We've seen 160, so they are also mixing up their their raise sizes a bit here as well. And Paul C's seeing that Dion folded to 3-bets before, maybe trying to take advantage of that. Ace-4 off, putting into his 3-betting range. Definitely kind of light, and kind of sick that Dion has pocket fives for the second time getting 3-bet.
And Paul has been quiet, so that will factor in Dion wondering what Paul is thinking. Paul on the button opens up his range a little bit.
But
Dion lays it down again.
Yeah, pocket fives, definitely an open, and also what I would consider definitely a fold to a 3-bet. There are some hands that should just be raises and don't necessarily need to be defended against 3-bets. You don't have to defend against every 3-bet. Some players, they just can never fold when someone raises against them. They feel like they're giving too much away by just opening and then giving it up, but that is part of the game. There are hands that should be played that way, and I believe pocket fives are in there. So,
well, I'm sure everyone else at the table is paying attention. That's a couple times in recent hands where Dion did raise and fold to a 3-bet. He definitely can use that to his advantage in the right spot. And he's
this might be the right
here.
spot.
Yeah, definitely rewarded with the ace-queen offsuit.
And this is the right spot. If you're a 3-bet, this one is probably going to be a 4-bet, all the way up to a 4-bet jam. He could look spewy at this point, and Ricardo might be trying to take advantage with these pocket 8s. If you call, you're only looking to set mine, which is not really the greatest result, because if the board's like 10 Jack X, you're never really comfortable, but 8s do appear to be strong enough to just call and play in position, see what develops. It's possible Ricardo also realizes that Dion might just be sick of it and 4-bet light if he puts that raise in there, so definitely would hate to be blown off your 8s. Oh, Justin takes away one of the set mine outs with the 8 deuce. But he's going to let it go as well. Let these three gentlemen battle for a 480K pot already. Daryl finds the 3 of clubs, but not much else. Dion gets a gut shot, and Ricardo has 3rd pair, but not really the board you're ever happy with 3rd pair on.
If Dion is ace-king, is this an automatic bet? Does he factor that in, representing ace-king, ace-queen?
Yeah, you would definitely bet ace-king on this board. King-queen, all that. But ace-queen is bad for different reasons. Like ace-queen blocks queen-jack, or queen-10, which is one of the hands you could possibly get to fold with a bet. You actually have a really bad bluff candidate on ace-queen on that board, but Daryl turns a gut shot straight flush. Deuce or a club will give him the win. He doesn't want to try to just realize equity. He's going to try to protect his hand. But unfortunately, Dion just checked his ace-queen and turned a pair. So, 780K pot to the river. 5. Daryl makes a pair, but it's definitely not good enough. Checks it on over to Dion.
Another card comes out. I think Daryl can fire, but now he gets showdown value and just wants to turn that 5 over. See if Dion can sniff this out.
In general, he does have showdown value, but his hand's just kind of never good. Unless your opponent has it beating you, obviously. So it's fun to make showdown value, but on that board, it's somewhat irrelevant because it's never going to be good if it goes check-check. Your opponent would typically bet if they had missed clubs. If they had like just the queen for the straight blocker. Queen X of clubs probably bets there. So it's one of those cards where you just like, oh, just put a 9 out there so I can bluff. Instead, the 5 kind of shuts you down.
Cardo under the gun with ace-6 suited.
Go either way with it. Six-handed, it's not like a full under the gun as some players might be used to. You're actually more like a middle position player when it's six-handed, but he lets it go. King, queen, much better of a candidate. Daryl, after the last hand, is definitely the short stack. He needs to make a move, but not on this one. Justin's been very tight so far. 10-3, pretty much just a fold. No real playability to this one. And 9-4 can't really do anything either. But Michael picks up 150K, you know. Congrats to Michael. Winning any hand at a final table is definitely fun.
Yes, chat, this is the final table. Started yesterday with 47 players returning from the first 3 flights in our day 2 and played down to 6. Everyone at the final table right now is guaranteed this payout of $20,000. The ladders start to really creep when you get to third in that 47K, 74 for second, and 109,000 to first. This was a 300K guarantee that ballooned up to 500,000. Great turnout. They're playing 60-minute blinds today, so plenty of time to play and navigate.
Yeah, Florida in general just always crushes guarantees. Central Florida, great poker scene. A lot of people come out to all these tournaments, even like the cash game players. When they see a big guarantee, they just decide to fire a few bullets, even though if they don't normally consider themselves a tournament player. So
there's
definitely
also
a fun environment.
Quite a few satellites. You could have got in for as little as $186 into this tournament, and plenty of people did play the satellites too, and that's part of the MoneyMaker Tour.
I saw those. If I was here earlier, I would have fired into those just because $180 and they were guaranteeing 3 seats. Every 5 buy-ins, I think, was a seat. Really good, or every 10 or so. Really good return on investment.
Kyle, when are you going to be hosting a 1-3 bomb pot game again in Orange City? The chat wants to know.
We haven't checked the schedule yet because typically I have to plan it a few weeks out. You know, get it approved by the floor, get some.
I approve, Kyle. You can come on over.
Get some promotional material available. It was definitely not going to be in August. I had a lot of traveling to do. Even came for the MoneyMaker Tour, so kind of can't put too much stuff on the people. Oh, the MoneyMaker's here, but also Kyle Fischel doesn't really compute. You can let other people have their moments.
We did get MoneyMaker to do a Hello World. He might not have had the oomph that you get out of a Kyle Fischel, but we did get a Hello World. We tried.
Oh, we're gonna need one of those. But yeah, September possibly we might run one in the later weeks of September. But as my co-commentator said, there's actually a hurricane coming close to Florida coming up now, so have to wait to make sure both, you know, South Florida where I live is good, and also, you know, Orlando, it could go any direction. You know, it's Florida, it's wild, anything can happen. So
yeah, that's definitely the bad beat we want to avoid. Hurricanes are not on the promotion schedule.
Yes, good luck, all of us. Hopefully it just stays out there and just dissipates, but you never know.
That is the hard part about being a Floridian. You see those big categories, and then they start to hit landfall, and the numbers go. And follow the advice. Yep. If you don't see Jim Cantori on your beach, you're probably safe, but take heed and follow the advice of your local news stations and wherever you get your information from. So we're talking about Daryl's shirt here. When Daryl did walk in today, my eyes did widen. I was very excited to see that shirt and knew that that'd be hot on the stream. So as my 14-year-old daughter would say, his fit is tough today. So he's doing pretty good here.
He told me that if he wins the tournament, he would sign it and give it to me. So really rooting for Daryl in this one.
That's awesome. Do you have an official shirt to exchange with him like Messi after a game?
No, I should start doing that, though. Just start bringing them for the fans, passing them out. But
yeah, we're going to ask you to do the shirt exchanges off the poker room floor, though. So Daryl is going to raise here. He's sized up quite a bit, 250K with his ace-9 off. And it looks like he's got to get through Michael in the big, who woke up with 2 jacks. I'll let you tell me your thoughts on this one.
It's such a weird scenario, though. Like, when you look down at Jackson, it's been like 120 every raise, and now it's 250. It just feels like your opponent's extra trying to protect a strong hand. Like, you don't really ever expect your opponent to just not have a good hand like ace-9 off here, but when Daryl only has $1 million, he's kind of just committed his stack with that raise. Like, and Jax is too strong to fold. Get a knockout, make a 3K pay jump. If he has Jacks into Queens, Kings, Aces, then it's just, okay, I'll take my 20%. But if it's versus Ace King, you'll take your 50-50.
All
happens
in and
to be
out.
against Ace-9. Yeah, happens to be against Ace-9, and you're in pretty good shape with Jacks. Definitely can't fold Jacks, but it's just, it really is kind of a sigh. Like, you raised so much this hand, so not standard than it's been for the whole rest of the final table. But let's
Look at the
run
size
out.
of this pot, Kyle. 2.3 million.
That's definitely the size of some people's entire stacks at this table. And
It's about a 40 big pot.
well, set's going to be pretty good. Daryl drawing to just a heart or a 10. It would be running hearts, so does not get the hearts. Down to just a 10 and a 10 only to stay alive. 10! He gets the full double up. Ace-9 cracks Jacks. Ooh, if you're Michael, that is sick. You hate to see it. Dead to 4 outs on the river card and gets it.
You had a good breakfast yesterday? You had a good breakfast today.
And now you just get to patiently wait there while the dealer tells you how much you owe your fellow colleague and poker player. Taking it very well, though. Just kind of nods. And he's been through it enough. He knows that sometimes the hand that's far behind is going to get there on you when you get it all in pre.
It's going to make Michael the short stack, but still with 20 bigs. Still in a
Daryl's-
decent spot.
Daryl goes from out to well in third place at 2.3 million. So that is 10 of hearts is probably his favorite card of the entire tournament so far.
There was an 8 on the river yesterday. Daryl was in a big pot. Knocked out another player when he had King 8 against pocket 9s on a King 9 flop. And they were all in by the river, and he binked an 8 on the river. Always tough. Chat had a lot to say about that one. Can't mess with Daryl, they're saying. It's all day like that.
Sometimes
go
it's
ahead.
just your turn to win.
Well, they said he's moving on up like the Jeffersons. It's kind of a old reference for the crowd watching this usually. Either way, 200 people, Kyle. We've crossed the 200 mark, so thank you to everyone tuning in to hear me ramble and hear expert commentary from Kyle Official through all the platforms we are available on. Make sure you tell a friend. Check us out on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch as we watch these 6 players play down to this 109,000 and awesome trophy, which we'll get a glimpse of when I get heads up. That trophy's pretty heavy. It's going to take a couple people to bring it to the table.
Yep, chat's still going on. Definitely yelling bink. 10 from space. Got a few people very entertained by that painful river card. But the poker does not stop. We just move forward. Ricardo sees an opportunity to steal with Queen 5 of clubs, and he does get it through.
He's dragging most of the pots he's playing, picking his spots and building up. He's in 5th in chips right now and has definitely been on the upward track here.
I do think that, like, after a cold deck incident like that happens, it does give the whole table a few minutes of kind of decompression, some hush, for lack of a better word. No one seems willing to do something crazy right after a big spot like that, so we'll see if everyone just lets a few walks go before someone else makes a stand going forward.
Dion has only a single 5, not the pocket 5s he was used to a couple orbits ago. He's going to fold around to the button.
Those 5s are expensive.
Definitely took a
Michael
chunk.
Michael will definitely not slow down. He's probably noticed that Justin's been pretty passive. In fact, let's just look at his VPIP real quick. Justin being the chip leader at 4.3 million, sitting with a 0% VPIP. So yes, if I was the button, I would raise literally any hand against that player. And seems to have worked out for him. So honestly, Michael's in a pretty good seat. He can just happily raise every single button and just wait for Justin to play some hands and then adjust from there. But right now, it's basically free to just open from the button for him.
Having nearly a third of the chips in play, six-handed, Justin is definitely waiting for the laddering to occur before getting aggressive here.
Yeah, nothing wrong with it. No need to put chips in play, but if you're one of the shorter stacks and you think that your opponent's just going to overfold, you need to open a little bit wider. See if Justin starts to deviate. Definitely not with this one. 9-4 is not going to be a play, but
his card distribution hasn't been that good right now, so he probably will start getting them at the right time. Dion getting a good price here.
He's going to look for some serious connectivity on this flop because hard to win with 6 high. But he's just going to let it go. Looks like he was adding extra chip because his blind was incorrect somehow, but like I said, we're getting a few walks. See until either the dealer puts some clashing hands or someone wants to make a move. And 2 of the players seem to have stepped away, probably getting a drink or a bathroom break. It's a long haul. Gotta be prepared for the whole tournament.
Also, sorry, we are on a delay. Also, we don't allow players to have their phones at the table, so it does give them a chance to maybe look back at one of the early hands that were played now and see what was played. Probably not listening to your expert commentary, but definitely maybe looking at some of the early hands.
Yeah, extra value. Play a poker tournament at Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club and make a final table. You'll get to watch the whole thing. Even if you're at the final table, you can get some extra information, get the stream on the delay, figure out if you're bluffed, how to make adjustments. Give you an extra chance to be able to pull the top prize, which is what everyone wants when they buy into a tournament. Daryl pulls the king-queen from the cutoff, goes for the min raise. Ricardo calls with a suited queen from the big blind. And we get a very dry board that's typically better for the big blind. We'll have like 8-9 some of the time, 6-7, but it does go check, and now it's very middling board. Ricardo says, I've been checked into. This board helps me. I'm going to bet. And it's going to work. And I'm going to take an extra 150K in chips and continue to battle at this final table.
What a great bet for 75K to take down that size pot. That definitely something you can pick up and build that stack up at a lower price there, not put too much at risk. That puts him over 30 bigs now, just nearing 2 million. He did start just over 1 million today. And as you see, Justin hasn't played anything, but 4.3 million, Dion 3.3. A lot of blinds.
Yep, we were very close.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
So we were very close to our first knockout with Jacks versus Ace-9, but besides that, it looks like the stacks have evened out. No one's really in a dangerous position yet, so see a slightly over min bet with the 10-8 of spades.
Cookie asking how much the delay is. We did start a few minutes late, giving Ricardo a chance to get here with the accident. I think we're a minimum of 15 minutes behind.
Yeah, I think typically they do at least 15, sometimes 30 minutes, but they don't want it to be too easy to get closer to real-time information, so
definitely not going to happen. Nope, very
definitely
secure.
Want a decent amount of delay, so you can't just know pretty quickly what your opponent had. after the fact. But Michael finds a top pair and a backdoor straight draw and flush draw. Nothing really for Paul. Paul, besides his 3-bet bluff with ace-4, kind of quiet today. But nothing really too dangerous. Looks like Daryl is still the stack everyone's waiting to bust. Daryl and Michael are the closest to being the 6th place finisher for 20,000. But see what develops as we go forward. Michelson with 1.6 million, 26 big blinds. Actually plenty of playability. Such a well done tournament where the final table isn't just a jam fest. You have plenty of time. You can wait for your spots, pick them well.
They did play pretty long in their original flights. All flights played down to 12% and were in the money when they returned on day 2. We had 47 players return, and they played until the final 6, as you see today. Mix of local players to Central Florida and players that travel outside of Florida and also follow the MoneyMaker Tour, as I would with these kinds of structures. Great tournaments.
Dion gonna open just a suited deuce or suited king from the cutoff. Carter with an unsuited ace. Looks like he was thinking about 3-bet squeezing, but thinks better of it. Michael with a very short stack, gonna defend an offsuit jack-6. Definitely needs to connect to be able to continue in this one. And that's not going to be very good for him. Backdoor straight draw, but his opponent flops top pair. No kicker. Goes on Michael. Goes for a check, which is pretty standard. Dion has an option here. He can bet his king. He also can just check back because there is no, like when you're called, you're never super happy with your kicker. And now his hand is very under-repped. If Michael decides to bluff at it, he can pretty happily just call, which looks like is what is happening. 115,000 is the bet from Michael. When checking the king, you can happily just call, reevaluate. Your opponent could be bluffing with 9-10, any 2 clubs, maybe even value betting 8-9, 8-10. Maybe even pocket 5s, pocket 6s bet here, so pretty easy call. And if Michael was ever going to bluff the river, this card looks good and surprisingly is very terrible for him. Looks like a brick where your opponent could have missed clubs and they can just fold, but somehow it gives Dion 2 pair. He very correctly and wisely checks it over to Dion, who's going to go for a bet, see what sizing he chooses. At this point, I assume he's hoping his opponent has like king, jack, king, queen, maybe even just a random 8. He chooses a polarish sizing, closer to pot. It was 560 before he bet the 400K. So he's trying to tell the story of I have missed clubs or a monster. And this time it would be monster. So I like the polar bet size. A king is probably just paying you off there. So, and your opponent had nothing. So they're, you know, never really calling any bet anyway. So you definitely want to go for the bigger sizing on that river.
Don't have access to the actual tournament clock, so around delay, but we did start the stream today with about 56 minutes remaining in the level they were on, which was 30,000 small blind, 60K big blind, and Annie. They will be going to 40K, 80K, 80K. Playing hour levels today and day 2. Originally 40-minute blind levels in this tournament, this 1500 main event. Still 6 players remaining. All locked up 20,150 for their efforts.
Yep, definitely a decent payday. 20x about return on investment, your 1.5K buy-in. But these players want to go for the money up top, the real part of a house money.
I'll take any of the top 3, Kyle, if you want to float me a payout or 2.
So I just want to give you 47 for third or 74 for second.
I wouldn't complain.
Pretty comfortable, I would say. I'd
be very happy. Yes, sir. Take a nice vacation over a little value resort near Disney.
You probably need more than 40,000 for a Disney resort, but you know. Maybe the first night.
Yeah, definitely can't get extra pillows or towels.
Yeah, it'll be tough. But looks like we're going to the next hand here.
Hand number 25 of the stream.
See, everyone taking it pretty conservatively, pretty cautious, because everyone's very deep. There is really no reason to just open jam or get it all in pre right now for 27 plus big blinds when everyone else at the table is close to like 20 and 30. Definitely don't want to have a situation where you're flipping for your tournament life when there's other similar size stacks around you that could be doing the flips themselves. Definitely want to just wait for your spot. Ricardo opens the 10-7 off, possibly targeting the big blind of Justin, who is still sporting a 0% VPIP, because 10-7 off is pretty weak holding. I'd have to assume that he's opening it player dependent on the big blind for that specific play, but it works out. So, like I said, if you have a chance, you just got to open any 2 cards if you're late to act against that specific player until Justin starts fighting back.
He's lost about 660K out of his starting stack from the final table here and still sitting at 4.2 million. So I don't feel that he's in a rush to play back at anyone yet. But when he gets the hand, we'll see what he does.
He has absolutely plenty of time, and I'm sure he realizes exactly how he's playing. He could 3-bet bluff or even just open and probably steal one pretty easily anytime coming up, but we'll see if he chooses to do that or just wants to keep his consistency going.
Probably not going to change with Queen 5 off.
Well, Michael seems to have just called with the 9-8 suited. So it was only 30,000 for him, but he's still going to choose not to bluff with that hand. And it's a good thing he didn't, because Dion wakes up with ace-king. He's not going to be limping or just checking here. He's going to put in a raise. See what sizing he goes. He could raise like 120 on top, so like 180 total. Try to limit Michael to some stronger holdings where they're easier to identify. He could go even bigger, like 300K, where he like commits Michael's stack in if he's called.
He announces all in.
The full commitment. Ace King definitely benefits from seeing all 5 cards, much better than the first 3, so he wants to guarantee that he gets to see all 5 if we're playing a hand.
Michael loses the minimum, but he did only limp in the cutoff with the 9-8 suited. Kind of an interesting tactic there, knowing the blind, small blind's not a tough opponent to get by, but Dion definitely has chips. I guess you can say he did lose the minimum. But interesting spot there with the 9-8 suited.
Yeah, 9-8 suited is a jam sub 10 big blinds, but at the 20 big blind stack, it's really awkward. You know, you don't even really need to play it, but it's so pretty you'd like to. You know, there's no real good way to play it from that position with that specific stack size, besides probably just folding.
I don't play short stack poker, so I'm not going to say too much, but definitely limping the cutoff in this situation. But hey, he made it to the final table, and I'm in here talking, and you don't even play tournaments, so good for him.
That's true. Last tournament I played for 4 or 5 hours, and then jammed pocket 7s with like 14 big blinds. Was called by Jack 10 offsuit, and he flops a 10. Tournaments are fun.
Sometimes quick.
Yeah, just absolutely not a call, Jack 10 offsuit, but he continued and I went home.
He knew it was coming.
Yeah.
Or it was suited.
It was not suited, that's why it's even more egregious.
Oh, he had 2 flush draws.
Yeah. But Dion gets to just limp with the 10-6 suited. Flops top pair, decent kicker, backdoor flush draw. This board is pretty much all him. Ricardo probably kicking himself for not raising the ace-10, but clearly wanted to have a strong checking range as well. He's going to continue, possibly because he realizes that it's a hand that he could put more money in the middle with, and he should have pre. So because his hand's underplayed, he's decided to clearly turn into a bluff at this point. Yeah, Ricardo knows that this board's good for the big blind as well. He limped, he could have any 2 cards, he could have 2 pairs, he could have straights, he could have all of that. So he's just going to raise and try to rep one of those. Unfortunately for him, Dion has a very strong top pair. Did not turn any backdoor equity. But now, I mean, if Ricardo shoves turn, it's really tough to hang on with a 6, but it does go check, check. Now it's on Dion. You're downgraded to second pair. The pot's 600K. It's blind on blind. Your opponent can literally have any 2 cards. Not an easy spot at all. It's blind on blind limped, and your opponent's big blind, so he literally can have any 2 cards. He could have 3-4. He could have 3-5, 4-5, ace-4 for a bluff. But it goes check, check, and he gets to have his showdown value with the 6, which I'm sure Dion is very happy when it goes check, check to just showdown. If facing even like a 300, 400K bet there, that 6 gets really small.
Well, we have the dealer change here. I see Cookie in chat talking about the ladies tournament coming up in October at Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club. That'll be a $185 ladies tournament. We're calling the Women's Charity Classic. With the charity add-on we're doing, you'll get up to 25,000 starting stack, 25-minute blinds. Charity add-on is going to benefit the WPA, Women's Poker Association Raise It Up campaign, bringing information and influence to get more women into poker and in tournaments and live settings. And the charity add-on will also benefit Pinktober and Susan G. Komen breast cancer awareness. So we're very excited about that. That's 11 a.m. on October 14th in Daytona, 185 buy-in. And we are going to have a featured table stream that day. And then we're also going to have a Wednesday night tournament in Orange City, $130 buy-in on October 25th. That will have the charity add-on as well for 20,000 total stack and 20-minute blinds. But if you make it to Daytona on October 14th, you may be on a featured table stream, so we're pretty excited about that. I'll let you get back to the action here, Kyle.
Daryl's just gonna limp. Blinds are up 80K, 80K. So
Oh, great.
see if this tightens some players up. Ricardo flops the nut flush draw, but without the actual betting lead, he decides to check and just binks the nut flush, while his opponent binks 2 pair. That is quite a bad card for Paul. Can't really see him folding because your opponent could be betting here with just the single ace, single king of hearts, sometimes like pocket 6s with a heart, where you have like a flush draw and straight draw. And see, that's even Daryl's going to continue with just the king, and that's disappointing for him. He's drawing stone dead, and he's got a shorter stack at 1.8 million. 770K in the middle. The ace of clubs river is actually somewhat significant because Ricardo's definitely going to bet here, and Paul C probably has to call because if your opponent had like ace 10 with just the ace of hearts, it'd be played the exact same way, and you're beating that. So this is going to be kind of a gross spot for Paul. He pretty much can't fold unless Ricardo absolutely bombs it. But if he's repping just a single ace, he should bet closer to like 350, 400. See what sizing he goes. Looks like bigger, 580. So he's going closer to polar. He has the nuts or nothing, and he does indeed have the nuts. Kind of an interesting bet because, like I said, if it was nuts or nothing, the ace of hearts is also a pair of aces. So your nothing doesn't quite realize all too often. Your nothing is a pair of aces, which is not nothing. So I'm not sure polar makes the most sense here, but Ricardo has much more tournament earnings than me. Possibly hoping for your opponent just have a set, targeting a worse flush that just has to pay you off anyway, which is definitely possible. Your opponent has 9-10 of hearts. They're not folding to that sizing, so possibly just targeting more premiums than the 2-pair possibilities. But either way, he started the final table last in chips. He's now third, 27 big blinds, 2.2 million. He is climbing and surviving. So congrats to Ricardo on even just running this far. When you come in the shortest stack, it is sometimes tough. Sometimes the shortest stack just dies pretty closely after the start of a table.
Those were the big blind updates because of the lines going up. Excuse me, Kyle. But as you said, Ricardo did come in just a few minutes late, so he was speeding to get here, and now he's speeding up the stack. That was my pun. Back to you.
That was a sublime pun.
See if I can get any of the 220 viewers to give up because of that one. We are going to see a raise from Ricardo on the button with his jack tray suited, and it's going to be to Michael's big blind, 105K to call.
Michael's definitely defending a lot of his hands in the big blind. Doesn't seem to like to fold the big blind to opens. He does flop the deuce of clubs for a very bad flush draw, but it is a flush draw. Ricardo has no piece of it, so he might feel inclined to bluff at it. Unfortunately, when Michael looks at his hands, it kind of screams, I'm doing a club check. Not sure exactly how Ricardo's going to interpret that, if he believes he actually has just a single club holding and deciding that way, but doesn't deter him from c-betting at all, and it just gets through. And we see the payouts coming up.
All players have locked up 20,000 and change, and obviously laddering towards that 47 and change in third place looks pretty sweet. 74,000 for second, and all eyes on first, and 109,000 on this 1,500 buy-in tournament that had a 300K guarantee and ended up being well over 500K.
Yep, you love to see the tournaments get big turnouts, because whenever I play a tournament, I want it to be huge. I don't like the smaller 100 people tournaments. I like 1,000 person buy-ins, because I'm either running super deep or I'm just busting immediately. So that's what I usually go for.
You don't have to wait till the dinner break. You can choose to eat whenever you want when you're not in.
Oh, I've made the dinner break maybe once in my life. That's good, right?
They're not pocket fives, but he does find pocket deuces, Dion, here. And he is going to bump it up. The new click raise, or min raise, is to 160K.
Yep, all pocket pairs are definitely a raise in this setup, basically. We see Michael defend again. And Daryl could chip. He's got a raise and a call. Fours is decent, but he's going to go for a set mine. His stack size is reasonable for all options on that one. But if he sees a 4, he's going to be very happy. And there it is. On an ace-high board, even better for him.
With a flush draw for Michael.
Yeah, he's just praying someone has an ace here. Michael with a flush draw. They might just get it in at some point in this hand. Dion may be thinking he can rep the ace. Somewhat dry. But he thinks better of it. Plenty of... Ooh. So Daryl River turns the best hand. When it checks through, I don't think Daryl puts any of his opponents on an ace all too often, especially with 2 out there. It's very tough for them to have it. But he may be pleasantly surprised. When his opponent bets there, he's just like, oh, if you have an ace, we're getting it all in, and you have very, very few outs.
He's not going to get a call here, I don't think, with the board being paired, but definitely unlucky timing for Michael to try and make that bet there. Daryl comes over the top, and you can see Michael counting. Looks like he has 600K in his hand. It says 540 on the screen. Definitely a tough spot.
Yeah, Daryl knows that if his opponent has an ace, It's just always going in. Michael thinking that if his opponent has an ace, he's got 7 outs as one of his diamonds is dead, and that's if he just has an ace. We don't really give our opponent credit for pocket 8s or pocket 4s all too often. We kind of just narrow it down to he has an ace. Maybe sometimes he has king X of diamonds, which has me very bad shape. So,
See,
somewhat
Michael,
of an annoying.
I cut you off. See, Michael's down to 6 big blinds with the 80K big blind, 80K ante. He is on the button. So I feel like he'll have to make a move here shortly, but he does have a couple free hands.
Well, this probably would be the time to jam for him specifically, given that the big blind has a 0% VPIP. So if he has anything king or higher, he's probably supposed to jam here. Maybe not when you're forcing us technically under the gun open from Dion. Gonna have to size it. If it's folded to Michael, he should jam with a lot of his holdings, but this makes it tough, especially when it's a min raise and possibly a call from pocket 6s. At 1.7 mil, pretty fine to set mine that one.
VPIP about to change.
Finds a hand.
VPIP alert.
Yeah, Justin finally finds a hand. We're gonna see if he chooses to just call or 3-bet. I think a 3-bet just wins it. Everyone should just look at that and be shocked and just let it go. But if he calls, everyone gets to realize some of their equity. So he does. 0% voluntarily put in pot, all the way up to 100% VPIP to 3-betting range. He never calls, never raises himself. Always a 3-better fold. Love that strategy. And 500. Big sizing, good sizing, because there's about 440 in there of dead money. You'd love to just take this down now. That almost accompanies all of your blinding out that happened from the start of the final table. If you can just win this pre, then you can wait 20 hands, 3-bet, make all your money back, and then fold 20 hands, losing the blinds, and then 3-bet, get all your money back. You can just sustain yourself doing that. So having this just fold through would be a great spot for Justin. Dion is in a world of hurt because he obviously knows his opponent hasn't really played any hands yet, and now he's 3-betting, and you look down at ace king, and you know you have to just get it in here, but you're versing a player that's played 0 hands. Like, sometimes you just have to give him credit for having it.
And you have the ICM with only 6 bigs over there in Michael's stack. Dion putting his chips at risk there would definitely be a bad situation.
Another great point. That would be disastrous if you got it in and lost and you were out against the chip leader when someone has literally 6 chips sitting there. That would be a tremendous mistake. So,
and Michael would love it. I think Michael would.
Michael would be jumping for joy. He'd be going to a $4,000 dinner from that free pay jump he just got.
All he does is win, we're going to say, and Justin, or say as he goes by Juice, just dragging in chips.
Juice picked his spot well. I would say it would be bad if he checks and folds the whole time, or just never puts in money and then just calls with the 10s. He's good enough to know that he has a great image of this table, and this 3-bet's going to look so strong that's going to work a lot of the time. So let it work. Take the chips.
Well, looking at his bio sheet, it does say his favorite hobby outside of poker is fishing, so that's why he's so patient. Not fishing, just fishing.
Just fishing. So it was a pretty strong move. And these puns are just getting better and better.
Yeah, all 217 people having to deal with that. We do thank you and appreciate you. Make sure you tell a friend they can be enjoying this high-quality entertainment also on the many platforms we're on.
Yeah. Chris Singer in chat calls for an ace-king-10 flop.
We just saw our first walk, Kyle. I didn't mean to cut you off, but that was our first walk. That was hand 31, or hand 32.
Love to see it. I'd love to get walks. I usually call for it if I'm in the big blind. I'll just tell the guy, oh, I haven't looked yet. I'd love to take a walk here. And then they always raise. And I look at my hand. It's always a premium, and I re-raise. I'm like, I really hadn't looked until you did it. And they're always like weak and they're garbage. They show, and then I show, and it's hysterical.
As a cash game player, you see whenever someone bets out a turn, someone at the table always has to go all in as soon as it's their turn and put them to the test, knowing that they put the wrong amount in or made a small mistake.
Yeah, pretty much. Michael's putting all of his chips in with pocket threes. Definitely a jam for sub 10 big blinds, 100% of the time, every position, no matter what. This one is a slam dunk jam. And we're going to, looks like it should work out. 9-6 be quite a loose call. He does let it go.
Adds nearly
Ricardo
20% to his stack.
Yeah, Ricardo doesn't want to risk 6 big blinds with 9-6 for just a knockout. Yep, now he's up to 740K. Michael's not going down without a fight.
Just for fun, the real quick VPIP stat. Justin has that VPIP, but he's got the chips, and he's won the hand he played without having a showdown, so good for him.
100% win rate is probably a good stat to have. I know I would love to have it, so can't argue with results.
He's going to look, but probably not play what we call around here the panda.
Why is the 5 juice called the panda?
I knew as soon as I said that it was coming. Maybe someone in chat will share. It is a cash game thing, and I work in poker, don't play anymore. I'm broke. Dion with his go-to pair. Double nickel.
Panda.
Double nickel pocket fives here. He's going to raise again with it. Click raise.
King 4, pretty standard fold. Ace 6, you can go either way with it. For 80K into 360, you can pretty much call, try to realize an ace, try to get a few sixes.
Maximum is the amount.
And Dion gets 3-bet with pocket fives for the 3rd time in this day. Pocket fives is going to be his most hated hand after this final table ever. Paul C just thinking that the button opens probably weak a lot of the time. Ace blocker somewhat relevant. You just never really expect your opponent to have the strongest aces, and when they do, your 6 is always live. When he has king, queen, or any pocket pair, your ace is always live. Pretty good jam here versus a button open by Paul C. He's definitely picking some spots to dodge, dip, dive, and dodge.
If you can dodge a wrench, Kyle, you can dodge anything.
It's true. Also traffic, that too. Yeah, Dion in a world of hurt. Like, this is the 3rd time he's been 3-bet when he has pocket fives. Now it's feeling weird. Maybe it's just time to get it in with the fives. Maybe it's time to never play him again. It's confusing. As Andrew Nemi once said, there are no signs in poker until I see the next sign. And maybe fives is just a sign at this point. Playing it 3 times and getting 3-bet every time.
I don't think he's going to want to see pocket fives again today, but that's the way the card distribution has been.
Yeah, it's so gross to just see the same hand and have the same result and go the other way every time. When there have been walks, there have been, just raise and takes it, a lot of them. There's been plenty of just 150K pickups by people who just open even as weak as like Jack 3 off. Like, people have raised and taken it, and for some reason Dion, whenever he opens his fives, he just always gets punished by not even the strongest of hands, like ace 6, pocket sixes. Not even hands that should be 3-bet all the time are just 3-betting him. Unlucky in just the running into players that are choosing to make moves time. But he gets another playable hand. He has a decent stack. Still has 3.5 million. Nowhere near danger zone. Just somewhat annoying of how things are running for him in terms of people 3-betting him. Especially when he has a stack that could really do damage against these opponents. I feel like his open's going to look a little bit stronger here when he knows the big blind is pretty much likely going to just rip it on him. He's basically saying that he's calling the rip no matter what. So gives Michael a price to just call and flop top pair. And Dion, an open-ended straight draw. Top pair is good enough to just lead jam. And for 500K, Michael with open-ended, or Dion with open-ended, I think it's just a call. 500K into 940. I think it's just sigh and good luck us.
It is 500 to call into a 940 pot. Not, I guess you're getting close to the odds you'd like to have here. 8 clean outs.
Yeah. Yep. There's no draw on the board, so you also could be hoping your opponent has like Jack 10 where your queen is live. Sometimes Queen Jack. Disappointing that he has to go for just a straight draw back and backdoor 2 pairs, but it is like such a good price. Seems tough to pass on.
He doesn't rush to a decision.
Yeah, but I'm not at the final table. I didn't have to go through everything he went to get there, so we'll see what he ends up deciding. Counting out his chips, really thinking about it, and he does decide to put his opponent at risk. Michael looking for many cards in the deck that are not 9s or aces. Dion, some very specific cards he's looking for to just ice it. Ten of clubs, so spicy. Pick up a club draw for Michael, but Dion gets extra pair outs, takes away club of his straight outs, but doesn't get the straight anyway. I swear to you, I almost said before it was peeled, it's like the 10 of clubs would be a really interesting card if it came, and then it just pops right up.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Almost commentator's curse. But Michael doubles up, 18 big blinds, seems much more comfortable.
For those of you just joining us, there's 227 of you. We thank you. Just short of an hour and a half into the stream, my name is Ryan Unger, coming from Orange City Racing and Card Club. I'm joined by Mr. Kyle Fischel. I saw a comment in chat about Kyle's mic. I think it sounds decent. Kyle's actually remoting in and helping us with his expert commentary today from the other coast. So we are miles apart today, and I wouldn't say he's in the path of the storm, but he's definitely in the area closest to the storm. So we wish him and his family and everyone else in that area the best of luck through this. But if you're hearing something in the mic, it could be the interwebs, or as we call it, artificial unintelligence. But I am here in Daytona, and we're watching these 6 players who have locked up $20,150 playing this $1,500 buy-in. Was a $300K guarantee that ballooned to $500,000, because that's what we do in Daytona. We crush guarantees. Dion's going to be in the hijacks, got 6-5 suited. And to the cutoff with Ricardo, he's going to have pocket deuces here.
Feels like a pretty standard open. Pretty much any pocket pair is good enough to open when you're short and in a tournament. Michael is one of his deuces, so reducing his chances of flopping a set. Ace 2 soft, doesn't want to risk any of the chips he just got, and deuces are going to get a walk.
Ricardo's win rate is pretty high too, Kyle. Ricardo seems to drag the chips that he puts in. They come right back to him.
Yeah, no one's really fought back against him too hard. When he bets and he bluffs, they typically fold. And then he went for a very large size bet one time when he had the nut flush, and they folded anyway. So he's definitely gonna try to use this image to his advantage. Like, he even got a walk with just a jack high unconnected. Like, if people are folding to you and you can get away with it, never stop betting.
He definitely hasn't put his chips too much at risk, but has had the most success today, starting with just over $1 million in chips and now 2.5 million. We haven't lost a player yet.
Now he has pocket threes facing the under the gun open. So he's gonna choose to just call. Go for the set mine, but he's probably not gonna get the chance when pocket queens just jam over the top of both of them. Queen's a premium, 2.2 million bet, 500K already in the pot. You can just pick up if everyone folds. Be a fine pickup, and when called, you definitely have the best hand a majority of the time.
Daryl has been quiet, so he is going to get this through. Daryl showed most of his hands today. What do you think about that, Kyle? And cash game's one thing, but in a tournament, it's a lot of information to give away, especially with talented players like this at the table.
It being on stream, I think it matters slightly less. Any of the players can figure out what he has after the delay. You know,
good point.
They can have their rail tell him, hey, you know, when this hand comes up, let me know what he had. That is just part of streamed final tables in this era. So, but in general, if it's just like day 2 at the final table, as long as you keep track of what you're showing, I've shown mostly having it. I've shown never having it. I only show bluffs. I mix it up. As long as you kind of realize the information you're giving away, then you can take advantage of it yourself. But if it's more just loosey-goosey, I show every hand and not really paying attention to what I'm giving away, then I would say probably you should err on not doing it. But Paul opens the 9-king offsuit, gets a weak king to fold. Got a mystery hand from Dion. He's not going to play the mystery hand. No fun for the viewers at home to play along.
We found out a lot of times over the stream over the weekend the mystery hands are if the cards that have the RFID chips in them are getting damaged. So that might be something to look at if that continues to happen on the stream. These are special cards with the RFID on them. They are Faded Spade cards, the official card of the MoneyMaker Tour, Daytona Beach Racing Card Club, and Orange City Racing Card Club. We did have founder and entrepreneur Tom Wheaton play in the cash games. I would say he donated, but he actually did make a withdrawal both nights in the stream. He was kind enough to join us.
Yep, first night, absolute gift. Someone just jams into him when he has kings on like a 9-high board with queen jack offsuit, just drawing stone 1%. Must be nice. I don't get to catch any of those punts when I play on stream.
Well, we had a player, Shane, at the table that definitely was driving the action and building up some big pots for people to play in. He was not afraid. His VPIP was right around the 80 to 90 mark, so the opposite of what we see here with some of the players. Definitely cash game. Yeah.
Love to see it in a cash game. On this one, the king 4 suited is just going to limp. Unfortunately for Dion, you almost have to because you're getting 3-bet so often. You can really only open hands now that you're willing to 4-bet or call 3-bets with. You're kind of relegated to tightening it up, playing a little bit more passively until you just have the hand that can withstand the pressure. But then when you limp the king 4 suited and you flop nothing but an over and a backdoor flush draw, and then your opponent bets into you, I mean, what's going through your head? Does he have an 8? Does he have a queen? Is he still just playing back at me? He's been very aggressive. I can't just fold. I have to call the 80,000 and hopefully hit a backdoor, continue. Maybe my opponent shuts down and I can take it down river. Deuce isn't really going to help anyone. If you're Ricardo and you're thinking that Dion has an 8 and just peeled once, he's never folding when a deuce turns, so he checks it back. Oh, Dion, you had the chance to win. You bet river, your opponent folds, you win. Like, Dion, if your opponent just bets with an 8 there, and the board runs out queen jack high, like, it's pretty easy to get an 8 to fold there. If your opponent had a queen, then they probably don't check back turn, so you can rule out a lot of them. And any middling pocket pair should have raised pre, so your opponent has a pretty weak hand there a lot of the time. Like, maybe a pair of 3s, maybe a pair of 8s. And I think that Jack River when it's checked to you on the turn is your opportunity to just steal the pot. So, got to go for it there, I think. Maybe next time.
Daryl's getting some love in the chat. Daryl did tell me that he's a third, so when his son's in chat, that's Daryl the fourth. So welcome in the chat if you're just joining us. He's been on a little bit of a roller coaster ride, but he's right around the middle of the pack right now, so doing pretty good. It looks like having that 20,000 locked up is growing his family. Some other players in chat trying to join the DD family here. So it looks like we're going to have action fold around to the blinds, if I'm correct, and that's Ricardo deciding what to do with his Jack 5 off. Looks like he's going to count out a raise here.
Yeah, we've seen some limped pots from other players. Ricardo typically errs on the aggression side. And he definitely raised it up. Looks bigger than a min raise. Turns out to be 250,000. Blind on blind, I've seen him raise to a bigger sizing. I'm sure he's well studied in the blind on blind streets and has a reason with specific hands, but you only have to get through one hand who's very incentivized to call. So the bigger size makes some sense because the big blind has 80,000 invested and 80,000 in the big blind ante. So he's already invested 160. So just making it another 80, they're probably just going to put it in there. But when you 3x it or 3x it plus a little bit, it's easier for the big blind just let all those chips and all that equity go.
Daryl's under the gun here. Yep, I'm sorry. He's not ready to let this one go under the gun. He has the King 10 off. He is going to click it up here, Kyle.
Yeah, definitely a playable hand, but I think he just limped it. Nope, he raised it to 160,000. Going for the standard min raise under the gun. Here at six-handed, it's really middle position, but still has to get through a decent number of people. Queen 10 off decides to fold. Will is a couple Jack 4s. Now you get to Michael, who, as we've said, very rarely does not defend his big blind. This time he continues to his trend of not giving up from the big blind with Jack 6 offsuit. He flops a gut shot, so not the worst board for him either. Checks in flow like he typically does. And he gets the free shot at hitting the 7, but does not. It's a 3. Now it seems to be anyone's game. Whoever wants to bet will probably take it down. But we still go check, check. King high is best so far. And gonna remain best as it pairs up on the river. Michael only threw out a bluff earlier when he had a flush draw, so he typically needs pieces of the board to even be able to bluff. And he's not even gonna attempt on this river card when it checks all the way through.
Real quick, I do want to mention, if you want to plan a live stream in Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club, October 5th through 9th, we will be having a $365 buy-in, 200K guarantee tournament. The 5th, 6th, and 7th, excuse me, you can buy in for your $365. Make it to day 2 on Sunday the 8th. But Monday the 9th, if you're at the final table, it will be streamed. You could have a chance to be playing for part of that 200K prize pool yourself for as little as $365. That is October 5th through 9th. I have a GAPT 200K guarantee. Now, if you're following the MoneyMaker Tour, they're going to be wrapping up here at the end of the day today and eventually making their way to Cincinnati to the Hard Rock for the 3rd event in the MoneyMaker Tour. They've announced a follow-up stop in Palm Beach County, Palm Beach Kennel Club. That'll be their 4th stop, and many on the schedule for 2024. Hoping to see them again here. It's been great having Tony Burns and Chris and the rest of the crew at the MoneyMaker Tour. See, the players took a quick stretch. We switched out the cards. When the cards are bent, that does mess up the RFID, and we get those mystery hands, which can sometimes be fun, but you don't want mystery hands every time. We do have the sensors and the action tracking to keep up with, so you at home can see what everyone's doing. Justin going to keep the VPIP stat. It's down to 2%. He did hit a high of 3%. Dion with king 10 suited. Gonna find a raise here.
Yeah, that's typically a cash game player. I find it hard to keep mine under 40%. Just always trying to play hands.
I wonder if that's changed for you, Kyle. Prior to COVID, most rooms are playing 9-handed, and a lot of people came back, started 6-handed, and added chairs back in, and found out that 8-handed's the way to be now. 6-handed plays too fast, more of an online setting, and 10-handed just became boring. People want to watch their phone or watch TV. 8-handed seems to be the way to go. Is 40% still that VPIP number on an 8-handed game where you're in the blinds 25% of the time?
Well, I mean, that would never go into your VPIP. Like, it would only add to your VPIP if it was the small blind and you completed. Like, if it's the big blind, it's just limp to you and you check. It doesn't count as voluntarily put in pot.
Sure.
But if you're the big blind, you call a raise, then it does. So, yeah, I typically have a strong one. Not Shane strong, but definitely strong.
A lot of people are working towards that Shane strong, but you also have to be pure and have heart, because Shane had no card distribution at all, and opposite of card rack, you could say, and found a way. 7 tray off, I recall fondly finding a pure run out there.
Runner straight.
Yeah.
Ricardo continues to chip up. He's definitely being the most aggressive. He's the one, I would say, that's opening the widest as well. And he's getting respect. Like, no one's really playing against him, which is quite interesting, because they have to be seeing that he's opening a lot and relatively wide, but keeps working out for him, and he keeps growing his chip stack. Now it's down to 2.9 million. Again, came to the table as the short stack, and he's been dominating from start.
Almost tripled up without ever having his tournament life at risk.
Or even reaching a showdown, really. I don't think anyone's even seen how wide he's been playing. But Daryl finds a pretty suited gapper. He's going to continue with a raise to little over mid-raise. 225,000. Justin, based on how tight he is, I don't imagine him playing this particular holding. King Deuce, also kind of a dud. Pretty safe to let it go. Daryl gets a free lap when he picks up the blinds and AMTs. It's to pay for his next round when he's in those seats.
A lot of thinking going on at the table, Kyle, opposite of these cash games we had streamed earlier in the week. Players definitely taking their time making decisions, so definitely glad to have you in the booth with me. Yesterday, kind of dreadful for the people at home watching the stream. I did get Mr. Tony Burns to stop in for a few and give me an assist. A lot more bots yesterday. Chat's pretty active today, which is exciting. We sitting currently around 210 viewers, and that's through all 3 platforms. So thank you, and please share. As you see, we haven't lost a player yet, so we might be in for the long haul here. Definitely let your friends know. Share the link on Facebook or grab the link off YouTube or Twitch. Definitely help us build up the viewership, and talk to us. Let us know you're here, who you're rooting for. I'll let you jump in here. Looks like we have a big hand.
Well, I'm rooting for Dion not to have his kings cracked, because getting them cracked are quite miserable. I'm facing a 225k raise. He's 100% 3-betting, never just calling here. It's a tournament. People are short. You're trying to get the stack pot ratio smaller so you can just get it in. And if I was him, I see him going like 550, maybe even 600 with this 3-bet. He's got the stack to be able to do it, and he could even jam, because Michael's somewhat short, only 900k behind. He might see that and want to just rip, but it's like he did not go for the all-in, picked a smaller sizing. Once we have the dealer confirm the count, we will let everyone in the chat know. He did do 660, so Michael can't really call with his stack size. It's either jam or fold, but he is the one player who's very unwilling to give up on his big blind, so whenever he puts chips in the pot, he typically defends them. This one might be the time where he really should just let it go. His Jack 10 isn't even suited. but he has 40% of Broadway, so how could you ever let it go? Definitely deciding if this is his moment or not. Because it's really not good to have 1.1 million, put 225K into the pot, and then just relinquish them, never see a flop. But that is what ends up happening. He cannot go for the defend on the bigger size 3-bet when the blinds are increasing.
He definitely has laid those hands down when he stepped in it and came up against it. So I'm going to leave it to you for a minute, Kyle, here.
Sure thing. Now we're going on to the next hand. Again, what blinds at? 40K, 80K with an 80K big blind ante. We have the biggest stack at Justin P at 4 million, and the shortest stack is Michael at 895,000. So, gonna see who's gonna see if any of the middling stacks want to take a chance, go for something. But middling stack that has pocket aces would be Daryl. Good for him. Aces gonna go for a raise. See what sizing he goes. He goes for a huge sizing. Definitely more than 4x, 450,000. He's trying to relegate people to just the premiums. Doesn't want any 6-7 suited calling and cracking his aces. And the huge sizing is going to get it done. And he shows the aces for the table. When I go big, I have it. Maybe he'll go big in the future with a less than premium hand and be able to utilize this image he's growing of always having it.
Thanks for the assist there, Kyle. I am back.
We are back.
Is it raining over there, Kyle?
It was earlier by me because I think the hurricane is supposed to make landfall. It's supposed to be around Tampa currently is the projection, but that's closer to the nighttime tomorrow. But it's Florida. You live here. A lot of people know it can go anywhere. It can have any speed. It can, ramp up. It can tone down. Hurricanes are very unpredictable.
I have Dylan back here, one of our IT gentlemen helping in production, showed me a spaghetti model where it kind of makes a hook and a U-turn over Florida. So no one knows, and unfortunately we have to wait for the wobble, which happens, but hopefully everyone on that coast stays clear. So it looks like we're going to have a...
Paul decides to rip the king-queen off after just a call from Daryl under the gun. He chooses just limp for 80. Folds all the way to Paul, who decides to go all in because he's in the small blind, so there's 80K for the big blind, 80K big blind ante, and 80K limp. So he risks 1.6 to win 2.4. He risks 1.6 million to win 240,000 chips. So not a bad return on investment. Over 10% ROI if it gets through. When he's called, he gets to go for a double up with a hand that should have a decent amount of equity. And he just picks up the 240K. So good pickup for him. He was getting somewhat short, needed to make a move, picked a good spot. Somewhat dicey as he's got 1.6 and Michael has like 800, 900,000. You definitely don't want to get called, lose, and miss out on the $4,000 first pay jump.
Absolutely. We will, real quick, another hands in progress, flash the payouts. All players locked up, 20,150, but see those ladders go to 24, 31, but 47 for third is the one I'd be looking at, and I'd be very content. You guys play on, enjoy that nice trophy. I'm taking my 47K, doing my one night at Disney, and a nice big dinner, Kyle.
I do like getting the nice dinners. They're the best. That is one of the best parts of playing poker is on the days you win, seems like you can always have a really nice victory dinner. On the days you lose, you can just have a very reasonable Taco Bell burrito on the way home.
Very reasonable.
Very reasonable. No,
What
no guac.
did I say?
Can't
Taco
can't get
Bell?
the
No guac.
yeah.
Guac is
Can't
extra.
get the extra 40 cents of meat. It's too much. Just gotta take your wounds and run away. Paul picking up some hands now. Now picks up the ace jack. Goes for a little over a min raise, closer to 2.2 sizing. Gets defended by the queen 7 off. Ace king king, not really your favorite board. You obviously have a pair of aces and that's good, but like if your opponent has a king, you're just dead. Not that he does all that often, but if there was one king out there, it's a lot easier to get value from when your opponent has a single king. But even so, your opponent's just simply dead on the turn when he doesn't really improve and your ace is good. So goes from some value, gets a little bit of a pickup. Paul on a nice little 2-hand winning streak, up to 26 big blinds, 2.1 million in chips.
Look how close they are from second down to third and even fourth. I mean, this is a pretty tight field. Justin has everyone covered, but one double through, and anyone in here is in awesome shape. Still six-handed. We are on hand 49 or 50, I believe, at the moment. Blinds are 40, 80, 80, 60-minute levels.
Yep, Michael is the one everyone is watching. Down to 6 to 7 big blinds, very short. And Paul gets smacked with the deck again. 3 very playable hands, back to back to back. And he's going to open another one. King queen suited is going to get some players out of the way. Justin unlikely to play the 6-5 off. You never know. Maybe it's time to make a move and capitalize on his image and just try to steal one.
Getting a great price. 80 more into a pot of 520.
No, he was never looking to call. He was looking to steal one. Time to use that image.
A big
We've
squeeze.
We've played 2 hands all day. The first one worked. The second one gets through 1. Like, Paul knows that he hasn't played any hands all day. And additionally, Justin saw that Paul just played pretty aggressively 2 hands in a row and now plays a third hand. Could think that Paul's just being a little wider than usual, playing the rush. But Justin, even when called, his hand is actually a really good 3-bet candidate. It's super disguised. When it connects, you're just going to stack your opponent when he calls. And then when you can rep some aces and kings on king high boards and stuff. So 6-5 off is actually a really good 3-bet here from Justin with his image. And he gets a board that's kind of neutral because he's got the gutter where he can make essentially the nuts on any non-heart 4. Even an 8 or 9 hits is really good for him. He's just going to play the image, try to c-bet, saying he has aces, kings, queens, jacks, 10s, all the big overpairs. Top set definitely possible. And because he doesn't have, any of those premiums, he's unblocking his opponent from having ace, jack, king, queen, all that stuff. He just plays it like an absolute professional and gets pretty much max value on 6-5 offsuit and gets it through. Really well done, Justin.
And it's also really difficult for Paul to keep playing there knowing the ICM implication. If he does play back and he's wrong, missing that ladder definitely would hurt. But he didn't have anything there, so Justin played it pretty good and was fortunate that Paul didn't wake up with anything there, just 2 overs, backdoor clubs maybe.
Yeah, just if you're going to play tight, you just have to pick your spot right and be aggressive, and you're probably going to get it through. Worked out very well for Justin.
He's doubled his VPIP, and like you said, he's still at that 100% win percentage.
Yep, 100% 3-bet percentage, 100% win percentage.
Oh, shout out to production over there with the Deathly Hallows shirt. I'm just now catching it. I don't know if you saw the polo, Kyle, in the background. Wow.
Oh, I did not.
What a polo. It's got the Deathly Hallows all over it for any of Potter nerds. I don't know. Daryl's still got the best shirt in that area, but I found a new close second.
It is true.
He hasn't put the
Very good.
shades on. That definitely would complete the look.
Yeah. Just shades, get him a pina colada. We're good to go. Here we see a pocket threes. Could be an open, but Paul did just get played back at last time, so.
Michael had chips in his hand. Maybe he got a little sneak look over to his side there. Michael's going to put it all in with his ace-8 suited.
Yeah, that's also possible. You never really want to call and then be jammed on and with threes. Likely not the best hand at that point. See if anyone wakes up a hand that wants to go for the knockout. King 10 off does not go for it. Neither does Queen 9 off, and Michael crawls back to 895,000. 10 big blinds, not completely insurmountable. Definitely has some playability, but he should mostly be jam folding at this point. So, see if he can find another decent spot.
Kyle, someone did mention some Zaxby's in the chat. It's very brutal to do that to Colin and I, knowing we've been on here for just under 2 hours, and with no players busted, it's going to be a long night. So thanks for the needle in chat talking about some delicious hot food.
Yeah, it would be nice, but maybe next time. At least our final table isn't on Sunday. Then they give us you should go to Chick-fil-A after this needle.
That's a needle. Also, it's hard to say hello world to the Uber Eats driver when you're mic'd up here.
Yeah. Gerald picks a somewhat big sizing. This time only shows an ace while you were away from us. He open raced it to 450,000 with aces. It folds and he just shows aces. So, wondering if he's gonna pick a bigger sizing with a less than premium as well, because he obviously knows he showed aces and picked a big sizing with it.
Would that be called balancing?
That would be very balanced. That'd be what you would like to do.
I try and learn something every stream.
Similar to Justin, 3 bets with 10s, 3 bets with 6-5 off. Gotta pick some hands that are good and bad and put it in there if you're gonna use your image to your advantage.
He's got a donkey on one shoulder telling him raise, another one telling him fold, and the one that says fold is definitely talking louder.
Reasonable.
Yeah, he hasn't had much card distribution yet, which honestly for him to have the chip lead and still be in it is a good spot, because cards do change and he's going to get them at the right time maybe. Who knows?
Ricardo with a very high aggression factor. Realizing he can't really raise here all too often because the big blind has like 900,000, and if he has anything reasonable, he's just calling. Paul seems to not take that advice as he picks up the 9-8 and just hoping his opponent doesn't have a hand. Turns out it's somewhat right. Queen 5 suited. Could honestly go either way when you have when it's a blind on blind shove and you have sub 10 big blinds. You can call there sometimes and hope your opponent's just doing exactly what he's doing, making a move. Hope to hit some diamonds. Queen or 5 should be live, one of them a lot of the time. It's hard to be drawing stone dead. Justin picks up a king jack off under the gun. He's been very, very tight, but he's seen that everyone's respecting his opens, but he's still not going to play king jack off under the gun. Very pretty 9-8 suited for Dion. Love them in cash games. Played decently in tournaments as well. Picks the min raise to 160,000. Falsey's thinking about it. Unfortunately for him, one of his kings and one of his jacks have been folded already. And Michael finds another king. This one's suited. It's like the thinking about jamming. Chooses to make the call. His clubs are live. Definitely does not want to flop a king. And it seems to give Daryl a very good price at 4-3 of hearts. Daryl getting a great price. Has plenty of equity with this hand. 4 ways to a flop.
Flop comes ace, ace, 9. Dion's going to have 2 pair aces and 9s. Backdoor flush draw for Michael. Not much else but some high cards for Paul. Looks like Dion's going to probably bet and take this.
Yeah, as the
175.
he is also the pre-flop aggressor, so you could obviously have just like ace jack, ace 10 here, bet very small and just have an ace and win. Good value from a 9, but everyone seemed to have missed, and that's actually a very significant pickup. Almost an 800k pot for Dion with just 8-9 off or 8-9 of clubs.
People asking in the chat where these players are coming from. Kyle, I say Daryl is from St. Augustine. Justin is West Babylon, I believe that's New York. Dion is an Orlando local. Don't have much on Ricardo. Don't get a bio on him. He came in just a few minutes prior to the stream starting. Paul's from Jacksonville. And looks like Michael, who's playing out of the 9 seat, is coming to us from Tampa. So Dion would probably be the closest to Orange City. And then a couple from Jacksonville. Daryl with, you said this is the second time now with aces?
Yeah, it's just a horrible spot for him, though, because we've seen how tight the big blind is, and you're just never getting called. So he says, why not go super polar and just go all in? You know, maybe he'll talk himself into calling with 6s or something some of the time. And he shows again. Aces are good. Yeah, you would definitely prefer aces in a different dynamic, but I'll take them anytime.
So we've only seen aces twice at the final table, and both times with Daryl. Is that correct?
Yep. He is the ace magnet, turns out.
Thank you, Aaron, letting us know Ricardo's coming from South Florida. A lot of great action in South Florida and in West Florida, but Daytona dominating Central Florida. This 300K guarantee pushed it up to 500K.
Paul finds some pocket 9s. Goes for a little over the min raise. 175 is going to be this one. Justin gonna squeeze his cards. Realize that it's not pocket 8s. You know, you peel the 1-8, the other one looks somewhat similar. You hope it's pocket 8s, but nope. 8-6 off. Let it go. Dion deciding how he wants to play a suited queen. Would like to at least take it to a flop, see some clubs, maybe make a pair. Horrible board for 9s, like 2 overs that are somewhat connected. Really not your favorite, but queen didn't connect all too much yet. He has plenty of backdoor potential. Gives him a 9.
Yeah, 8 of clubs would have been really interesting, but the 8 does come out, gives the 9s an open ender.
And now, like Dion's been raised into so many times, if he just bets here, repping his gut shot, or trying to fold out everything his opponent has, he gets raised again, it would just be so disgusting for him. But he does choose to continue for 200,000. Looks like a very quick call. 9's pretty comfortable to just take their equity, no need to raise. Well, there's the 8 of clubs you wanted. It just came a little too late.
Would have been a fun card on the turn, but on the river doesn't really do much. Paired board here. Dion thinking about what he can do here. 870,000 in the pot.
So, I suppose you should bet pretty big here. The logic being, if your opponent checks back flop, he probably doesn't have a jack or 10. But when he calls turn, he actually could have some missed spade draws. He could have like ace 5 of spades. And those are the hands you really can't let go check. King high spades, king queen of spades, that might bet flop, but it's still possible. You unblock all the spades. If your opponent had 8-9, I guess he's calling, but without an 8 rivering, you could probably get that hand to fold. And, when you check, your opponent's pretty happy to check back, show their 9s, and just win. So maybe a spot where a bluff works, but again, it's a lot easier when you can see the cards.
Well, Kyle, players are going to be on a 15-minute break. They're going to come back to 50,000 small blind, 100K big blind ante. We are going to go on a short break. We'll probably be back just a minute or two before the players come. So I am going to put this on pause, everybody, all 217 of you. We hope to see you in about 10 or 12 minutes from now. So I am going to hit pause, and we'll see you on the other side.
Yep.
Kyle, what do we say?
We are back.
So we're going to be returning six-handed. Blinds are going to be 50K for the small blind, 100K for the big blind and big blind ante. We lost a good chunk of chat, but that's okay. They'll be back. We are on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Please tell a friend. Look at that like and subscribe button. Smash them, as they say. And welcome back as the dealer gets the cards in the air. Six-handed, still playing for that locked up 20,150. We'll see what the blinds going up, Kyle. Now we have 150 bigs total if the action heats up a little bit here. I know you and I had a little snack and we're rested, so let's go. I'll let you jump in here. Looks like Paul is under the gun and he's going to voluntarily put some chips in.
Yep. Looking at a very pretty queen jack suited. Easy open from literally under the gun, because here it's five-handed. It's really no position, as I've said.
Could have had a family pot here. What's going to happen?
And when they said, oh, it's taking too long, let's get this game going. Everyone's ready to play. Ace 10, definitely a very good squeeze spot. Like, there's 850 in the middle, and he just gets to choose. If he does like 800, 850 to win 850, it's a pretty easy pickup a lot of the time. And when you're called, they have like nines and littler pocket pairs. No one should really have like ace jack or better, so any ace should actually be really good for the ace 10 if he decides to squeeze and gets called. But see what he decides to do. Probably the biggest spot for Dion of the tournament so far.
He's going to announce all in, and Ricardo didn't have anything. He gets out of the way here. Back to Paul, who was the original limper.
Yeah, Michael is looking at a spot to pretty much triple up. 500 to call. He's got a suited connector. There's 400,000 of dead money from the other players besides the blinds. Since Dion's not even the big blind, that means there's 200K more in the big blind ante. This is just such a good spot for Michael to get back into it.
If Daryl gets out of the way, Michael will be live. More of like a 65-35 spot, maybe 60-40, but best chance he has to grab some chips here. Daryl has a pair, but a pair that small with two all-ins ahead of you. Very likely that there's an overpair above you, or you'd be dodging up to 4 high cards.
Yeah, Daryl lets the threes go, and we already know there's going to be a 3 on the flop. It's just almost a fact at this point.
It is a cruel game. So we have ace-10 suited versus 9-8 suited, and Michael's tournament life on the line. 2 million chip pot here.
He started with only 700,000, so it is almost a triple up if he can get through. Flop starts with a club, but he does pick up a 7 for an extra out. Give him the gut shot straight, pretty much an unbeatable hand. So a 7 to ice it for Michael. Picks up a pair, there you go. I just gotta fade the ace or the 10 to stay alive, get the triple up, continue playing. And we can't do it. Ace of spades. Hate to see it. You actually turn best hand. Feel like you're gonna get back into it. You're right back into the pack. But Michael will be rewarded with $20,150 for his run in this tournament. Everyone else getting shorter when the blinds go up. Paul down to 16 big blinds. Ricardo 22. He's pretty safe, not too much danger zone. 27 pretty comfortable. 39 with Dion. He's closing in on the chip lead as Justin is sitting there with 4.5 million and 45 big blinds.
Yep, sad to see Michael go. Congrats to him for making that run and getting to the $20,000 payout.
It's more 5-figure payouts than I've ever made, so Definitely nothing to be disappointed about.
Absolutely. So we do thank Michael for playing. We hope to see him again in Daytona and on the Moneymaker Tour. We're going to follow this up with a raise to 500K. Daryl's had some fun sizing today, you can say. This would be a 5X. But Dion on the button is going to have a real decision here with Pocket Jacks, having just picked up a ton of chips. What do you think he wants to do for options here? Is that an all-in announced?
It looks like it. Two big hands back to back. Dealer is dealing fire once the end of the first break. Ace Queen just gonna let it go? Nope. Ace Queen's in there. We have an all-in and a call. Ace Queen versus Pocket Jacks. 5.7 million chip pot. Classic flip. Almost 50-50. A slight edge to the Jacks. Let's see it.
I have a feeling we're going to say this a lot, but largest pot of the tournament so far.
By a large margin. Picks up 2 diamonds. Quite a good flop for Daryl without actually improving.
Half of the deck, it seems, and outs here. And that's going to lock it up.
Yeah, gets the check mark on the turn.
And gets an ace for good measure. So he's going to get a full double. Dion
Now,
didn't have him cover.
Makes Daryl the commanding chip leader. 5.7 million. Next closest is Justin. He's been overtaken. Now sitting with 4.5. And now we have 2 sub 15 big blind stacks. Paul and Dion need to definitely make something happen coming forward, or they will be out in 5th, which is a $24,000 pay jump. Or pay total.
Definitely a tough spot for Dion there. I mean, I think the shove makes sense. Put Daryl to the absolute test. Daryl puts his tournament life on the line with suited ace queen and finds a decent flop. Perfect turn card. And now he's going to have the chip lead. Justin's going to have position on him. And don't count Ricardo out, who, as we talked about earlier, has not put any chips at risk. Sitting with 2 million in chips right now. We are at the 50K small blind, 100K big blind, 100K ante. And we're back to 170 viewers in chat. That's 50 short of our peak. So please make sure you share the link with a friend. We're 5-handed and we're playing to completion, awarding a trophy and 109,000 up top. We will be here on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. Share it. Let your friends know we're on and tell us who you're rooting for. Big chips heading towards seat 1, Daryl.
Yeah, the action's definitely picked up since the after dinner break. 2 hands, 2 all-ins, 2 almost knockouts, 1 actual knockout. And Justin looks down at jacks. We'll see if when he opens how fast everyone else can fold. Slight joke, but we'll see what his sizing he chooses. On the previous hand, Daryl had opened like 4 and 5x when he had aces continuously. So if I have jacks there, I kind of like just calling and seeing a flop. We probably get it all in, possibly on that flop, but if the turn comes, you can probably get away. Justin opens and Ricardo wakes up with kings. Oh, this dealer, he said, I want to end this tournament now. I'm going to just go cooler after dinner break.
That is some crazy card distribution at this point.
Just Ricardo wakes up with kings. He's looking at a player who's opened no hands, so I still don't expect him not to 3-bet. He's probably going to put in a raise, but if it's just ripped on, I guess side call. He has 16 big blinds, really can't consider folding kings, but it is disappointing when you wait all day and the player you get it in with is the tightest player at the table. You'd much rather have someone that has a very large VPIP, very wild, much happier to play, your hands against that player who can have pretty much anything. And Daryl looks down at 3s for the second time, facing a lot of action. Same thing. Might be a sign, feeling like it's coming. He's got playable chips, these aren't... He has not been really the lockdown guy, so see if he wants to try to set mine and close this thing out. Just getting some confirmation. And he is putting some chips into the middle.
He does like the math he's getting, but Justin's still yet to act.
He is the tightest guy at the table. Does he have a 4-bet with jacks versus a 3-bet and a cold call? I don't know. I think jacks functions pretty well as a continuing a set mine here. But I think a 4-bet also makes some sense.
Looks like Daryl did lay it down. He was playing with the chips. His chip stack taking over the rail there.
Good problem to have.
I'll take it. Kings versus Jacks, 1.4 million chip pot. 2 overpairs. Justin is going to check.
Yeah, this is very dangerous for Justin. He's waited so long, played so few hands. It's a board where kings can't just check. Like, you want exactly the hand that your opponent has, 9s, 10s, jacks, to be able to have to continue. Maybe ace-king, ace-queen with backdoor flush draws are probably calling. It does look like he chose a smaller sizing. Pretty standard. Down bets the 3-bet, 350K into a previously $1.4 million chip pot. Now 1.8 after the 3.5 is put in there. Now you're Justin, you're pretty much just in jail. You have to call, especially with Jack specifically. Like, you can get the 9-10 for a gross suck out.
That's going to be a raise. Those are 100K
right.
chips. Maybe made it 900K? I couldn't tell. Good guess.
Yep.
All in. And a call.
And we're 3 hands, 3 all-ins. What a fun after first break return to the game. Jacks do have some runner equity.
He's going to need a 9 or a 10 for that. That's not going to do it. So now he's down to just 2 outs. Otherwise, Ricardo will get a full double and more. Ooh, it was paint. It was just a queen. According to the screen, looks like a 4.6 million chip pot.
Yep. Ricardo now going to be firmly second in chips. Still 2 sub-15 big blind stacks, but currently it's looking like it's going to be the Ricardo-Daryl heads-up match unless Justin, Paul, or Dion can get some moves going and find their own double-up.
Reminder, the players are playing right now for $24,000 and change. Michael was our 6th place finisher for $20,150. You see the ladder, 4th place 31 and change. 3rd place 47. I'd almost call it 48,000. We can toss the 45 bucks in, Kyle, and help him out. 2nd place 74,000 and 1st 109,000. Great payout for a $1,500 buy-in. The original prize pool was a 300K guarantee, and now you're paying 1st place over a third of that. With a 500K prize pool after registration ended, we had 379 runners, 47 returned on day 2, all in the money. And here's your final 5 right now, $24,000 for the next player to bust.
I definitely love the structure where you make day 2, you make the money. I think that's like really good for tournament poker. Never really want to come back for day 2 and still be waiting for a few people to bust. That'd be quite a miserable second day, in my opinion. Maybe some tournament pros will be like, no, it's much better if the bubble's not burst till halfway through day 2.
Tony Burns, representing the MoneyMaker Tour and tournament director for Daytona and Orange City. Byron Rodriguez working together to bring an awesome structure to everybody. 40,000 chips, 40-minute blinds to start this event. 60-minute levels after day 1. A lot of play.
Well, Ricardo finds ace-9 off. Been very aggressive. Goes for a min raise, 200,000. Daryl defends his weaker ace. Definitely does not want to see an ace-high board.
Ricardo was aggressive when he didn't have chips. Now that he's got a big stack, or 2nd biggest stack at the table, I see him trying to start bulldozing a little bit.
Yeah, he might be the guy that tries to run away with this event. And flopping top pair might help him out with that. Even worse so when your opponent flops a gutter and probably has to continue, but he decides to check it back, go for some pot control with a good top pair. I think his opponent was thinking about betting, but goes for kind of a nonchalant check. And now if you're Ricardo, you definitely have to go for some value. 100K, gets pretty much snap called. 3 pairs on the river.
And he's betting for value here. I don't think that he's buying this. I think he knows
Absolutely.
exactly where he's at.
If your opponent has 5-6, he's never calling. Clubs, he's never calling. But if your opponent has like pocket 6s, pocket 9s, not pocket 9, pocket 8s, 9s would be a set, or like pocket deuces, maybe they talk themselves into a call.
If you weren't back when the stream restarted, we're up to close to 193 viewers. We did have back-to-back-to-back action hands. We did lose Michael in 6th place. We did see Ricardo get a full double. We also saw Daryl picking up a huge pot. So lots of big hands when we came back.
The chip stacks have shifted. Power dynamics change. Paul seems to be the one been somewhat quiet since dinner, or the first break ended.
He's going to put them all in
He's
here.
going to use all of his chips as a wager with pocket 4s.
Daryl doesn't have his standard pocket tray, so he gets out of the way. Justin out, and
Picking up
Dion's
2.
gonna... I thought there was a call the way it came through. Nope, Dion's going to let it go. He's going to add a nice little chunk to his stack there. Excuse me, Kyle.
Nope, 250,000 is a really good pickup. And when we get down to 5-handed, you have to be willing to do this a little more often because every 5 hands you're going to be paying 250,000 in blinds and antes. So you don't get to wait along forever. The shorter amount of people at the table we get. Dion sitting, I believe, in the big blind now with only 1.1 million. It's his time to make some moves. He's actually in the small blind, but since he just paid the big blind, definitely expensive. Justin with a very weak suited jack, but maybe time to use some image to try to steal one of these blinds. Not this time. Ace-6 with 10 big blinds really should just be a jam here. And I assume that Dion knows that and is going to be willing to do it. Just have to get through one hand. Get a full 200K pickup when he folds. And luckily for him, his opponent looked down at 6-3 of clubs and is not willing to play. So 200K pickup, good job, Dion. Just need a few more of those. We're right back into it.
Definitely Dion's played in a lot of tournaments. Just around $750,000 in live tournament winning, so he's been in some spots. Poker could be like a roller coaster, picking up lines so you can get through another orbit, find a big hand, find a shove.
Gotta survive, but definitely need a shove. Like pretty much any suited queen, offsuit kings, offsuit aces, blind on blind, small blind to big blind. If it folds to you, pretty much a somewhat easy implementable way to remember which blinds are shoves. If you ever get into that spot, really more tournament related.
Got to leave that up to the ICM wizards.
Yeah, you don't really just shove like $100 at the 1-2 table because it's folded to you in the small blind to the big blind.
Nice pickup there. Definitely a lot of equity in that move.
Yep.
Maybe at 4 in the morning after a 12-hour day. I don't know.
Yep. 7's also a very standard jam here. Any pocket pair and around 10 big blinds is going to be good, but does look like they're going to be getting it in. 7s versus King Queen. Good luck, both of you gentlemen.
These were our two shortest stacks, Kyle.
It was inevitable, so we'll see if the pocket pair with the slight edge holds or if Paul can find a king or a queen.
Classic flip here.
Safe flop for 7s. Very safe. Very few backdoor equity for the king queen. Doesn't even have a club. Sevens, deuce have backdoor clubs. Dion just needs to fade a king or a queen one time. What do you mean one time? He's got a bunch of tournament earnings. This is standard for him. It's easy to fade overs.
And I believe this is actually going to cripple Paul here. Just left with 2 big blinds effectively here. 295K, but blinds are 100K. 100K big blind any. Paul's going to be looking for a quick spot to get these chips in. This is going to be tough. But Dion finds the full double. He's right back in it. If I show the stacks again for you all. Right back to 26 bigs, surpassing Justin, who started off and maintained the chip lead pretty much until the dinner, or the, I hate to say dinner break, Kyle, because all I had was a snack, but the break.
I know it. It's hard to say anything else but dinner break, because that's usually what it is. But after a short break,
Barring something crazy here, Paul may be looking at this 24K payout, but we'll see in these next few hands what happens. I'm looking for the button, Kyle. I might have lost track of where I was here.
I believe that the button is on Ricardo, and Paul, I believe, is the small blind in this hand.
So he's going to have 50K of his 295K in the pot to start.
Does start.
Stack to pot ratio comes into mind here.
Justin seeing a pocket pair and lets it go. Dion seeing a weak queen folds. Ricardo might be willing to raise and just take it down, even flip with 3 bigs with queen 4, but not this time. And Paul's not going to do his tournament life with 4-5. Reasonable. He has 2 or 3 more hands that he must choose from before he's going to be involuntarily put in.
Definitely not a spot any of us want to be in, but hey, being in that spot means that he made it past 379 players to finish and be in this spot where you have that opportunity. So nothing to scoff at paying for 24K. But 2 hands before he's forced to put the chips in. Let's see if he voluntarily puts them in. Ricardo might find a raise opportunity here with ace-4 off.
I expect him to raise this a lot because of Justin being very tight in the big blind. And he doesn't even care if he has to put 2 big blinds in with ace-4. So I would expect Ricardo to raise 100% of the time when Justin's in the big blind, just based on table dynamics. Even with any 2 cards, not just ace-4.
Justin's going to be out of position, but he was getting 4.5 to 1 with his 7-5 suited, and equity-wise, it's almost a flip.
He does flop a pair, but just based on the level of tightness he has if faced with a bet, I don't really expect him to continue with 3rd pair. And I would say Ricardo agrees that unless your opponent has exactly a very strong king or jack, he's probably just folding, and this is what ends up happening. Very good continuation bet. You get 8s, 9s, 10s, all those hands to fold. Maybe even queen jack fold some of the time if you're versing Justin specifically.
This is going to be Paul's last free hand before he's forced to put the remainder of his chips in as the ante in the big blind. We'll see if he decides to make his move here. Or, I'm sorry, he has 1 more hand after this. Ricardo's under the gun. But that should be good enough, Kyle. King 7.
Yeah, that should be good enough. King 7 is... You can't really hope for much better than that. Bummer that your opponent so far has King 9. There are opportunities with them, so it's not super bad equity. It's your 9 kicker's not going to play all too often. But Justin just wakes up with ace-queen. He's in like such a pure spot to just raise here. He could even get it all in.
Just ship and isolate.
Yeah, because the King 9, you really don't want to go 3 ways with it. And if you get that hand to fold and you're just basically flipping against any 2 cards from your opponent's 2 big blind shove.
He is going to shove it. Daryl probably, doesn't really think about it. He is going to let it go.
Yeah, kind of an eye roll spot to look down that king jack, but face a jam called jam, and you're just like, haven't seen too much, but you're forced to let that go.
Don't look at the pot amount. That included if Daryl were to call. I believe Paul can't win that much.
Yeah, pot's around 1 million.
There we go, 930K. So Justin is all in, but not at risk. Paul is the one here with the king 7. 8 tray, 2 clubs. Each player has a club, but Justin in a lead here with an ace and a queen. We're going to need to get a pair here for Paul to stay alive. The ace is going to come out, and I think that's actually no outs.
That is a check mark.
That is a check mark, and Paul battled. Didn't really get much going today.
7 on the river for some disrespect. Just, hate to see it, but he does earn himself $24,330. So,
congratulations to him on that. He was in for 1 bullet. I know he just had a huge cash at the mystery bounty up north in Jacksonville. Pretty good day. Adds about 25% to his current Hendon Mob total of 110 change. So good job. Gonna miss you, Paul. It was nice talking to you earlier. Hope to see you in Orange City and Daytona again. But we are down to 4, Kyle, and we have laddered our way to $31,595 locked up for these 4 remaining players.
Definitely a decent payday. I'd be happy to be playing for that, as well as the $109,000 for first place. But now it gets a lot harder to hide. Like, Justin specifically has to play a lot more hands. Otherwise, based on what I've seen so far, I think Ricardo just runs over the table if no one plays against him.
And Dion will feel his way out here. I don't think he's just going to give up. He's going to battle back. I mean, we're in for a ride here, and Daryl definitely has the potential here to get a double and become the chip leader. He'll gamble.
Dion's definitely willing to get it in. He 4-bet shipped jacks, just happened to not hold up. He was definitely not locked down or crawling the ladder. He's going for the win as well. But there gets to be less spots to hide when each hand the big blind is 200,000 because of the 100,000 actual big blind and the 100,000 ante. Cardo happy to limp the Jack 7, 50K to win 300K. Very good price. Should never really be folding small blind unless you have an absolute dud of a hand. Cardo misses. Daryl gets a pair. A pair should be good. Daryl agrees and bets his pair. 2 $100,000 chips, or 100,000 chips, and takes it down.
So, Kyle, we've played 68 hands. Ricardo came in as the shortest stack, has found his way to the chip lead. Daryl close behind. But you come in and you show some patience, pick aggression at the right time, don't panic, and you can be rewarded. And that's what Ricardo's done. It's a roadmap to making it deep in tournaments and final tables. He's definitely done everything right to this point.
Yeah, chip in a chair is a saying because it's true, because it happens.
Do you know the history behind the chip in the chair?
Yeah, a guy was actually down to a single chip in a tournament somewhere. I don't remember where, but he came back and won it.
So it was actually at the World Series of Poker. I don't know if it was the 70s or 80s. The player was Jack Treetop Strauss, big tall guy. Pushed his stack in, didn't say all in. They might have been on the river. Action was complete. He was bust on that hand, but saw a 500 chip near his cup holder. Takes that 500 chip and goes on to win the World Series main event. The trivia is, do you know who finished second in that main event?
No.
Well, he's a local in Daytona or Orange City. That was Mr. Dewey Tomko. That was his first runner-up finish in the main event.
Ricardo flops the joint with Queen of Spades being dead for the straight flush because Justin has it, but when he bets 125, Justin really can't fold for 125.
Pair open ender.
Yeah. Straight draw and pair and spade, technically, even though he doesn't want to see one.
Ooh, terrible card.
Turns trips. Oh. Now, if Ricardo bets again, which he obviously should, like Justin literally can't fold, trips and a open-ended straight draw. He could even raise here some of the time, but having the queen of spades specifically, you block a lot of spade draws your opponents can have. And then the 10, you also typically block your opponent from having like king 10 or jack 10, so I think mainly you're against like ace king, ace jack a lot of the time. I mean, if it's Ricardo, he could have like pocket 7s, pocket 8s. He could have weak holdings too, and you might want to target those. Comes in with a call. And Justin is in trouble. It's tough to make 3 of a kind. Even tougher to make 3 of a kind at a final table. Even tougher to have 3 of a kind at a final table and have your opponent have a better hand. Yet when all these things combine, you face a 800K bet on the river and snap call it and end up losing a ton of your stack. It's very, very unlucky, very unfortunate. Should not happen all too often, but Ricardo is extending his chip lead to 6.7 million. He's going to make it tough to be beaten at this point, or at least tough to not make it to the heads-up portion of the tournament.
We are four-handed. Sorry, go ahead, Daryl, in second place you're about to say.
Yeah, in the hunt with 50 big blinds, and Dion probably happy to just wait and ladder up until he makes a move.
$31,000 locked up for these players and change. That was a big hand there. Kind of cold for Justin to turn trips there.
And really good by Ricardo to go for all 3 streets. Like some players, they'd be like, oh, I have a straight, and it's the bottom straight, and it's a paired board. You know, I should just, like, check so I don't get check raised and lose. But no, he understands the situation. He understands that any queen's paying you off, ace, king, a lot of hands. You're going to know if it's a full house anyway, so just put it in. So credit to him for playing it. Credit for Ricardo for playing his hand very well as well.
Back to a battle of the blinds now. Justin just calls, completes with his king 5 of clubs, and option to Dion. He is going to say more for his option, and he's going to announce all in.
Yeah, that's what I assumed he would do against a limb. Like, when I tell you, like, king X suited blind on blind is just a jam in general, the same concept is true when they're limped into you. It's basically, they're basically saying their hand is very weak, and when you have king X suited, you're just ahead of it so often that there's no reason not to jam. It's like free to
if
just
Justin jams there, what does Dion do?
Well, facing a jam, it's much different. He can pretty happily fold. He also can call if he is really thinking that he's just going to go for the ladder and try to get his chip stack to where he's competitive in the 3-handed matchup. Daryl wakes up with a premium on a 9-handed table, let alone a 4-handed table. Pocket kings. He chooses some pretty big sizes when he's had premiums. See if he continues that
Goes
trend.
to 8x.
Yep. The big sizing is continued, and he gets a quick win.
Betting 800 to win 300K. A little risky, but with kings there, if they play back at you, you're very happy to have that happen. But does pick that up real quick. We'll show the stacks. We just saw him a minute ago, but Daryl comfortably in second place. You can see Justin after that big pot loss to Ricardo, sitting on just shy of 8 or 9 bigs. He has 8 bigs according to this. We're at 50K small, 100K big, 100K big blind ante, and I believe the next level will be 60, 120, 120.
Yeah, one of the first poker books I ever read, it talked about a tournament concept of 10xing the big blind with your premiums, and it explained why you would do it. It's like you always win the blinds, and the times you don't, you get it in, we'll take the best hand. And I'm like, well, obviously, but it swore by that concept. Like if you're new to tournaments, just 10x whenever you open with premiums. And I'm like, well, okay. So his bigger sizings with the premiums isn't even an unheard of concept. It's actually talked about.
That's more of like a kill Phil philosophy. They used to call that.
Yeah, it was older. It was like early 2000s when it was more popular. But
John Vorhaus, maybe one of those books. But nowadays, the old 2.2x seems to be standard, but to each their own.
yeah, there's many ways to make a final table. These four gentlemen each found a way.
Absolutely. Daryl does play a lot online also, so that might come into account. This is his largest cash ever, guaranteeing this 31K. Prior to today, as far as Hendon Mob recorded, he was only at 17,000, so this more than doubles that. Justin at 154,000 in live tournament winnings. Dion, $750,000, and Ricardo, 1.4 million and change. So a lot of live tournament experience at this table.
Yep.
Four-handed, Dion's going to let go of deuces under the gun, and Ricardo's going to fold the 9-7 on the button. Here's your suited king small blind situation.
Yeah, it should just be a jam, but against Justin, who's very tight, you could even just min raise and win a lot of the time. Calling, I think, is not a great option. Deuce in the window to give Dion max pain. Just got to throw that out there.
Absolutely, pocket deuces.
And when you don't jam the king 6 suited pre, you just let 10-4 get a pair and jam into you. It's not a huge pickup or change in chips, but like instead of winning 200K in big blind and big blind ante, you just lose 50K in the limb. So just something to think about, because like your opponent's honestly never calling with king or 10-4 there versus a jam. So it's a pretty free pickup spot.
For those that are just joining us, we have crossed back over the 200 viewer threshold. We are four-handed in the 1,500 MoneyMaker main event. This was event number 7, 1,500 buy-in, 300K guarantee. Down to the final 4. All players have locked up 31,000 and change for their efforts. Top prize is 109,000, and the chip lead has changed hands quite a few times at this final table, and I feel like we have a long road to go. Looks like Ricardo is going to play this commentator's favorite hand, mine suited though, a 7-4 off for 2.2x, as we said. Ace-5 folded from Justin. Dion's going to be in the big blind. He's getting a price to call here, but 10 deuce suited may not be enough. He's going to take his time to think it over. What are you thinking about 10 deuce suited here, Kyle?
I'm just getting rid of it. Even four-handed, you have better spots. Like if given the choice, you would always want to play in position versus out of position. So even though you're getting like a decent price, your hand is pretty junky, and no matter what, especially this deep in a tournament, people are playing somewhat optimally. Like no one has random leads all too often. So if the board's like deuce deuce X, he's really not leading or getting called by a worse hand. He's just winning. Like it's just, if the board comes out perfect for you, you're really not getting paid anyway all too often. So you just let it go. You're just going to be burning money if you call, check to your opponent, he bets, and then fold then. You should just fold pre. But Daryl has a really premium four-handed. King 10 off is way good to open. And he goes 2.5 with it.
Justin not panicking with his short stack. He's going to be patient, it looks like. Dion gets out of the way as well, and Ricardo with a 10-6 suited, fresh off a playing a 4-7, is going to call. We're going to be heads up to the flop. These flops are getting big. The pot's 650K already. There's a king right away. So Daryl's going to have a pair of kings. Ricardo's going to have backdoor flush and straight draws.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a quick bet and fold.
Yeah, he
Like-
needs runners. I don't think. No, that's
Especially,
unreal.
Daryl's always really had premiums, and he's always showed that he's had premiums. So you even get extra value if you fold here and he just shows. You get to feel better about yourself. You don't even need to like make a move or put risk in there. Just wait for a different hand.
And he shows it. And, you know, that's part of his strategy. Like you said earlier, he knows in 15, 20 minutes the stream delay will show. The players have done a better job since the break of not running to the rail to check phones. If you're playing against Daryl and he's got you, he's going to show you.
Yeah, it also adds to credibility. Like if he hasn't yet, but if he chooses to like bluff for like a really big sizing, people will probably just fold to him. But for right now, he's typically always had it, and I assume most players have kind of known that, and they're just gonna give him credit and start over folding to him.
And he shouldn't be voluntarily tangling with Ricardo since they do have the big chips. Right now, the next player out gets 31,595, but that ladder after that, we go 16K higher than that. Prizes are going up, so the ICM implications, having two big stacks clash, not the best scenario.
Looks like Ricardo's not gonna shy away though. He's got ace-10 off, which is always good enough to open. And Daryl's gonna pull off a weaker ace. Ace-high board would be pretty disastrous for Daryl. But both players miss. Ricardo backdoor flush and straight draw. Daryl with just ace-high, no real draw he can make at all, so Ricardo just pretty continuously c-bets, and it's worked at such a high frequency, there's really no reason to not do it. Your opponents are very much playing fit or fold. I have something I call, I have nothing I fold, so it's a lot better to bet on your opponent missing, because they're going to miss a lot.
Real quick update on the chips. Ricardo at around 69 big blinds, Daryl 50, Dion 22, Justin 9. These players are currently guaranteed fourth place of 31,595, but everyone eyeing the 109,000 up top. Those that are asking, we are approximately 20 minutes on delay, give or take a minute or two. We did start a little bit late, so we had a countdown timer to start the stream. Did want to start on time, but Ricardo had a little traffic with the fire. There was a some kind of accident on 95, and all the players agreed to give him a shot to be here at the start and get that final table photo. He's glad they did. He has not looked back with his 1 million chip stack and just going crazy since then. Chat finally getting caught up. We had a moment here where chat got behind, so 217 of you viewing. Thank you. Thanks for watching us on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live.
Larger size open from Dion, possibly because of who's in the big blind, but seems like they're just willing to get it in here. And Dion going for a knockout, Justin going for a double up to get right back into it. He's going to need to see an ace or a bunch of diamonds.
He's a 3-2 favor here with the ace 4 diamonds against the queen jack. Deuce, deuce, ace, or excuse me, 8 on the flop. Not an ace.
1 diamond.
Yep, so he's still 3-1 to get the double. The 10's going to add a gutter ball, so you have a queen, jack, or 9 for Dion to score the knockout. Otherwise, Justin will get a double here. 6 of diamonds is going to come. Justin gets the full double, puts him back at 1.8 million. It's 18 bigs. According to our sheet here, that moves Dion down. Dion with 13 bigs. He was there recently. He did battle back a little bit, so plenty of opportunities left. Kyle, if you take a quick look, that's that Deathly Hallows shirt I mentioned earlier. I know, real quick, but definitely great to see the Deathly Hallows there. 221 members in chat. That's where we were at before our quick break earlier, so thanks for coming back. See a lot of people rooting. Justin rooting for Daryl. Daryl's got some family in the room. I see Ray, an old buddy from Sarasota. Good to see you in the chat, Ray. Chris was here with us all day yesterday. Thank you to everyone chatting. Let us know you're in here watching these 4 players battle. When you get to heads up and see this 20-plus pound trophy they're playing for, you're going to know that they mean business. The MoneyMaker Tour in Daytona Beach spared no expenses. Some nice hardware, heavyware, we could say.
I'd definitely love to bring a trophy home someday. I am trophyless from the poker endeavors. Hopefully someday get to start building a mantelpiece.
One of these have your wife order you a trophy.
Oh, that's nice.
And we'll put a big fish on the top of it for you, Kyle. We're all going to pitch in, actually, chat. You can check, money order, however you want to do it. The Get Kyle a Trophy Fund. So we're going to have a raise from Ricardo with 10-8 suited in diamonds. It's going to fold around to the big blind Dion. Dion getting that price again. 130 to call, 480 in the pot. Got the ace-deuce offsuit. Doesn't know he's in the lead, but it's actually pretty close with just 1 over to the 10-8. Dion is going to take his time. Does have 11 bigs. Do you think this is a shove opportunity, Kyle?
Versus an open, it gets a lot harder. He's not the big. Oh, he is the shortest now. After he doubled up,
Justin.
After he doubled up Justin, he is the shortest. So you can go either way with it. Like you really don't want to miss out on the 15K jump when like this is one of the biggest pay jumps we've seen yet. So if it's just 3K, but you're giving yourself a chance to really ladder up and get closer to the 70,000, then yeah, you might want to take some risks. But when you're at the $15,000 pay jump, you almost have to play a little bit more cautiously and conservatively. But I don't see him not betting when the third ace comes. So
this pot has about 600K in it. It has gone check, check, flop, and turn. Dion with 3 aces now. Ricardo had pair of 8s. Made a gutter opportunity on the turn. Looks like Dion's going to bet about half pot, maybe slightly more. Nope, exactly half pot. Given 3 to 1, but Ricardo with aces and 8s in bottom pair. It's going to be a tough spot here.
Having a 10's not great. You want your opponent to have, like, I guess 10x of clubs, so you don't really block 10x of clubs, but I mean, Jack 10 beats you. Any king, any queen, any ace. You chop with all their 8s. Maybe your opponent has pocket 9s. He has the big enough stack. He can make the call and get to see the ace. So Ricardo takes a small hit, but your opponent could have 4 or 5 of clubs. There's missed clubs that would play the same way. So
you can
not
see
even
Ricardo.
a mistake.
Ricardo makes the look. You can see a little disappointment, but that's the first misstep that I've seen him make all day, and he lost pretty much the minimum on that last bet round. So
yeah, very very insignificant to his stack overall. Just one of those spots where you call knowing you're going to lose a lot of the time. Sometimes you're right, and it was just one of the times where it was they'll lose a lot of the times hard.
He seems pretty competitive, so even dropping 300K on the river there was painful to him, but still in the chip lead. Plenty of time to go.
Justin, 18 bigs and a very trashy hand.
Remember, players are guaranteed 31,595. That is what we've locked up to this point. They're going to fold to Dion. Small blind, big blind action here. Dion with 19 bigs has the ace-deuce offsuit.
Yeah, when it's closer to 20, it's more of just an open. It's not really full-on jam territory yet. You still have plenty of chips to work with, so no need to get to jam and just happen to run into a premium and lose when there's a lot more poker to be played. I expect him to raise to like 200,000, maybe 2.5, but
we're just going to go to the flop with the minimum pot, 300K.
yep, chooses to just limp for 50.
King 10-5 is going to be our flop. I stole it from you, Kyle. He's going to have his ace high in the lead. Going to take runners or something for Ricardo to catch up. He is going to check his ace high here. Ricardo's going to fire into the 300K pot, 135,000, and take that down. Dion gave up any chance there with that check. Dion slowly, I wouldn't say bleeding, but slowly getting close to Justin here. The two short stacks, just around 2 million each. There's 15 million total in play. 65 bigs up top for Ricardo, 50 for Daryl, 18 for Dion, and 17 for Justin. They're close there at the bottom. Neither one of them wants to be the next one out. 31,000 is pretty, but 47,000 and change, closer to 48, I should say, for third, much more enticing.
Yeah, Ricardo definitely has the highest aggression factor. Like, when it's checked to him on the flop, he knows that if he just bets, he's going to win a lot of the time because people have let him get away with it for a large portion of this final table. So he's never going to stop just betting when it's checked to him unless people decide to fight back a little bit. But he hasn't really even faced a 3-bet or any kind of aggression or anything super combative against him.
Interesting
Even
here
now,
when it folds to the small blind here, when it's Ricardo and Daryl, since they are the big stacks.
Yeah, even now he's just considering to open a super weak hand because no one's really fighting back against him too much. So you just pick up 200K, extend the lead a little bit, move forward.
Don't say super weak. I mean, you can double down on that in a casino. There's nothing wrong with an 11.
That's like a really good hand in one of those games.
One of those non-Florida games.
One of those games.
So, once again, four-handed. Players have locked up 31,595 for their efforts so far. 109,000 up top. And a sweet MoneyMaker Tour trophy that everyone wants. Wait till you see that bad boy on the table. Dion's going to be under the gun with ace-6 offsuit. It looks like he's going to count out a raise. Maybe a click raise, 200K.
That is what it looks like.
Four-handed, queen-6 suited, Kyle. I mean, has that become a little bit stronger starting hand four-handed? Maybe not to an open raise.
I think Ricardo just kind of realizes that people are folding a lot. And he's just deciding if he's going to 3-bet bluff that. He's really deciding how much he can get away with at this point. Like, if he 3-bets queen-6 and gets a fold, he picks up 450K. Now he's at like 8 million in chips. Next thing, like he has the opportunity to just actually run over the table, but he's still deciding how out of line he wants to get in that pursuit. And queen-6 suited was just quite slightly out of that line.
If he's first to enter the pot, maybe we see a raise there, but you definitely don't want to be coming in behind Dion, who is one of the shorter stacks, probably a little bit stronger.
I was expecting him to 3-bet there because I think it wins a lot of the time, but even now he's getting some marginal middling hands. But if you keep putting on this aggression, you're going to get played back at, like he's probably about to now. And then you're going to wonder, is it because they notice I'm being so aggressive and playing so many hands, or do they actually have it this time?
Normally I don't like seat 1, Kyle, but seat 1 today, how many times has he had aces?
This would be number 3. Aces 3 times, kings once. Seems like a pretty good development. And this time, he doesn't go crazy with it. 750K is pretty standard of a raise. Just a little over 3x.
Dion doesn't think twice with king-queen suited, or offsuit, excuse me. Are we going to see it? Oh, he flashed it.
Yep, he did.
And that pocket ace smile. Win a small pot or lose a big one, but hey, he's had them 3 times, hasn't been cracked yet. Congrats to him. That's a record as far as I'm concerned.
I've never seen aces hold up, unless they're my opponents.
Back when I first started in poker, everyone said ace is my favorite hand once every 220 times. Well, we've played 82 times. and he's had them 3 times. So congratulations, Daryl, and they've held tough feet. Under the gun, he's going to let his 10-5 offsuit go, and Justin with a premium here, 3-handed, 2 black 8s on the button, 15 bigs currently.
Yeah, it's actually close to where just open jamming is acceptable. But based on how tight he's been, I don't think you even need to. You can just open regularly. I think the result is somewhat the same. And if you're 3-bet, you just know that they have a better hand than you. You can just let it go. But he chooses the latter. He just open jams 8s. Completely reasonable at 15 big blinds. And gains an extra 250K in his stack. Great pickup for Justin.
I think it's a round of cocktails would be the right order. Was that I need to see your ID? That's awesome. Great needle by the waitress if that was the case. I might have missed that one with the server, pardon me. But yeah, I'd love to ask for ID at a final table. Sorry, I see you're playing for $31,000, $595. Gonna need to check that ID before I let you gamble a little bit and drink at the same time.
Before I get you this $6 beer.
That's okay. You can afford it now.
You must give
We
me
should
your
change the stats, Kyle. Instead of looking at the big blinds, it should be total beers. How many beers do you have in your stack there?
That is the record that it is a good record to have at the final table. Probably better stat than any other one.
Justin with an ace-8, and he's going to do it again. He's going to put it all in. Dion's going to have pocket 4s here. Similar stack to Justin, but calling off with the 4 is way more difficult than shoving with them, so he's going to let it go. But Daryl has found the Cowboys, and we are heads up, all in, Justin. Tournament life on the line, $1.8 million to start this betting round or pre-flop. Kings versus ace-8. It's a classic 70-30 with $3.7 million in the pot. Queen 4-8, 2 spades. So Justin is going to need an ace or an 8. Jack's going to come on the turn. Doesn't change anything. There's 5 outs for Justin against the Kings of Daryl. Ace or an 8 only. Daryl, Kings and Jacks. We're going to eliminate Justin. Started the day as our chip leader. Didn't get many premium hands to play, Kyle. Didn't really take advantage of the big stack early on, but there was a lot of action around the table. He's going to walk away with $31,595 for his efforts. He told me he was in on 1 bullet. Congratulations to him, taking home $31,595. Nothing to scoff at. We are 3-handed now, Kyle, and the stacks look like this.
And really, it's congratulations for Daryl. I think it was the first time in all of poker history where the Kings did not find the ace magnet. You know, it's always the weakest aces, like the ace-8 offsuit that cracks Kings, not even like ace-queen. So I wasn't gonna wish ill will on him, but I felt some bad king run coming out. But congrats on holding and bringing it down to the final 3.
This was that payout we were talking about, Kyle.
Yep. Each player is guaranteed $47,000. Second place will be $74,000, and first place will be $109,000. So, approximately $30,000 in pay jumps each place at this point.
32 buy-ins is the way you can look at this next payout. 47 and change. What an incredible prize pool here on this 1,500 buy-in Moneymaker main event. Looks like Dion's going to have a pair of queens at Queen 8. We did have a limp pre-flop and a check. Battle of the blinds here. Queen 9 ace on the flop. Dion's going to bet his queen. Daryl just had a king high. He's going to get out of the way. We're 3 hours and 20 minutes into the stream. 216 viewers watching across the many platforms. If you want to plan a streamed final table, you'll have your chance in Daytona in October 5th through 9th. $365 buy-in, $200K guarantee tournament. Plenty of opportunities on the 5th, 6th, and 7th to buy in. Make it to day 2 on the 8th, and we will stream a final table on the 9th where you have a chance to play for your part of that $200K prize pool and be on a stream. If you want to give that a shot, more information at DaytonaPoker.com.
So Dion has a premium here, 9s. Think it's too much to just open jam. I think you have to just standard open here at 20 bigs. It's gets kind of into the he's only calling with better and folding all worse zone. So I think regularly opening is the best move.
He does elect to just call. Ricardo in the big blind, pretty suited 5-4 clubs. Looks like he's going to say more and press that button.
Uh-oh. Is Dion doing a spicy limp jam move? Is he going for the protecting his calling range with a limp jam? I think he might be doing a very high level move here. He did. He went for the limp jam. Well done. Gets an extra 350,000. Doesn't have to see a flop at all. That is a very good move.
You have 3 very experienced players left into this tournament. We did have 379 in this field. The prize pool originally was $300K, but it ballooned up to well over $500,000. This was event number 7 of 8 at the Daytona stop for the MoneyMaker Tour. Every guarantee was definitely crushed. These players played down to the money in each of their flights, paid out the top 12% of each flight. 47 players returned on day 2 and played down to 6. And now we've halved that. And it looks like it's a beer o'clock for Daryl. I'm definitely thinking about beer o'clock myself, Kyle.
Good man.
We have 3 color chips still in play. The orange are 5K, blue are 25K. Those gray, slightly oversized chips are 100K. You can see the Faded Spade cards in use. Faded Spade is official partner of the MoneyMaker Tour and the official card of Daytona Beach and Orange City Racing and Card Club.
And Dion, not out of the game yet. He's picking up some very playable hands in this 3-handed game. Don't really expect the limp jam 2 hands in a row, especially with 3s. But could be a pretty standard open.
It's not pocket 5s, so he has a chance.
It looks like we are up to 120, 120, and 60.
Thank you.
For
Good
big
call.
Blind, big blind, ante, and the small blind. So,
Thank you for reminding me that I have a job to do.
oh, you're doing fantastic.
Announcing blind changes. No, appreciate that. So we'll get an update of what you see him on the screen. We'll look at all the big blinds together in a second after we see the flop here. We did have a raise by Dion with the trays. Ace-5 did make the call and flop a pair for Daryl on the Queen-Jack-5 board, 2 clubs. Can you call it a donk bet 3-handed, Kyle?
I think you have to make some moves here and there when to actually like run deep and win a tournament and even be a successful cash game player. Like they say, play in flow, play standard. You know, use your range 100% of the time to be consistent. But the best players in the world know when's the right time to deviate. And sometimes you just have to be like, all right, this is a board where I have a pair of 5s. If it goes check, check, and like an 8 hits the turn, I'm not happy. So might as well just lead, maybe just take it down now and not have to face a difficult decision later.
So with the blinds being up to 61, 21, 20, got 300K in the pot before the under the gun player even acts. 15 million chips total in play. Players having
Looks
a
like-
quick conversation with tournament director Byron Rodriguez. What were you going to say, Kyle?
Just looks like everyone's kind of waiting to feel each other out. Dynamics change drastically each elimination. Like the aggression factor, who's going to be playing more hands, who's going to be fighting, who's going to just be passive, because some people don't have very much experience with 3- and 4-handed and even heads up. This could be a new environment for some of these players, but looks like Daryl at least knows that you should raise King Jack suited pretty much most of the time on the button.
See photographer extraordinaire Omar in the background. You saw any pictures on social media? Omar probably took them. Did a fantastic job through this whole series. MoneyMaker Tour, not afraid to share them. See a picture you like on there. Maybe a little watermark on there. Definitely share it.
Well, I'll have to look at some of those. I played there a little bit, so gonna have to check. Looks like the players are stepping away for a second. See what that's about.
So while the player's away, Byron Rodriguez is going to check chip stacks. Dealers checking the cards. Real quick, Kyle, we have a moment here. Let's talk about some exciting events coming up. We did talk about this 200K guarantee tournament, 365 buy-in happening in Daytona. October 5th through 9th. October 14th, we're announcing our Women's Charity Classic in Daytona. Ladies only event. $185 to play. I've already got word from a couple female pros and other players that they will be doing some traveling to come play in this tournament. There will be a charity add-on that's going to benefit Raise It Up, the campaign by the Women's Poker Association to get more women playing poker, bring awareness, and also breast cancer awareness and research. So great cause, some goodies and giveaways. Please check it out. We will be doing a feature table live stream, and I've already lined up some special guests, so please share that. Ladies event October 14th. With the charity add-on, you would get up to 25,000 chips and 25-minute blinds, and Byron's setting up the structure. It's going to be a good one. That'll be the 14th at 11 a.m. in Daytona. On the 25th in Orange City, there will be an evening event, Women's Charity Classic there as well. With the charity add-on of $10 and the buy-in $130, you can get up to 20,000 units, 20-minute blinds. That'll be a one-night tournament. Once again, charity add-on is going to go towards WPA's Raise It Up campaign and also breast cancer awareness and research. The MoneyMaker Tour is going to be heading to Cincinnati to the Hard Rock up there, where they're going to have, I think, $5 to $6 million in guarantees for their tournaments. And then also before the end of the year, they'll be going back to Palm Beach Kennel Club. We're looking forward to working with them and possibly setting up a date in 2024, and also maybe doing an expansion in Orange City and adding a MoneyMaker stop there would be fantastic. If you're looking for something to do on Labor Day, we're going to do all the plugs here, Kyle. Big Ass High Hands, the most popular promotion in Orange City. $5,000 paid out to the overall best hand every 4 hours, noon to 4, 4 to 8, and 8 to 12. If anyone hits a royal flush at any point during those 4-hour periods, we do a royal reset. We pay the $5K out right away and put another $5K up on the board. So guaranteed to pay out a minimum of $15,000 on top of the $299 every 20 minutes on Labor Day. Plenty of promotions, plenty of ways to find out about them, whether you're using Bravo Live, whether you go to DaytonaPoker.com, Twitch, Twitter, Facebook. Plenty of opportunities to get more information. Definitely check out Orange City Racing and Card Club and check out Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club. We'd love to see you. So we're back with 60K, small blind 120K, big blind and ante. As we sit three-handed, next player busting would get just shy of $48,000.
Ricardo's
And-
never been shy of C betting.
Nope.
Chooses to put out a very small C bet, and it looks like he just got raised. And Daryl, you know, he came to play. He said, "This is my tournament, and I'm not gonna let you run over all the way to the win."
Kyle, something we haven't done yet, I'll do it again before the end of the stream, is definitely thank our production team making the stream possible for y'all. Thomas is working our action tracker, and John's back here on the cameras. And our IT team definitely put some hours in with Dylan and John over there as well. We thank them a lot. We do thank the dealers, JT and Neil, for putting the time in. Tournament director Byron Rodriguez out there watching all this action. Our poker manager Joe LaRosa, big part in making these streams possible. And we'll go over some other folks later that deserve recognition. But it is a project to put these on, 4 streams in a week. But we're happy to do it. More streaming, absolutely, we'd love to. So we do thank everybody for all the work that goes on to make this happen, and the investment from Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club to have this table and this awesome facility. So I'll let you get back into this action as I talked a lot.
Well, it looks like just an open jam from Dion with ace 10. 20 big blinds. I guess a little bit less now that it's 120K per big blind, so closer to 18 or 17 big blinds. Not even a big dent for Daryl. He might just look for the knockout, try to get this closer to finishing up, get the cool 100K win. And you look at the solver, it likes the king 5, king 6, king 7 a lot of the time. It's hard for the hand to be dead, and there's a lot of equity, so he's definitely not a pure fold. It does end up letting it go. Thinks he can find a better spot later. Plenty of other opportunities to win, so.
And a reminder of these payouts: $109,000 for first, $74,595 for second. Third place, $45 shy of $48,000. This was a $1,500 buy-in, $300K guarantee, but that guarantee went out the window halfway during the final flight. Ended up with 379 players, setting a record for a tournament this size. Fantastic job by all of the staff. So here we are, three-handed.
Definitely quite a return on investment. $47,000 guaranteed for all 3 of these players. Probably very proud of their performances. And Dion gonna go with the limp. It's actually not bad. After he does the 9's limp jam, he gets to limp a lot more if the limp jam's in his arsenal. So, you know, Ricardo has to keep that in mind, and that's kind of why he has to just check back Jack 9 and realize some equity. Hope his opponent doesn't just limp and jam if he opens, because if your opponent can just do that a lot, he's going to be picking you apart. And Dion's betting here partially because like his range isn't even defined. He can actually have strong hands still. He doesn't have to have just the weakest parts. So he actually can have just random aces, random kings. The limp pre doesn't mean that he's capped in any way, but he is gonna slow down and check back when he's called. Now the king of clubs, he checks. Ricardo could bet if he thinks that weaker pocket pairs can pay him off, but I mean Jack is just a small amount of showdown value, not even a whole ton, and he's pretty happy to just take it and take down the hand.
You know, Kyle, just dawned on me, the biggest bummer for you not being in-house today is you didn't get to take us up on our burger special on Monday, so hopefully see you soon. Maybe you can make a last-minute trip on Labor Day. Maybe not a meet-up game, but definitely play for a big-ass high hand and get yourself a burger special.
Oh, I do like burgers. I don't know. You told me about the women's event, and starting to think I gotta start coaching my wife. See if I can't bring her out to that. Might be the opportunity to finally get her involved the way she needs to be.
Absolutely. If she does come, she might have official gear, but I will try and find her a Daytona or Orange City Racing hat. See what I can do.
Oh, she actually wears one of the Daytona hoodies a lot. She very much likes it. Thinks it's very soft. So anyone looking for some merch, on the comfort factor, it's pretty top notch, to be honest.
I can't disagree. I have one in all the colors. We have a red, black, and gray, and all kinds of new hats out for the fall. So please check out the merch in Daytona and in Orange City. Both rooms have nice little logos. Pretty exciting. So we are going to have a raise from...
Yeah, Daryl finally chooses the very big sizing with a less than premium hand, but I don't know. He's seen aces so many times. Maybe he thought it was just aces with the ace four. It's possible, you know.
Sometimes, yeah, you see that corner of that four could be cracked.
Yeah, you're just like, oh, I got aces again. I'll just raise. But no, this time he actually balances. He takes one of the weaker holdings and plays it the same way he plays his actual premiums. So, and it works out. Gets a walk. Gets the nearly 300K in blinds and antes.
Oh, the fives found a new home. They were wrestling with Dion for a while, but they have slid over to Ricardo. He's first to act. He's on the button, has pocket fives. He is going to raise it up. Pretty much a click raise. Oh, look at these hands, Kyle.
Yeah, I think Dion just has to jam here. There's 750 in the middle, and he's only got close to 2 million. Gets nearly 30% increase to his stack. This is just kind of I have ace king. Oh, look. I'm not sure he jammed. I think he just raised and left himself a little bit behind for that chip in the chair mentality. So we'll see if called and cracked, if those previous chips save him a little bit.
So not the fives looking it up. It's going to be Daryl with the ace-7. He is 4-1 chips, if not more. So ace-7 for Daryl, ace-king. Neither player suited for Dion. It shows the pot being at 4.1 million. Dion at risk with the ace-king is going to find a king on the flop. King-queen 4. Not much doing for Daryl.
Yeah, extremely safe, nearly unbeatable. Needs running sevens. And that will not be even a first 7.
Nope, check mark as you call it. So Dion right back in the thick of things here. Show a quick update while they're counting it. So we went from a wide gap now down to 49, 42, and 34 big blinds respectively for Daryl, Ricardo, and Dion. These players playing for 47,000. We should call it 48,000 at this point. And those stacks are pretty close. This is going to be a long stretch. Blinds currently at 61, 21, 20.
Everyone's very deep, very comfortable, which is what you want when you're in a tournament. You don't want the final table to just be like sub 10 big blinds. It's just who gets the luckiest on the shoves. You want the players to be able to have some playability, get to make moves, get to really win based on their merits and not really just card distribution and winning flips.
That's the value of this tournament count. I could tell you from my experience playing very small tournaments and lower buy-ins, if you do make a run like this, now it just turns to shove and hope. These players are deep. There's plenty of blinds. They can outmaneuver. They can make big decisions. We saw Dion with a trap earlier. Pretty much all your moves are available with the stacks this close together.
Daryl's going to just limp the suited jack.
I think Norman Chad calls that squadouche, the jack deuce.
There are a lot of hands Norman Chad calls squadouche, but
very fair.
King 7, you could actually just raise here, theoretically win a decent sized pot, and maybe you're just feeling yourself trying to ride the momentum. He continues with just a call, and now Ricardo's pretty happy to just see all of his equity realized when he gets to just check 3 ways. 3-3-6. No one connects. King 7 is best.
Ricardo's going to bet 200K into a 480K pot. That's going to get Daryl to fold. Now Dion with the best hand, the overcard king, is going to let it go, and Ricardo's aggression is going to pay off. He's going to pull that pot in.
Yeah, I don't really see his aggression slowing down all too often. I mean, he's been caught a little bit. He got the check jam on him, and he's had some people play back, but they've typically had it. So when you're being overly aggressive, sometimes when your opponents finally fire back, just you can give it to them and move forward, but don't stop the aggression. They're going to miss more often than they're going to have it, and you have a chance to just keep going, run over the table, and win the thing if you can just keep piling it on.
Still 200 viewers in chat watching along with us as we're three-handed here. We thank you all, whether you're on Twitch, YouTube, or Facebook. It's great to have you here. I'm Ryan Unger from Orange City Poker Room, and presence graced by Mr. Kyle Fischel, who's remoting in from the other coast of Florida, I believe.
Yep, Kyle Fischel, Southwest Florida. Somewhat of a poker player. Makes some videos on YouTube if anyone wants to check those out.
Absolutely.
Kyle Fischel.
Absolutely.
Orange City, Daytona, all over the place.
Find a way into his good graces and maybe get yourself one of these official poker hats too. Nice big Hello World on there and all the suits.
Exactly.
They can't see it at home, Kyle, but I can see a picture of your official poker mat, doormat, which I'm pretty impressed by.
Yeah, that's one of a kind. We don't even know how it was made. It's a mystery to us all.
It just showed up one day. That's great.
Yep, it's true.
Just shy of $48,000 is what the payout's going to be for the next player out. Queen 6 offsuit on the button for Ricardo. Already
He might just
300K in
open
there.
this.
Think he can open that? He's going to let it go.
Yeah, because there's 300,000 in the middle. If you open it standardly, Daryl probably folds Queen 3 and Dion probably folds 10-4. Like, a lot of these hands are just going to be junky a lot of the time, and it's going to be tough to, you know, actually fight back without having it or connecting if you don't have, like, very solid grasp of, like, the amount of times players are likely going to miss and whatnot.
King 4-7 flop here. Dion's going to have a pair of 10s. Daryl with just a queen high. We are going to see a bet from Dion. Daryl's going to call 660 in the pot now. Queen's going to come and give Daryl the best hand. Dion with that pair of 10s, no good.
I think he just leads for, I believe, 300,000. I kind of like Daryl's leads. He's very unorthodox, but he's also somewhat straightforward. So, like, when you have the 10 here, you could just be like, well, I guess he has a better hand. I fold. And we've seen Daryl been able to do the same thing. He does mix bluffs in there, so it's not even super identifiable. He plays very well. And then when you lead with that queen, you basically bar yourself from having a difficult decision. If your opponent somehow raises, you can just fold. If he calls, you could reevaluate river, and if he folds, you just win the pot.
Someone
Seems
asking
nice.
in chat about MoneyMaker winning the tournament. MoneyMaker did play, tried to find a bag. Didn't have success finding a bag, but did have success in some of the cash game live streams he played. We were glad to have Chris here, and he did a meet and greet, met a lot of the folks out here, and took pictures. Sold some pretty cool gear with that pretty logo on it. You might see in the background when it pans around. If you got a chance to get yourself some swag, we'll probably have them back here eventually, and you'll have another chance at that if you didn't. But great turnout for all these tournaments. This was event 7 out of 8. We do have a queen 7 ace flop, 2 spades on there. Both players are going to get a piece of it. Dion's got ace 4. He's out of position with his pair of aces. Ricardo has queens, jack kicker. It's going to go check, check. Pretty small pot, 360K. 4 spades is going to come. It's going to give Dion 2 pair, but put the 3 spades on the board. He's going to be first to act here.
Yeah, you have to go for some value right now. You can't allow this to check through twice. Got to start building a pot when you have 2 pair. Your opponent can easily just have a single spade and not be willing to fold. They could have, like, exactly what he has, queen jack, where they kind of have to call once, no matter where it is. So might as well be it on the turn.
So we're going to have a
Ricardo
bet
does.
and a call. Go ahead, Kyle. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Ricardo does decide to make the call, and the river.
He has 2 outs and 2 outs only, right?
Ricardo raised. He said, I'm not just going to call with this queen. It might not be good. I'm going to learn how good it is right now.
Dion elects to just call. So 1.4 million in the pot. A 9's going to come on the river. Dion's still in the lead. But Ricardo showing aggression on that last round. Dion is going to check. Ricardo checks back. Dion shows the 2 pair. Going to take down a nice pot here.
Yeah, I like Ricardo's raise on the turn. I think you get hands like ace 10, ace jack to fold there. It's unfortunate that he happened to be against 2 pair. Also, your opponent might call with just any 2 clubs, any 2 spades. There's 2 flush draws out there that might also call and be a worse hand. So there's plenty of worse hands to get value from. Some better aces might fold some of the time. And you basically have to pick the betting lead, and you can just check back on any basically non-queen river. So it's actually a pretty good raise there on the turn.
Kyle, this is hand 99. We are at 3 hours and 47 minutes of the stream, minus some dead air for breaks. But hand 99 started with 6 players. It's a long one, but that's what happens when you have a great structure. 15 million chips in play. The player's pretty close in stacks at the moment. Dion's on the button. Looks like he's going to race to 250 with the 8-5 suited. Ricardo has a pretty playable hand here with queen 9 of clubs in a small blind. You think he's looking at a raise here, Kyle?
Does appear to be. He saw that if his opponent is really only calling with like 2 pair and better a lot of spots, then the aggression's going to work long term. His opponent's not always going to have hands, and he can just pick up pots here and there, and this is going to be one of them. I truly think like Ricardo, he's run into a few spots where his opponent just happened to wake up with hands, but in general, they're just going to be missing a lot of the time, or your opponent's going to have like pocket 7s and they might fold to the 3-bet. Pocket 5s, he might have ace 10 off suit where they're just going to fold to a 3-bet because it plays horribly versus a 3-bet. So that means you get to widen up a little bit. I don't really expect him to be so wide as 5 deuce, so pretty standard fold. And Daryl's gonna choose the limp of his own with the 10-9.
I think Dion's going to come back at him here, put a raise in. 360K out there with what he already has in the blinds, antes, and Daryl's call. My guess, maybe 425-ish, or just 300. So that's why I'm doing this. We are heads up. Go ahead.
Just 300. King 4 suited is ahead of like 60% of his opponent's range. It's just usually the best hand, so you don't really need to raise too much because a lot of worse hands like 10-9 are going to call. It's unfortunate when the 10-9 calls and turns a pair of 10s, or flops a pair of 10s, but in general, even the smaller size raise might even get the weakest like 6, 7 off to fold. So because he's in position, he gets to check back, try to realize. Turn a jack. They're both open-ended, so
3 clubs on the board might slow things down.
Somewhat dicey.
400K it looks like into a 720K pot. 250. It's hard to tell the blue and the gray here from this angle, and that's going to be a raise. He click raises 500K, and that gives Dion quite a price here. 250 to call into 1.5 million. He does have the top end of the straight on the open ender.
And unfortunately for him, the times that you call and hit, you could be drawing dead. Like, if the ace of clubs hits, you're never even happy. If any ace hits and your opponent bets again, you could just be losing to a flush. And Daryl's been very straightforward. He's had it a lot of the time, so it's actually a really good min click. Just take it down. Just rep that you have one of the premiums, and it's hard to make a flush, so Daryl can just min click betting his opponent doesn't have one.
There's your chip counts after 100 hands played at this final table. Back to the action. Daryl's going to fold 6-9 offsuit on the button. Dion 10-8 suited on the small blind. Looks like he's going to make the call. And Ricardo has pocket fours. 360K out there now. And he's reaching for grays. Go ahead, Kyle.
Yeah, I think it definitely has to be an open. If you're ever check jammed on here, you can just pretty happily fold. But its hand's just too strong to just check back.
So he makes it 400K total. Another 280 to Dion to call with his 10-8 suited. If he knew exactly what his opponent had, Kyle, having 2 overs and hearts, I think it's an easy call, but tough spot when you're sitting there. He's definitely not thinking about raising here. And he is going to let it go. Aggression again for Ricardo. He's been picking the right spots most of the time here. Sitting at 42 bigs, 52 bigs for Daryl, and Dion at 31 bigs. By no means short stacked. The big blind is 120K, and you got 3.8 million. You're feeling pretty good about it. Remember, they are playing for just shy of $48,000 at this point. We're on hand 102, and we're just shy of the 4-hour mark of the stream. I'm Ryan Unger from Orange City Racing and Card Club, coming to you from the Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club as we speak. And Kyle Fischel remoting in from the southwest corner of Florida there, bracing and hoping that there's no weather issues over there for anyone in Florida. Dion's going to raise his button, 250K, just a little bit over min raise. Ricardo has queens, they're red, and I'm going to let Kyle take over.
Yeah, I mean, with your aggression factor so high, you're hoping that this 3-bet just gets played back at. Like, you're hoping that Dion just says, you know what, I'm sick of it, you can't have it every time, and just 4-bet light, and then you can just happily get it in with queens. But otherwise, your 3-bet with the queen-9 of clubs that gets a fold really helps set this up. It gives you look bluff, you look like you're doing it too often. Dion doesn't want to get run over. He thinks he has to play back at you. And we're going to see what he chooses. But I give him a little Ushka look. He takes a peek back at his cards.
Looked like he was folding the whole time, but wanted to get that quick glance just to remember what that look looked like. Maybe he did feel the strength there.
It's definitely not a good feeling to be opening hands and just folding every time your opponent puts some aggression towards you. It's never going to be a very good situation.
Well, he's had pocket 5s 3 times, can never win with them. But Daryl's had pocket aces 3 times and ones every time with them. But both are sitting here locked up just under $48,000. So nothing to scoff at this point.
Now Daryl's probably going to take his chance to open it up. Both players might be anticipating that Dion's just bleeding some chips and trying to take advantage of it. But Daryl chooses to just call. Gets an okay board. Gut shot. Opponent shouldn't have an ace all too often when it's a limp pot, so not too worried about everything.
Thank you.
Goes check, check, and now the 7 comes. Meaning if a 10 does peel off, it would probably be the end of the tournament for Dion, so very unfortunate to see a 10 if it does go check, check. But queen high will be good.
What do you call that hand, Kyle? I call that the nut no pair right now.
That is the nut no pair. And
But it's the nut can't call. Or I'm wrong. That is an insta call with queen high.
which is honestly shocking to me because Dion had a lot of time throughout this final table, had just checked second to act with no showing on value. Like if he just had like 8 high, he would just check it back and then lose to like small pairs or high cards and stuff. And so like these players have all seen that. So for him betting the river, he's basically saying that he has better than like nothing, but somehow he still gets just looked up super light.
Well, congrats to Daryl. Great call there. Disappointing if you're Dion, but next time maybe he'll have value there and get called. I want to ask chat, Kyle. We are on hand 104. Where does chat think this is going to end? We've been 3-handed for a bit here. Let's see it. If anyone wants to take a guess. What hand number do you think the tournament ends on right now? So we are going to have a fold on the button by Daryl. 7 tray of diamonds. Dion is going to flat. And Ricardo is going to under rep here. Is that the word? He has ace-6 of clubs. He's going to deceive his opponent here and just flat. Or excuse me, check his option, which is going to hurt him here because Dion's going to flop a pair with backdoor flush.
Yeah, it's somewhat under-repped, but when your aggression factor is so high that you get a hand that you would actually like to play but can't really face too much like super aggression, you're forced in these kind of situations. Like if he had a hand weaker like queen 10 off suit and he raised, if he gets 3-bet, it's a pretty happy fold. This hand in particular, if you raise and get 3-bet, you kind of would like to continue even though it doesn't play good against a 3-bet, so it kind of limits you to the latter level where you're just kind of limping and just kind of playing it that way. But it's been checked to him, so he's going to put out a bet because he does that relatively often.
He does get the 7 to fold. So chat did not answer Kyle, so either they're muted or they just don't have a guess of what hand we're going to end on. That was hand 104. You see our MoneyMaker button with a QR code in the middle there. We're soon to see a trophy at some point. Pretty heavy trophy. MoneyMaker Tour champion. Very, very nice hardware to win. Tony Burns and Chris found a nice trophy. 326. That person is fired. 80 more hands. We're not friends anymore. Dion with queen 9 suited on the button is going to raise. Pretty standard. He's going to find some pushback here. Was that all in? Or did he just say raise? He said something. Just a raise. Okay. 3-bet to 700 with the kings. Flash again. I don't think he's folded a big pair or thrown in a big pair face down. He's won them. He's shown them.
Yeah, I do think it's just Daryl's tournament to win. He's gotten aces 3 times, kings 3 times. I mean, sometimes the poker gods are just in your corner.
Got Big Pappy in the chat saying, let's go, Ricardo. Ricardo has been going. He started today with just around $1 million in chips and has built that to 5.8 million. 6.7 currently for Daryl. And Dion at 2.6. You see the blinds that represents when you're playing this 120K big blind ante. And you can see the payouts here. 109,000 up top, 74,000 and change, and just shy of 48,000 for third on a 1,500 buy-in. Players in this tournament remaining, I believe, either got in on a bullet 1,500 or an online event. Other players that did play the tournament had a chance to get in for as little as $186. An ode to MoneyMaker running up $86 to get his 10K main event seat and turning that into $2.5 million. Part of the goal of the MoneyMaker Tour is to give people a chance at life-changing money like Chris did for the littlest price possible. So as little as 86 or 186 got you in a satellite or a super. And you could have played any of these 8 events for a lower price. So great job on that. If you're thinking about playing on the MoneyMaker Tour, you do have a chance to win your seat at a nice reduced rate. So looks like here we're going to have a raise from Daryl in the small blind. He's going to get Dion to fold. Daryl had ace tray spades, and Dion had a king 5.
Yeah, Dion is definitely trending in the bad direction. He's closest to busting under 20 big blinds, I would say. So both players are kind of taking their turns, taking pieces out of him. So hopefully he can make something happen soon, or find a spot that is at least profitable for him to get his stack in.
Bentley Watts at 142 hands. Pretty friendly to the hosts here, Bentley. It's not bad.
Well, this might be the hand he gets it in with. I mean, you don't really want to just jam blind on blind for 20 bigs with ace king. But he's going to go for the limp jam trap again. Ricardo's not going to fall for it. Looks like he's just going to check and get to see a flop. Very disciplined from him, honestly. If he bets there, the hand's over. But when he just checks the 6-5 suited, which is a pretty good hand, he now gets to see the flop, see a gut shot. Had a backdoor flush draw, not really going to connect. But he's going to bet when the deuce pairs. And now, as played, ace king just looks really bad. Like, your opponent could easily have a deuce or a 3 or something, but if you turn an ace or a king, could be best. And you bink the ace on the river. Must be nice. Ricardo might think this is a good card to bluff at, but he chooses to check it back, and ace king is definitely going to be good.
Players starting to chat a little bit more. Comfortable now. I know Daryl had a little liquid encouragement. He made it beer o'clock a while back.
Gotta love it.
Yep, $47,000 is nothing to scoff at. But a little chatty at the table now. 3-handed. 109,000 up top. Guaranteed 47 at the moment. Dion's gonna fold his button. Queen deuce. Ricardo in the small blind with 5 deuce off is grabbing raising chips. Daryl's giving him a good look, and he's got an offsuit king, and it would cost him 205 to call. He is going to let it go. We'll raise and take for Ricardo. No reason for those guys to battle really big right now, seeing that both of them are pretty much double Dion stack.
Yep, 24 big blinds. Rivering that ace was definitely a needed help for Dion. Otherwise, he would have been very close to treading water, but
Ricardo's going to fold his button. Daryl has the 5 tray off. And he's going to call. Dion's going to check his option with Jack 10 offsuit. 360K pre-flop in the pot here. King 9-6, 2 clubs on the flop. It's going to give Dion a gutter. Daryl doesn't have much to work with here. He's going to need runners. It's going to be a bet by Dion. He's going to take it down. My name's Ryan Unger. If you've played at all at Orange City Racing and Card Club, we've probably come across each other. Playing Daytona Beach, probably see Joe LaRosa and his staff. Tournament Director Byron Rodriguez hopping back and forth between each property. If you haven't checked out the cash game promotions in Orange City or Daytona Beach, we typically give around $500,000 in promotional payouts each month, going for $6 million this year in 2023 and also $6 million in 2024 in overall promotional payouts, including those big-ass high hands coming on Labor Day. New promotion coming up. We had one in August is Mega Mondays, where we 1-card plays, and it's 500 every 20 minutes. Check out our poker rooms on Bravo Live or DaytonaPoker.com, OrangeCityPoker.com. Plenty of opportunities. For more information on the MoneyMaker Tour, you can see in the background, MoneyMakerPT.com. Great pictures. They have a shop on there as well. See the next stop. Find out how you can be a part of the MoneyMaker Tour. Meet Chris Moneymaker. Have Tony Burns watching you. Great crew from the MoneyMaker Tour.
Yeah, I've hit one of the single card high hand days. Those are definitely fun. Here we see a min raise with ace 10. Daryl gonna just call with the queen 9 suited. Very reasonable. Don't really want to 3-bet and face a 4-bet and be forced to fold, so calling seems fine. Especially if you have some post-flop moves like leads and certain things that Daryl's shown he can do.
Both players make a piece. Daryl got a pair of 9s, and Dion has aces. Daryl would need to make 2 pair to take the lead in his hand. He is going to bet out, though, with his 9s. Gives a little look over to Dion. Dion's going to call. We're going to the river, 1.1 million in the pot. Daryl's not going to improve his hand. Dion is in the lead, but Daryl did fire the previous street. Nope, he's going to check. And can Dion choose value here with his pair of aces? Looks like he is going to bet about a third of the pot. No, half pot it seems. And Daryl does have a 9. Getting 3-1 on a call here. And he does make the call. Dion announces the ace and drags in a 2.1 million chip pot.
Yeah, single pairs are often only a 2 street worth of value strength hand. So when Dion flops an ace with an okay kicker, he can typically bet flop, bet turn, check back river. He can bet flop, check turn, bet river. But this time he chose to check the flop, let his opponent not think that he has too strong of a hand, and then get 2 streets on turn and river against third pair. So definitely a pretty good result for that particular hand.
Players will have a break coming up. We'll take a small break at that point too, Kyle. Looks like every 2 levels or so.
Seems reasonable. I'm sure these players would like to get their scouting report on their opponents, kind of devise what their plans are moving forward, try to take the tournament down.
I'm going to recommend that Daryl doesn't break the seal and keeps the streak going here. Definitely,
that's a tough one.
Definitely a tough one, yeah. But you know, when you do beer o'clock, comes with a price. 10-8 deuce, all hearts. We would call that the whole world for Ricardo. Middle pair for Daryl. Ricardo 7-5 of hearts. Gonna flop a flush. He's gonna get at least one street to action here of value. He's gonna get the call. So the pot is now just shy of $1 million in chips. Daryl's gonna need some kind of runners for boats not coming. He's now drawing dead. He's gonna check with just under $1 million in the pot. Ricardo gonna put a bet of around 500K in there, maybe 425. It's hard to tell by the angle. 350, third time's a charm. Did Daryl announce raise, Kyle? I think I saw his lips say raise 900K.
Yep. He's saying, you know, it's very hard to flop a flush. If you have just the single ace or king, you're probably not folding, but I do have a hand better than that. But I could easily have a set. I could have a made flush. So people have folded to my min raise and small raises before. We're going to try to see if we can get it through again. Mostly this time he runs into it. Fourth heart might give him the chance to continue the story and steal, but it would be quite difficult.
How about a heart and pair the board?
Heart.
Yep.
Worst card in the deck for Ricardo, and I think he shipped it. 2 million. Wow, what an incredibly gross spot for Ricardo. Flop a flush, go runner paired board, king high flush, and he just has to fold. And he's waited all day, showing nothing but premiums, setting up for a moment like this. I believe he showed the queen 8, but Daryl takes an insane move with a really fortunate river card for him and turns it into his advantage. That's why we like the deep tournament poker. You get to play spots like this more often, get a chance to let your skills shine and not just the flip fest. That is quite an insane bluff raise turn, continue the story river in the final table of a tournament.
And they are three-handed, and he has just less than half the chips in play. As we showed you the blinds and chip stacks a moment ago. Remember, they are playing for $47,955. Looks like we're going to have a walk here for Ricardo. Still giving a little look and getting some more information out of Daryl on that one. Yeah, that was a river, Big Poppy. You're right. But they are still so deep, I don't think Ricardo is going to let it hit him too hard there. Like I said, the players will be on break in just a couple of hands here. Dr. Kyle Fischel and I will step away for just a few. We built the chat back up to 226, Kyle, and now we got to cut our legs out from under us and go on a quick break. But
I felt good about it. I think we did a good job. I think your pun earlier was really what sealed the deal. People are tuned in. They're not going away.
I'm speechless, Kyle. Thank you. That's probably better for the chat if I am. We're going to have a limp from Ricardo with his king-jack offsuit. And Daryl's going to check 5-4 suited. We're off to the flop heads up here, 360 in the flop. Ricardo's going to have a gutter. He needs a 10 for a straight. He does have two big cards to Daryl's pair of fives. He's going to bet out. He is going to take it. Gets Daryl to fold bottom pair there.
Daryl already made his move. Didn't feel obligated to do more creativity. Gonna just take it easy for a while. You only get so much credibility. You cash it in on one big hand. Got to build it up again. Can't just play wild after that.
I believe the break will be 15 minutes. That's what the breaks have been so far. I'm hearing from my production team it might not be 15, but either way, we will log off for just a few so Kyle and I can freshen up, as they say. Maybe top off my energy drink.
That would be helpful.
Okay, it's going to be a 10-minute break is what I'm hearing, so thank you to my production team. So don't go too far when we go on this break. Might be after this hand or the one after. We do have ace-10 off versus queen-10 off. Ricardo is going to raise it from the button. with his queen 10. Daryl got out of the way, and now it's back to Dion in the big blind. 130 more to call, 550 in the pot. Dion with the best hand, ace 10 offsuit. Thoughts on a 3-bet here, Kyle? Is it a jam with his stack?
It's definitely not a jam. Jam's way too big. 3-bet's possible, but you just saw Ricardo get bluffed pretty hard, so you don't really expect him to be in a folding mood right now.
5-5
And then
trade,
with
2
this-
clubs. Yep, go ahead, Kyle.
It's kind of a dumb board for both hands. No one should really have a 5 or a 3. Ace high has a ton of value. He's already been called down with just a high card before, so will he do it again? Ricardo very not willing to check when check 2 twice. Like, he very rarely throws in the double check. He typically always puts out the bet, at least on the second time. Very small sizing, 1/3 pot. He could have single club holdings, could have an 8. Dion out of position. I think you just have to call once, think the guy's spewing, and hope for a non-club and reevaluate based on that, because it might go check-check on the river if your call here. Be a great result for ace 10. But he's definitely going to think about it for a bit.
Does elect to lay it down. So Ricardo will drag in that pot just shy of 900K. The dealer moves the button. The blinds will be 16-120 still for Dion and Ricardo.
I always get that hand.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Suited ace is the best.
Hey John, what
It's kind of one of those spots where it's, I know you've been I know you've been aggressive. You know that I know you've been aggressive. I know that you know that I know I've been aggressive. Is this the spot where I call you down and call you on this, over aggression? And it turns out it was not the time. Time may come soon.
Kyle, when they come back from break, the blinds are going to be 100K small blind, 150K big blind, and 150K big blind ante. So slight uptick, but the big blinds in play will go down. There's 15 million chips total in play. Dion on the small blind with king 6 of diamonds elects to limp once again. Ricardo is going to oblige and see a flop as he checks his big blind with a 6 deuce. 5 and tray of spades on the flop gives Ricardo a gutter. Dion makes a top pair with his king, so it's king 5 tray on the flop, 2 suits. Dion is first to act, does have the pair of kings. Very small pot relatively with 360K in there. Looks like he's going to min bet 120K, given a 4-to-1 price for a gutter and backdoor flush for Ricardo, who does call. So 600K in here. Turn card is going to be a 4. That is bingo for Ricardo. Does give Dion an open-ender with his king. He would need a deuce for a chop, aces, or I'm sorry, 7 for the win. He is going to check. 600K in here. You got to think Ricardo's going to get some value now. And he has roughly 450 in his hand. 450. And Dion with top pair and an open ender definitely can't get away from there. So now we have 1.5 million in the pot. We're heads up to the river. Dion's going to need help here. That's not it. So he just has a pair of kings. He's out of position. He's going to check. And Ricardo has the second nuts here with 1.5 million in there. What kind of sizing do you think here?
I seem to have lost my video, so I'm trying to work on that right now.
Well, I would do that. He has a 6 high straight, and he's going to be betting, it looks like, 1.3 million, just under pot with the 6 high straight. Dion just has a king, has a 6 in his hand that could block some combos with the 6, 6, 7. Unfortunately, he's up against 6 deuce. There was spades on the flop. could put Ricardo on some kind of missed flush here. But 2.8 million in the pot. It's going to cost him 1.3 to call. Luckily, Kyle will be going on break soon. If your video hasn't come back up, I can fly Dylan out by helicopter to help you.
Oh, that would be helpful.
Actually, I don't know if you should fly in this possible weather.
Oh, that's fine for right now.
Okay. Oh, your video's back?
No, I'm saying flying.
Oh, okay.
Right
Well,
now.
I mean, I can be your eyes and ears, Dr. Fischel.
Yeah, we'll see. I think I can figure something out.
Okay. Well, until then,
Uh,
the viewers will just have to listen to me, unless I'm muted. There are 224 of them. Hopefully, after our break, we can get back in the 220, 230 range. Do thank everyone for joining us. So Dion put in a spot here, 1.3 million to call, with just a pair of kings.
all right, I'm good to go.
Good to go. You can see the situation here, Kyle, if I didn't describe it well enough. The check mark is in front of Ricardo,
Yep.
who did bet 1.3 into 1.5 with the second nuts.
It's one of those spots you just. The bad thing is you're not really worried about your opponent having a straight. You're actually worried more about like King 10 and King Queen and dumb hands like that. So
If you have the king of spades in your hand, it's probably better than having the king of diamonds? Or is it actually the opposite? You want them to have
No,
a king of spades?
it would be the opposite, but it's somewhat irrelevant because if your opponent had like weak, like King Jack of spades specifically, they might choose that one to not bet because there aren't as many flush draws available. But
This is the longest we've seen Dion, I won't say tank, but think here. I mean, he definitely is in a spot. He's taken his time and thought everything out through today, but this one's definitely the longest we've seen. Very, very tough position.
well, because this is also basically his tournament. If he calls and he's wrong, he's left at 1.4 mil. Very, very small stack size compared to the blinds. So this really can't be incorrect if you're Dion. Like from that perspective, you have to. Whatever you choose is your full tournament life, and if you're right, your opponent has missed spades. If your opponent bets turn, I mean,
Is this the perfect sizing? 1.3 seemed a little high to me, but sometimes you can do pot or a little bit over pot here.
I mean,
There's the look. Go ahead, Kyle. I'm sorry.
you're betting polar here. So you're saying that I have the nuts or I have nothing. And for someone to have the nuts, you're saying you have 6-7, 6 deuce. Seems ridiculous to think that they have that. To have nothing, you have ace queen of spades. You have ace, maybe ace deuce, honestly. That's possible as well. Ace deuce of spades seems to.
Well, Dion
Seems
bet so
possible.
little on the flop that it would have kept him in with whatever he did have there. He did have the straight draw, and he was getting a good price on it. Okay, the players are going to be on a 10-minute break. We're going to give 8 or 9 minutes for Kyle and myself. So the 223 of you that have made it this far, please join us in approximately 8 or 9 minutes. We'll be back. We're going to go freshen up. Give us just a few minutes. We'll see you then.
Also, offsuit ace, definitely a premium. Blind on blind. 21 bigs. I think you're a little deeper than the need to shove. So I think standard opening is a little bit better. It's gonna just limp it.
Looks like there was a delay on my part, folks, pressing the right button to get the screen on. So that had nothing to do with our crack production team. They've been busting their butts. It was my fault. Still thinking about the checks mix I just had.
Oh, there's no doubt in our mind that it was your fault.
100%. I didn't press the live scene commentary button, but people could still hear me, I believe. Either way, we are back. We are here. We are three-handed. We're paying out $47,000 and change to the next player out. This was a $1,500 buy-in. Price will ended up being $500K. Next player out will get the 47 and change, and then we're going to put this 20-pound trophy on the table. Wait till you see this bad boy. Not like the old World Poker Tour days, Kyle, where we dump $100 bills on the table. I don't think they like that in Florida, but those were fun days.
Oh, they still do that at the Golden Nugget, but I can't overstate enough that Dion just did a limp jam again. Limps with ace-7, gets raised, and then just jams. Like that, it's happened to Ricardo twice. Like, it's gonna have to shut him down, change how he's gonna play.
Daryl in the chat saying, here we go. You're right, Daryl. We were just a second behind because of me. But you know what? We are back. Ricardo has my favorite hand. I do like it suited, but that is the 7-4 off. I do see a fresh beer behind Daryl, so he's in good shape here. Does have 10-7 off. And we have a flop of 8-5 deuce. That's why this 4-7 is so powerful. Very hidden. Does need a 6 for a gutter. Currently a 10 is leading the way here. 700K in the pot. 250 to call to Ricardo with the gutter. He's going to let it go. You see Daryl in seat 1. Dion currently roughly seat 4, it looks like. Ricardo in seat 6. This is their stacks. Relatively close now with 150K for the big blind. 15 million chips in play. You see 38 bigs for Ricardo, 36 for Daryl. Dion 26. If you weren't here from the beginning, Ricardo came in as the short stack 6-handed. Has built his way up to first place. Stacks are pretty close. A lot of ICM value played out earlier with some short stacks in. Kyle says good play. I don't know if he's talking about the poker or me not pressing the right button for the stream, but either way I'll take it. Thanks, Kyle. Up to 170 viewers again. Thank you. This is Ryan Unger from Orange City, and we're graced with the presence of Kyle Fischel.
Hello, world. Thank you for joining us. We're at the final 3.
Kyle is not in uniform, folks. He did take his official hat off, but we've been going for 4 hours and 40 minutes, Kyle. This is hand 123.
Yeah, they don't know it. They don't know that the shirt's unbuttoned, the sleeves are rolled up. They don't know that yet. I came looking good.
Is there official tissues anywhere in there, like Kyle official tissues for maybe a bad beat?
I've used too many of them. The stock went out too quick.
Everyone that's tuned in, and we just got caught up on the chat. Yes, we were a little behind here getting back from the break. It's my fault. I pushed production out of the way and said, let me push the buttons. So we're 3-handed here. Daryl's going to be on the button with king, queen off. 3-handed, that hand's pretty strong, Kyle.
Yeah, that's a premium 3-handed. Looks like he went all the way up to 500,000. He goes kind of big with premiums.
Right now, he's actually only 3x in it, plus a little more. We did move up to 150K. But Dion, with a hand here from the small blind, ace-10 suited, very pretty. I don't know how playable, but very pretty, the ace-10 suited, especially in spades.
I mean, all options are open, besides folding. Folding's not open. He can call, he can raise, he can even jam. And he's going to choose the jam option.
Daryl hasn't immediately acted yet.
But I believe he did ask for a count. Daryl called an all-in with ace-7 earlier. Not necessarily a premium, but definitely good enough to put your opponent at risk. You're never drawing dead. You always have 30% one way or the other. This hand is kind of similar. Your opponent likely doesn't just jam with aces or kings, so you're probably live, at least in some aspect, if you want to make the call. Put your opponent at risk, possibly get this game closer to heads up.
If you put your opponent directly on jack tens or nines, are you making this call? That's a pretty big bet with 15 million chips in play. If we were to call here, we would have a pot roughly 8.5 million.
I mean, it depends on the person. Like, does look like he called. Whew. You know, do you feel like you have a strong post-flop edge, or do you think that your pre-flop edge is where you're at? So that's kind of dependent on what you're going to do. Daryl calls, massive pot, 8.6 million. Let's see a flop.
The ace on the flop is going to give Dion a strangle hold on his hand with aces. We would need runners, but that's not going to happen, and there's spades. So Dion's going to get a full double through Daryl. 8.6 million chip pot. That is more than half of the chips in play. Tough spot for Daryl. Even if he put his opponent on an under pair, he actually didn't improve with just the king-queen. The dealer's going to count the stack down, and we are given a full double here to Dion. Daryl, I feel your pain. I'd be grabbing the beer also. I know you got a bunch of fans in chat. They're going to root for you to get those chips back. Let's get a quick update on the counts here. After that hand, you see Dion catapulting in the lead with 8.6 million chips, otherwise known as 57 bigs. Daryl has 1.1 million. The big blind now is 150K with the ante. He is the button, or I'm sorry, he is the big blind in his hand, so 300K will be put in the middle from him in his ante and blind before the cards are even dealt. Dion's going to be on the button. He's going to have the jack 5. No good. Ricardo can put pressure here. 10 deuce might not be enough to do it, but three-handed, knowing the position and how many bigs Daryl started the hand with. Looks like just a call.
Limp.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, if it's only 50,000 to limp, then there's just no reason to ever fold. But you don't really want to raise and then get jammed on and be forced off your equity or forced off the chips you've invested. So
both players are going to be open-ended. The flop came 9-8-7 rainbow.
Yeah, Daryl's just going to jam this and probably get called and probably chop. Call has happened, so barring a deuce or a 4, this might just be a chop.
Since those cards you're talking about are unders, very likely a chop here. One
Still,
card to
anyone's
come.
pair to win.
Yes, sir. One card to come. It's going to be an ace. They're going to pull their bets back. Players playing sevens with an ace 10-9 as their best 5 cards. Blinds are 100 and 150, 150. Back to 210 viewers. Thank you. If we did come back from stream and you didn't see the video or hear us right away, you can blame me. But I do appreciate you joining us. We are going to play down to a winner. We have played 124 hands at this point and been streaming for just under 5 hours, minus the dead time for breaks. Thank you for joining us. If you're joining because you want to see a winner of a MoneyMaker main event, that's awesome. If you're joining us because you're local and playing Orange City or Daytona, that's fantastic too. Hope to see you at one of our future live stream tables. So three-handed here, Ricardo's on the button with the jack deuce off. He hasn't had much to play since the break came back. Had that one straight. Dion's going to take it down.
Extend the chip lead.
What kind of snack did you have on this second break, Kyle? Let me live enviously through you.
Oh, on the second break, my wife came home with a dinner of meatballs and rice. So that is the dinner today.
Very jelly. Very jelly.
Yep, like I said, we're gaining the comfort weight rapidly.
So three-handed, 47,955 is the next payout. These players have played for quite a while today. This is going to be an all-in from Daryl. Why not? Ace-King offsuit. Pretty standard, Kyle. He's got Just a few blinds to start the hand. Ricardo probably could make the call here. Not a bad price, 800 more to call. You probably have live cards.
Yeah, like Daryl is so short that honestly a smaller raise actually looks stronger in general. So you typically just want to get it in here, hope you're called. Hope you're called by literally any two. But still pick up 400K, and he shows. Nice guy.
Daryl has shown almost every hand he's won today. There was one hand I think he didn't show. But other than that, if he's had a big hand and he's raised and taken it, he has shown. Let's get a quick look at the stacks here. Daryl grabbing a couple blinds back, but Dion with 57 of them. Excuse me, Ricardo 35 and Daryl with 9. 1.4 million in his stack with a big blind of 1.5. And he's in the blinds 2/3 of the time now since we're three-handed.
Yep, the laps are going to be expensive and fast. 400,000 per lap, so.
That's not good. Just don't let it happen again, please. Just ask the voice and that's the comments.
But Daryl's just going to get a walk, and he has kings. That's, hate to see it.
Well, I think he might have grabbed chips to go for a raise, not realizing it wasn't his turn. That kind of might have killed his own action there.
Oh, tipping off the players. That's the worst.
And it's to have kings there and do that. You can do it with a weaker hand and represent, but he definitely wanted to get action there. You got 7 or 8 bigs to start a hand. You're going to make a stand with kings. I don't know a better shot you got. He has had the card distribution. Most of the premium pairs have been in seat 1 today. Aces many times. It's not the first time having kings for sure. He is going to make a call here. He has 9-6 suited. Option went to Dion, who did raise it up. Might have set all in, trying to get Daryl to go in. Dion had the king jack. He does take it. Daryl the 4th saying let's go little by little. Yep. A lot of people in the chat rooting on Daryl. We've had some love for Ricardo also. I know Dion has his fans. Thank you everyone for grinding this with us. 225 of you through Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. That's fantastic. Say hello to us. Someone predicted hand 142 for this to end. We're 13 hands away from there. I don't think that's going to happen. Daryl is going to put it all in. Ace-9 off. Going to get through the 10-8 and 8-4. I believe that's what I saw.
Yeah, he's coming back very well. Like, he was down to 7 big blinds, has, I believe, 11 now. So, I mean, that's a pretty significant comeback. One more one hand at just taking blinds to hands, and he's doubled his stack.
His biggest live, or cumulative winnings live, I know he's had some online success, is around 18,000. So, I mean, this 47,000 is going to be fantastic. But he might have his sights set on that 109 still, and anything's possible. Three-handed in a deep stack structure, as the MoneyMaker Tour is. Button's going to fold. Ricardo hasn't brought his cards over the sensor yet.
He's just going to open jam versus 11 big blinds.
Which he can almost do dark. I'm sure he looked, but there's a possibility of doing that dark, and your opponent has to wake up, or you're going to take him out. I see you nodding your head. It's nice to actually see you, Dr. Fischel. I know you can't see over here. You're not missing much. I have microphone hair, or whatever you call this.
I feel as though we're next to each other.
Well, thank you. What do they call this? Headset hair.
That's
MoneyMaker is not in the booth. We didn't get MoneyMaker in the booth. We did get him on 2 cash game live streams. My name's Ryan Unger, and I'm a manager at the Orange City Racing and Card Club. And I'm joined by Kyle Fischel. You might have seen his poker vlog. If you haven't, you should be checking it out. We are going to have a button raised by Ricardo, call. Daryl has an ace and a small. He's going to jam 1.4 million. Dion with the mystery hand. Looks like he has a decision. Got a limp on the button. Short stack jams. You're on the big blind with the mystery hand. I don't think he's thinking this long without at least a decent ace, maybe a medium pair. Thoughts? Nope.
To me, it felt like 4s to 8s.
Okay.
Felt like a weak pair because you still have to worry about Ricardo just having a hand, waking up and jamming, because any of that's still possible. And like if you call the 1.4 and then Ricardo jams over top of you, you've just made a huge blunder. You've crippled yourself. Ricardo can have anything. Like he can still have some limp traps.
The viewers creeping up close to 230, wanting to see who's going to win this 109,000, and they also can't wait to see this trophy that I've built up. Daryl has a offsuit king. It's king 6. He is going to elect a jam. Dion in the small blind with jack 9, unsuited. Ricardo suited connector 7-6 of clubs, but a little bit too much for him to make the call there.
Well, yeah, the jam works every time until it doesn't.
That's correct. So Daryl has 15 blinds now. I mean, one double. If it's through Dion, I mean, we literally have an even table. If it's through Ricardo, they just flip-flop in stacks here. So a lot can happen here. The blinds are getting up there. I wouldn't necessarily call it a shove fest. It's still deep stack. It's just that Daryl happens to be the shortest one at the table, and every time he shoves through and picks up the 400,000 in dead money, it's worth it.
I think I lost the audio.
Well, I hear you, Kyle, but we do have
fair enough.
you're good. We did get a walk, it looks like, or I'm sorry, he might have limped Ricardo, and then Daryl put it in and took it. Kind of a little fast for me. You can still say hi if you're in chat. We did ask earlier how many hands you thought this would play. A lot of you in the high hundreds. The later it goes, the less chance I have of having a decent dinner. It'll be fast food, so for my sake, I hope it's not too late. Don't want to stretch out the new MoneyMaker pullover jacket I purchased yesterday, Kyle. I got a side eye, maybe a little side eye roll there from Kyle. So Ricardo's going to fold this 9 high.
Fibbery. There was no eye rolling or side eye.
Okay, I'm bluffing to the chat. Daryl calls the 50K with king 4, and Dion checks with 10-5 suited. And we got a pair of 4s for Daryl. But Dion is going to bet out.
He's built his stack up to a point where just open jamming seems like kind of a misstep. But if he can check, get a bet, and then jam, your opponent almost never has an ace here, and you just pick up another $500,000 in chips. Now he's up to $3 million. He's just literally crushing his way back to a playable stack, and he's doing it fearlessly, honestly. Just throwing it in there in generally correct spots and working out for him.
And I think the beer is helping.
Oh, the beer helps us all play poker, let's be honest.
So we are three-handed here. The next player out is going to make just shy of $48,000. This was a $1,500 buy-in. Back to Daryl. Going to let it go. Sorry, Kyle. Please go ahead.
We're at hand number 135. Dion being the chip leader, suited 10. Gonna choose to just limp. Queen deuce, not necessarily a premium. And you've been limp jammed on twice by Dion. You really can't be aggressive anymore if you're in Ricardo's spot.
King 7-4, 2 hearts on the flop. 10-5 suited for Dion in the small blind. Ricardo with queen deuce offsuit in the big blind. Minimum of $450K in the pot at this time. Going to get a check from Dion. And Ricardo is going to put a bet in. Looks like 2 1/4, 200 even. Dion doesn't have much to call here unless he thinks he can raise and put pressure back on Ricardo. Is that what you're thinking?
No, Dion, when he checked jams, has typically had some equity. Like a raise here, he really has no equity, but he just, He did raise, so I guess he just knows that Ricardo's having a very high aggression factor and been folding to the raises. He's actually playing a very good exploitative style. And it looks like, I said it before, he's had so many limp jams that he kind of puts Ricardo in no man's land. Like, when it happens once, twice, you start wondering, okay, did he have it? Did he not have it? Is he just bullying me? Now he check raises me when this time you actually have air, so it's easier fold, but it's going to have to alter your playing style. I said Ricardo's playing so aggressively, he could probably just run the table over, but Dion's found the counter, the check raise to shut down the aggression strategy.
I see a limped pot here. Jack 7 suited for Ricardo. He's out of position. Daryl's got the queen 4. Flop of 8-6 deuce 2 diamonds. Doesn't really help any of the players. Aggression should win this one, but it is going to check through. The turn's going to put a 5 out. Gives each player some more opportunity. There are 3 diamonds, but Ricardo's open-ended, and Daryl has a gutter with the overcard queen, but the aggression is going to take it. I haven't checked with tournament director Byron Rodriguez to find out what the next level is, but they are currently playing 100, 150, 150. Players did start with 40K on day 1, 40-minute blinds, ended up with 379 runners. They played down to the money each evening, exactly 12%, which left 47 players returning on day 2. Yesterday, we had a feature table stream. They played down to 6. And these are the 3 remaining, and they've locked up just under $48,000. Got a fold on the button. Daryl 10-4 suited. Just calls, and Kyle, it's pocket 5s for Dion. Ray,
this
he
time
won.
Jams with it. Breaks the pocket 5 curse. Found a way to win with it.
The 4th time was the charm.
Yep, just jam. If you jam, you win. Easy game.
For those of you that didn't know, you could have got into this tournament for about $186. We had satellites. Had a 10-seat guaranteed satellite early in the week and got, I think, 17 or 18 seats out of that one. Chris MoneyMaker himself satelliting for $86 to win his 10K seat. Turned that into $2.5 million in 2003. And part of the MoneyMaker Tour is giving players a chance to get in for a nice satellite and try and play for life-changing money. Right now, ace-queen suited for Dion. We did have a button fold. He's in a small blind against Ricardo.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he's going to raise or continue his limp jamming strategy.
Those are raising chips, right? Those grays are 100K each.
It does look like he's choosing just open raise this time.
Interesting sizing. Just over 3x. Ricardo, we haven't talked about it because it is a cash game nonsense, has the Robbie. Have to say it once per stream. Now we'll let it go and never do it again. Ace-queen is going to get through there. It's going to pick up the pot here. Let me quickly show us the big blinds again. Daryl with 16 bigs, by no means in push or desperate mode. He is pushing his big hands trying to get action, but 27 for Ricardo and Dion, 57 bigs. Only 15 million chips in play. He's got quite a few of them.
Yeah, he shoved it all the way up to the point where he felt like his deck was comfortable and had some playability, and now Daryl has switched gears very nicely from just push fold to regular opens.
Button fold to Jack 7 for Dion. Ricardo putting a raise in with 7-6 offsuit. We're going to have a shove from Daryl. Don't know what he has yet. Ricardo's probably going to let it go, and he does. We missed that one. Daryl normally shows it. We didn't get the cards to register on that one, but that's okay.
It's all business now. He's here to close it out. We were friends. We were showing cards earlier.
Oh, we saw it. 8-7. He actually had the best hand. 8-7 versus 7-6. But aggression pays off for him.
He knew. He just knew it was good.
230 viewers. We are 5 hours in our coverage here. About to play hand 140. One of the longer streams I've done, Kyle, that shows you how deep stack and what a value these tournaments are. Typically, our final tables are in the 80-90 hand range. This is not a marathon, but definitely a grind for these players, having played 13, 14 hours on their first flight and quite a long day yesterday. Four deuce off. Gonna get to the flop against King Trey. Daryl and Dion heads up. All diamonds, Jack, Queen, 4. You know you like to have a pair and a flush draw, but if you're in Daryl's spot, maybe that's not the pair and the flush draw you want.
Lowest pair, lowest flush draw. Seems bad. No, but I actually expect a lot more limping from the small blind to go forward. Because with this specific blind at 150, 150, 100, it's 50 to win 300. Like, the odds are actually so much better than in any other structure. So I feel like you're just almost more enticed to limp and just catch a card, because then it's 50 to win 450, and you're just getting 9x on your pay. It's too lucrative. Raising, I mean, you can take the pot down for 300k, but you're gonna want a premium that doesn't really want to see a flop, and also somewhat of a hand that you can happily give up if you're jammed on when you open.
Cal, we've reached our peak in viewers, just under 240. If you're just tuning in.
Thank you for showing up.
Thank you for showing up for sure. Kyle Fischel remoting in from Southwest Florida. I'm Ryan Unger from Orange City, today in Daytona Beach. Ace 10 and Kings here. We're going to have an all-in and a call. Daryl was on the button. Ace 10 of diamonds. Go ahead, Kyle. I apologize.
Daryl missed the ace when he had kings and jammed and an ace called. Now he needs the reverse. He needs to connect with the ace, or it'll be curtains. Seems like not the best flop. Still down to just an ace. Club's irrelevant. Picks up a deuce for a straight if he can get it. Queen is no good.
Daryl has battled all day, Kyle. What a run. He gets a round of applause from the players. Not enough of an applause. Daryl was a pleasure to watch today. Not just the shirt, the play, the aggression. Picked great spots. Maybe that one didn't work out. At times had some good fortune, but Daryl definitely deserves the $47,900. His largest live cash. I know he's had some online success. Yeah, I know the chat's slightly disappointed, but $47,000. The remaining two players are now laddered to just shy of $75,000 guaranteed. Kyle, thoughts on Daryl's play today?
I mean, I thought he played very well. He gave himself a big opportunity to win. And they're double checking. He might have a blind or two behind. He came to sit back down. Looks like he's got just barely any chips left. It's not over yet. Chip in a chair.
All right, there we go. You know what? That's all it takes. Dion had everyone covered, so Daryl and Ricardo a little bit close in that one. We're going to show the stacks, but actually we're not, because Daryl's not registering at this moment. But he is in the big blind, so we'll see what he's going to be all in for.
The truly unfortunate thing is I believe his ante applies first, and he's only entitled to the chips after that. Like, so if he's all in with less than one big blind, he only gets half of that big blind. Like, the ante still
Depending
goes.
if Dion puts chips in here, the most he could win now would be $300K total. If he has 50 remaining. I'm going to make the tournament decision from here, but I trust Byron out there is telling him the same thing. The rule in this situation is, even though the big blind has less than a big blind, the players are calling the regular big blind amount. That's how this would happen in a tournament. So they would each put the 150 in. If they were going to go to the flop, you would drag 50 from each of them and close the main pot for Daryl. If those are in fact blue chips. A little bit of glare here. We'll find out in a second here. So Dion and Ricardo are going to have the 150. We're going to close the main pot, and Daryl will be eligible, it looks like, for 300.
He picks up 8s. Actually reasonable.
Oh, I'm sorry. He had 200. So he gets the 200 from each of them. So 750 is actually what he's in for. Diamonds for both players, Kyle. 7 tray and ace deuce of diamonds. Gutter ball also. Board pairs jacks.
8's going to hold.
Eights do
actually
hold.
pulling the chip in the chair miracle.
All
Daryl
three
coming
players
back
will
with
show.
8s.
Yes, he is going to now be in the small blind for the 100, and he's going to have a stack of 750K, which is 5 bigs to start this hand. Let's go ahead and show it now.
Chip in a chair miracle. This is Daryl's tournament. He's coming back and winning it. I'm calling it now.
It is quite possible. Anything can happen here. Either way, free rolling 47K, which you just thought you got. If anything else were to happen, miracle on 5th Street, we could say. Looks like Kyle's got a nice bite of the rice and dinner dish. Kyle, I have to pick on you now that the screen's live, but it's all love, my friend.
I don't even know what he's talking about.
No, that's okay. I just ramble. 247 viewers, thank you once again for tuning in to event number 7 of the MoneyMaker main event in Daytona Beach. 1,500 buy-in, 300K guarantee. Right now, players are playing for $47,955. First place is $109,010. Daryl with back-to-back snowmen. Will the snowmen hold up? Back to back.
2 times in a row, double, triple up. Love to see it.
What a situation to be in. I'm going to see a flop. 10-5 suited, king 7 and 8s.
Still ahead. 8s are still ahead.
A lot of cards can change that. The jack does come. Nobody. 3 5s for Dion. Dion is going to show. And Daryl did get river. That's not the miracle on 5th Street. Once again, Daryl, thank you for playing. It was a pleasure to talk to you. He was at our streaming table yesterday. Got to talk to him a little bit last night. Talked to him. Talked about his family. Great job. Great live score to go along with some of his online tournament winnings. I do believe he was someone who's able to use some ACR to get his way into this tournament. It was a pleasure having you here. We did enjoy the shirt and the fun times, positive attitude. Good job. So, Kyle, if you bust in 3rd and then you bust in 3rd again, it probably feels a little better the second time because, hey, you've already done it.
I don't know. I think he was entitled to double payout. Isn't he supposed to get $47,000 twice? I mean, it's not how that works.
Daryl, Kyle's in west coast of Florida. It's a little bit south. You can make your way towards the official residence and see if you can figure out how to get that payment Kyle speaks of. Right now, play is heads up. They are going to pause. We do have to reset the players. We're going to have to move them to the ends of the table. We're going to have to get that awesome trophy on the table. That trophy is pretty heavy. You see Tony Burns and Byron Rodriguez both on screen right now. The main culprits for bringing this tournament over here to, Daytona Beach. Byron been the tournament director now for a while in Daytona and in Orange City. And if you don't remember, Tony Burns spent many years with the Hollywood Hard Rock and moved up into some tournament marketing. Now running the MoneyMaker Tour with Chris. Those are 2 titans of tournament poker on screen. There's that trophy, and Kyle, I picked it up earlier, and I've been known to embellish a little bit, but it is a solid 15 to 20 pound block, and it's sweet.
So how many curls could you do of it?
The thing is if I dropped it, I might not be employed. I do like my job. My daughter plays travel soccer, and that's not cheap. I know you can afford. You can afford to match 47K prize pools. No, not happening. Pinky curls. I can do 2 pinky curls.
If you're under 30 curls, they have to get you on, the gym membership at the Orlando card room.
I prefer to do some calf raises. Maybe I hold it on my shoulder and do some calf raises.
There you go. I like some sumo squats. You know, you hold it between the legs and just go down a bunch
Don't
of
know
times.
why it had to
That
be
could
sumo
work.
squats. So there's 230 viewers. If you dropped off because you were here to root for Daryl, you know it was a pleasure having you here. If you're going to stick through and see if either Ricardo or Dion, which early in chat it was called Ricardo and Dion. Heads up, I did see that earlier. There was a total of 8 events for this stop. This was event number 7. They had a second chance tournament last night. The guarantee on that got crushed. That was a 20K guarantee. Ended up being way over 20K because first place got 9,000. There was 8 events ranging in price from 300 all the way up to this main event of 1,500. There was satellites from $86, 186 and higher. Ended up being a great event. We started with just close to 600K guarantees and crushed that well into the 800,000 or 900,000 range in guarantee on total prize pools. This is not going to be the last time we see the MoneyMaker Tour. Nothing official yet, but my fingers are crossed that they make another stop back by, and also in Orange City. Once we expand, that'd be great. We will talk quickly about future live streams coming up. I did mention quite a few times, October 5th through 9th in Daytona. $365 buy-in, multiple flights to play. It is a 200K guarantee. We'll likely crush that, probably prize pool closer to 250 or 300K. That will have a live stream final table on October 9th. The first 3 flights, our days of tournament buy-ins, are the 5th, 6th, and 7th, with day 2 on October 8th. We also are talking about the Women's Charity Classics. We're going to be doing ladies events, one in Daytona, one in Orange City. The Daytona one will have a feature table live stream. This ladies only tournament is going to be $185 to play. There will be a charity add-on to get you some more chips and some goodies. The charity benefits Women's Poker Association Raise It Up campaign. Get more awareness of women playing poker, taking their stab at a brick and mortar event. And also half of the charity money is going to go towards breast cancer research and awareness, very important subject, part of October, and pink. So pink and purple there. You'll get up to 25,000 in chips, 25-minute blinds. It will be great structure because Byron's in charge. And then we're going to have an evening tournament. It will not have a live stream because it will be in Orange City. That'll be $130. With the charity add-on, you can get up to 20,000 in chips with 20-minute blinds and swag at both. I think we're going to get some goodies from the WPA to give out. Maybe get yourself a hat, a patch, some other kind of swag. We're very excited about both of those tournaments. This heads-up match right now, I can show you, $74,000 guaranteed and $109,000 for first. These players have battled through a field of 377 players to be the last 2 standing. 47 players cashed, came back yesterday, played down to 6, and now you see the final 2. Kyle, I guess I'll keep talking and talk about a couple of promotions coming up also in Orange City and in Daytona Beach. Yeah, sounds great. Getting a plug in. Big Ass High Hands, our most popular promotion, imitated by everybody. $5,000 4-hour blocks. The best hand that holds up for 4 hours gets $5K at the end of that period. If a royal flush is hit, we just reset, pay the $5K out to the royal, put another $5K up on the board. So essentially, it's unlimited $5,000 royal flushes. That's on Labor Day, Monday the 4th, along with $299 every 20-minute high hands. If you're not aware, and you go to DaytonaPoker.com, OrangeCityPoker.com, or check us out on Bravo Live, you'll see that we give away about $500,000 in promo money each month for a total of $6 million a year. That's in 2023 and projected 2024, $6 million. Big promotions happening. Want to thank our production team as we finalize this heads-up match. On the action tracker out front, Thomas making sure that we all know what's going on. We got John E. back here, making sure the camera angles look nice, helping everyone out. And then we have our IT team of John and Dylan, definitely putting the hours in to help us with this. Tournament director Byron Rodriguez has been here for almost every live minute of MoneyMaker Poker Tour this week. And then poker room managers in Orange City, we have Richard Manning, and in Daytona, Joe LaRosa. Appreciate all their hard work. General Manager and Operations Manager Fred Guzman and Michael Stringer. The vision to bring live streaming here. Make this a reality. See that beautiful table we have. The production value you see. It is fantastic. We're only growing. More streams are coming. It's just a great time. My name is Ryan Unger, and I'm a manager in Orange City. Kyle Fischel, virtually next to me, is a poker player who you can play with in Orange City. Kyle, tell us about your meetup game and what you created and what blinds and bomb pots and what kind of excitement happens when you're there.
I tried to get a happy medium. Like the 1-2 and the 2-5 were the two games that were running in Orange City. And I wanted to find one where like the 1-2 players who were doing pretty good and wanted a shot take could buy into. And same thing with 2-5 players that maybe lost a buy-in or two, feeling kind of down about themselves, can take a step down without taking a step down. So I tried to do like 1-3, where it was 200 to 600 buy-in, where it was like reasonable for a 2-5 player to still buy in for $600, and then also a 1-2 player who's wants to somewhat shot take but not risk too much, can do like a $300 or $400 buy-in. It was a good kind of medium, and I think it worked out pretty well. You know, first time I ran it, we had like a 40-person list for the game because we also do a $10 bomb pot. You know, this game was the first one that kind of introduced it and had that going. That was super fun. Working on getting the double board PLO bomb pots, but we just got to get the rules in for that. We'll get there.
Tony Burns actually during the summer was helping out at the MGM Grand, and they ran some tournaments out there, and one of the most fun tournaments I've ever seen. I didn't have the guts to play that day. They did a PLO tournament, double board bomb pot, ante-only format. So every hand you're in, it was pretty interesting. Maybe not so dealer friendly, but you know, maybe the MGM Grand had a pizza party to support their dealers, or maybe a massage therapist, because double board bomb pots and stacking pots, splitting pots, definitely could take a toll. Look at that trophy, Kyle. This is event number 7, was the main event. I'm telling you that is a monster to carry. But I'd put it on my mantle in a heartbeat.
One of the craziest tournaments I ever saw was 3-card Hold'em. So it's the same rules as Texas Hold'em, but you can use 1 card, you can use 3 cards, you can use whichever you want. And so,
well, we've had pineapple we've had pineapple crazy pineapple and super crazy pineapple, but definitely not one where you got 3 cards all the way to the end.
And you can use all 3, or you use 1. You can have a 1-card flush. You can use 3 of them in your hand.
Ooh, look, Kyle. According to the camera, we're photobombing right now. Oh, they moved us. I was hoping to be part of that shot. Closest I've been to a heads-up match myself. We see the Faded Spade cards on the table. Faded Spade's the official card of the MoneyMaker Poker Tour. Faded Spade founder Tom Wheaton actually played in our cash games. Faded Spade's also the only card used in Orange City and at Daytona Beach Racing and Card Club. There's Omar, the official photographer of the MoneyMaker Tour. Any pictures you saw at moneymakerpt.com came from Omar. He did a fantastic job. I know my wife was in the tournament, and he did catch her smiling. It's posted. I own that picture.
Oh, that's good.
Yes, sir. So it looks like we're going to get action back underway in just a moment here, finishing up the pictures. These players are going to be pretty deep right now. I showed the stack a few times while we were waiting for them to get back. It's 60 bigs or so for Dion and 40 and change for Ricardo. 15 million and change in play. But Kyle, anything can happen heads up. We saw a main event just a few years ago where the players played way into the night. And we've also seen, don't want to have a cooler, don't want to wish that in existence, we've seen some unlucky spots where a big stack gets pushed in. What are your thoughts on heads up play with stacks this deep?
You never really want to fold. Like if you're the small blind, you always want to limp at mandatory. I think you're only supposed to fold like 6 or 10% of hands at all. Like the real junk hands you can get rid of, but really you're just supposed to defend almost everything and just hopefully connect. Second and third pairs go way up in value. Those are like call multiple barrel type holdings. So we'll see if people adjust like that. And are willing to call down with some marginalish hands.
I was just thinking about if either of these players had to fly out of town. I don't think they could take the trophy with them, Kyle. I might have to hold it for them, but they both do live in Florida, I believe, so that was my only chance. We are going to be heads up on a flop of Queen 9 tray, 750K in the pot. Dion had raised pre and Ricardo had called. King 9 for Dion, 5-4 Ricardo. Ricardo's going to have a open ender on the turn, and Dion with a second pair and king kicker. See Ricardo's outs at the top. Would need an ace or an 6 to make his straight. He would definitely need a straight to win. And he's facing a bet of 300K. Definitely calling there, Kyle, with 1.1 in the middle there, open-ended. Maybe doesn't know if a heart's good or not if it comes, but doesn't matter. It's a tray on the river. So Dion currently in the lead, with 9s and trays. Ricardo's going to check to him. Ricardo hasn't shown much aggression in this hand. I don't know if Dion will go for value here, but might be too soft of a spot to just check, right?
Well, like I said when we started, smaller pairs are really high up in value. Like, you can get called by ace high here a lot of the time, so it's totally fine to just bet here. Because, like, ace 4, ace 5 might call this river bet if he had any of those hands. But otherwise, you know, jack 10's just folding, so they're probably not turning their hand into a bluff all too often. Same thing with 4, 5, so pretty safe spot to bet. You're really not going to get raised all too often. But the times you do, I guess you just kind of give your opponent credit for a 3. Kind of side fold. But Dion takes the first hand of the heads up battle.
Yes, we need a new hand count just for heads up. That was hand 144. We're on hand 145 now. The button's always the small blind heads up. They act first pre-flop, but after the flop, they are in position.
It's like a limped pot pre. Gonna give Ricardo a gutter, Dion just an over.
Just go check, check here.
Board does not change with that deuce. And king high has plenty of value to just check call, honestly, in heads up. But maybe not when the 4-liner comes through. Might be time to wave the white flag. Four-liner specifically bad, but you have no hearts in your hand. Your opponent probably bets hearts on the turn, so I'd say there aren't too many missed draws he's likely to have here. So when he bets river, I think king high is a fold on that one specifically, but if a card like a 4, 5, 6, maybe even a board pairing jack or 10 comes, you can pretty happily just call with king high. I know it's shocking, but king high wins a lot at showdown when you're playing heads up.
So going back to the start of this 6-handed table, Ricardo was the short stack to come in and has definitely built his stack up the whole time. These were the two players at the table with the most live tournament cashes. For the highest amount, Dion about $750,000 and Ricardo 1.4 million. So experience has paid off. We saw Dion go down really low in chips at one point. Battled back, didn't give up, found good spots. So this has been a battle for these players who actually were in the blinds against each other the entire time as well. Dion being the small blind, Ricardo the big blind, and Daryl was on the button in a lot of those spots. So we are 3-handed here with a king 10-6, put another king out there for 3 diamonds on the board. Dion's got a 10 with 3 diamonds. Ricardo has a 6, no diamond. Dion has all the equity here, 95% of it, and he is going to bet out, looks like probably a pot size bet here, if not more. Pot was 750, and excuse me, blue and gray mixed up. He bet about 4 1/4. Ricardo with just
Ricardo
a
can't really
6.
fold.
Say it again, he's not going to fold?
He can't really fold. Any pair's pretty good in heads up, so to one bet, you're never folding a single pair. Unfortunately, that king came, or else he'd have a better 2 pair. But now we're going to see if Dion wants to go somewhat thin with it. There are three to a flush out there. Queen Jack gets there. Even 7-8 gets there, although none of these are like super likely, but they are somewhat concerning. And then he's probably going to be disappointed to see Ricardo's exact hand. One of those.
See, Dion now is pretty much a 2-to-1 chip leader. 10 million to 5 million. A couple odd chips in play there also. Over 15 million in chips. But we're still pretty deep here. 150K big blind. 33 bigs versus 68 bigs. But Dion got the chip lead back 3-handed and has not given it up yet. But Ricardo definitely can play a big stack and a short stack, as we've seen so far. 211 viewers in chat watching this heads-up match. Pocket 9s on the button for Ricardo. Heads up, that's a very big hand.
That's a premium.
Just calls. Yeah,
maybe
Kyle.
he's going for the limp 3-bet that Dion's been doing to him so often.
Kind of a Helmuth strategy, keeping the pots small, or trapping. So to the flop, heads up. Over pair of 9s for Ricardo, the board 7-7 deuce, but a club draw for Dion with the 4 tray clubs. And 450K in the pot. It's going to go check, check. Ace of clubs is going to give Dion a straight flush draw, but he's already made a club flush. And Ricardo has a club with a pair of 9s. This could get big.
Yeah, it's extremely hard to keep an overpair with 9s. Somehow he did for the flop, but turns him pretty dead.
So Dion has the flush with the 4 tray in his hand, and Ricardo has 9s and 7s, but there is a 3 flush on board and a pair of 7s, and I guess you can say a wheel if you happen to have 5 tray. Right now these players are guaranteed $74,595 for second and $109,010 for first. So just under 75K and 109K are the prizes.
If I won first, I would tip at least that last $10.
The dealers would love that.
Yep.
Picking a size out here with 1.3 in there. Looks like an actual pot size bet. And he gets a quick call. And Ricardo's going to see the bad news. Dion found a great sizing there.
I do think if Ricardo has 9s with no club, he folds a lot more likely. But he checks back, yep, I have a club blocker. My opponent can't have like 10-9 of clubs. But he could have like just single king-high clubs. Could have single pairs that are less. Because from the flop on, it's a limped pot. Like, your opponent could have like 3-5. Well, that would be a straight, but he could have like deuce 4 and have like 2 pair that are counterfeit with 7s and 9s. Shouldn't have an ace all too often. It's a limped pot, so.
Hand 148. Dion is going to have pocket trays on his button. Kyle, you can hear me, but you did freeze.
I did hear you. Well, at least you don't have to see me anymore. That sounds good to me.
Sorry, can't comment if you nosh on your dinner. King
Yep.
7 of clubs is going to get out of the way there. Approaching hand 150, and stream has been going for about 5 hours and 35 minutes. All 200 plus of you that joined us, we do thank you. Whether you're on Twitch, YouTube, or Facebook, it's been a pleasure rambling on to you, at least giving you some kind of expert commentary from my buddy Dr. Fischel over here. Hopefully his and his family and everyone else in the Gulf Coast area stay safe through the next few days. We know how storms can be in Florida. 10-9 suited for Ricardo. It's like he's just going to call. And Dion, Jack 7 of clubs. These hands are very, very close in equity. We're going to see a flop here, 10-9 suited, Jack 7 suited, 450K in the pot.
Yeah, Dion's been running very, very hot beginning of this final table.
King high flop, just the Jack high is going to be in the lead. Both players have a backdoor flush draw if it gets that far. Ricardo may have some straight outs as well if the right card comes on the turn, but he does bet anyways with 10-9 suited on a King 4 deuce board. Dion with just Jack high. If he has other plans for this hand, we're going to find out. Taking his time.
It's possible. Aggression matters. He's been kind of running over this table so far. He might think that he can just get credit for things. And it does appear like he's just going to continue to steamroll. Dropping his opponent down to 2.5 million, 16 big blinds. This is a good spot for Dion to just keep applying pressure, keep the gas on, possibly take down this title.
So this will be 150th hand of the evening. Chat's gotten a little quiet. I guess the tension's rising watching these players battle it out heads up. Maybe that trophy's intimidating everybody. It is pretty. King Queen is definitely going to be a raise here, heads up.
Yep, absolute premium heads up.
And just puts it all in, puts Ricardo to the test, and slowly but surely whittling Ricardo's stack down. Remember, the next player to bust, one of these gentlemen, is going to make $74,000 and change, leaving the other player $109,000 and the title of MoneyMaker champion. Stop number 2 Daytona. 1,500 main event, 300K prize pool. You're taking home $109,000 for first on this 1,500 buy-in. Jack deuce off, gonna come in for a limp. Ace 8. I think Dion's gonna bump it up a little bit. He is asking for a count. It's easier to when I can see you, Kyle, because if you're eating, I'll keep talking. Too much action, heads up.
No, Dion's deciding if he's going to raise here. If just jamming is the correct move.
It is a jam. Quick fold for Ricardo. And Dion wins the pot and gets the button as well. Remember, blinds are 100,000 for the small. The big blind and the ante are 150,000. These were our levels for day 2 and day 3.
Yeah, Dion's on kind of a point where he can just jam on any hand he thinks is strong enough to just possibly win or hold up against a call. 9-8 off really isn't good enough. I think it's worthy of a limp though. Play some post flop, get some aggression that way. Because with 9-8 suited, if you're called, you're of terrible equity. You don't have a chance. So
and if you just
you can
fold
regular
here,
raise this.
you don't want to give a walk, but just folding here only gives him 100K. Or your 50K, right? No. Yeah, 100K.
Yeah, but you only have to pay 50 for the chance of winning 300. So
sure. 6 to 1. Yeah, you got to call then.
You're never folding.
Okay.
You can limp like 6 deuce offsuit. This one's kind of interesting because I think both player knows that the other can't really have a whole lot. But the aggression takes it again, and Deanna's going to keep applying pressure. He's whittled his opponent down to 1.8 million. Now Ricardo's in the I have to pick a spot and jam and hopefully double up. It's my only chance to get back into it.
Everyone sees pictures of Chris Moneymaker in the background. Remember, this all started with an $86 satellite, won a 10K seed off of that, and turned it into $2.5 million. Made it into the Poker Hall of Fame after creating the boom, and now bringing the Moneymaker Tour, giving everyone a chance to satellite or buy into a big event and win six-figure prize pools. This was event our stop number 2 for the Moneymaker Tour. We do have an all-in and a call here. King 10 for Ricardo. He is in the lead against a Queen Jack for Dion, but this could be the final hand of the tournament, Kyle. Ricardo has to dodge a Queen or a Jack or whatever combination comes out, giving them any more outs. Pretty standard.
Queen Jack very much alive.
I think it's pretty standard here.
Dion looking for a knockout to end the tournament. Picks up an extra 10 for a straight that would give him the best hand.
Got 9 outs, showing 33% equity here. Chance to win. The ace pairs the board, doesn't change it. Still 9 outs. Others, Ricardo gets a double with his king high. And the queen comes on the river.
Devastating for King 10. And Ricardo played an excellent tournament, had all the aggression, had basically came in short a stack, was able to survive all the way up to second place, netting him $74,000. That is quite the
55K
run.
ladder, pretty much.
Yeah, many people, they come in at the short stack, and they're usually the first or second person out. Not many people come in as a short stack and pull it all the way out to this size. So really congratulations to Ricardo. What an excellent run. But a bigger congratulations to Dion, our winner. He takes home $109,000 with a $10 bonus. Congrats to that, gentleman.
Remember,
Played
Dion
an
started
expert.
today in second in chips, and then actually at one point was down to just a handful of blinds.
Yep. And played an expert heads-up match. Played the aggression when he needed to. Got the chips in, usually at the best most of the time, and when they needed to hold up, they did. So congratulations to that guy.
Awesome job to all 6 players that made it through the 379 player field. It's been a great couple days, great week overall, having the Moneymaker Tour team here and all the other guests that came to join us. This was a $1,500 buy-in. Many players got in for as little as $186. But these two gentlemen battled it out, made it through the end. No hard feelings there. Coming in 6th in chips, 20K guaranteed, laddering up to 75K. Dion went into cruise control at the end, got his chips when they were 3-handed, controlled it, $109,000. Awesome job, taking home that awesome trophy. Chris Moneymaker was here, played all week, had a great time. We have our second main event champion now. Palm Beach and now Daytona have their champions. See the Faded Spade cards going up. See Tony Burns sending up the winning picture shot here. All the chips, the trophy. What a great week. Kyle, I know you stopped by, played some cash.
Yep, a lot of fun. Got to play on stream, play with Chris himself. Definitely something I never actually thought I'd ever get to do. Obviously being a somewhat middling-aged person who got to live through the Moneymaker boom and watch poker go through its ups and downs, basically generated off of his win. So it's definitely a very surreal experience. Results were not quite what I hoped for, but I mean that's part of poker. Is you have to enjoy the game, you have to enjoy the experience, do the ride, and someday you might just change the poker world with an extreme score or
the
a
right
really sick
name and the
run.
right place at the right
Yep.
time. Well, let me give you one more shout out to our production team. We had our IT guys, Dylan and John, busting their butts all week to make this happen. Any glitches, they fixed it. Any buttons I pushed that were incorrect, they saved us. We had John E. and Thomas doing a lot of behind the scenes thankless work with the action tracker and the cameras. All the management at both properties the crew from Baited Spade, Above the Felt, MoneyMaker Tour, Tony Burns. Can't thank Byron Rodriguez, the tournament director, enough. Any hand played in this building over the last 10 days, Byron was in the building while those hands took place. What an effort from the whole team. Thank you for the upwards of 240 viewers that tuned in today. It's been amazing to be able to talk to you over the last few days. Live stream final table of our 200K event in October, the 5th through 9th. And also we'll have a feature table stream on the ladies event on October 14th. Please check out DaytonaPoker.com for more information. Bravo Live also. If you're looking for more information on the next stops on the MoneyMaker Tour, it's MoneyMakerPT.com. I'm Ryan Unger. I'm going to give the last word to Kyle. What do you got?
Yep. I'm Kyle Fischel. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. Thank you for tuning into this live stream. I will see you all on the next one.
Thank you, everybody. We are out.